it's not my usual style crowd.
Come. Come on.
Wait, I'm going to type something to you guys inside.
Let's see if
I've just typed something secretly to you guys. It's in.
Hey, welcome to Ghoul's Night Out. I'm Gory B Movie, and with me today is...
Me, spooky astronaut, Emma.
And me, Christina.
And you guys want to talk about what you do or where they might know you from? Certainly, we in the Gory Hole, which is my chat, have a lot in common with the Slut Pit, being that I'm a slut pitter, and a lot of them are also slut pitters, and you're a slut pitter, so they might remember you from there and talk about anything else you do.
Yes. I'm usually on the Count Jacko stream as MothAngel, and I do have a blog called abovethemorgue.blogspot.dk, and yeah, I'm usually in the Slut Pit chat talking about boobs and other fun stuff.
It's like the exact same thing here, and we tend to talk about dongs a little bit more.
Ah, okay.
We had a very in-depth conversation about boobs last time, so you just never know where it's going to go.
Boobs are awesome.
Any body part are fair game. Who knows? We might class it up and talk about, like, toes or something. I don't know.
Cool.
Emma!
Okay, spooky astronauts, I'm known as on YouTube. Just a YouTuber, nothing more, nothing less. Just talk about horror movies, anything horror really. Yeah, I do like Real Faces of Horror, where I talk about different cases of real people around the world. But so it's not just horror movies I do everything, but a lot of reviews.
Nice. It's kind of a big deal, guys. So, like, you know. Keep that in mind. Damn it! Today's going to be one of the days where apparently the chat is just going to be stupid. I'm going to work on that for a bit more. So, tonight we have a very exciting show for you. We're probably going to talk about vampires quite a bit because, you know, there's just so much to say about vampires. And I've got a couple little, that's a kind of a pun. You'd get it if you were me. Little guests who are going to be joining us at some point tonight. And I don't know, I also thought it might be fun if you guys are up for it. We could talk about horror pranks gone wrong, you know, because April Fool's Day is coming up. And there are a lot of them, like a lot. Nobody does a prank and gets away with it in a horror movie. So that's what I have planned. Anyhow, I'm really excited because I've had pneumonia and I've been like shut in my house for a month, and I'm allowed to have beer now. So I'm like, woo, yeah, party.
It's 11 a.m. here, just so you guys know. So
hey, dude, it's 8 p.m. here, so you can just enjoy my time.
5 o'clock in the morning here, so 5 a.m.
Oh, okay.
It's 8 p.m. somewhere, like in America.
You got me there.
I tried to go and get some breakfast at one point, just fair warning.
So, Christina, you are new to the show. Emma is a regular Ghouls Night Outer. So we've had this question before. But I like to ask people, like, what is the horror movie of your backyard? Like, where you live, what is it like there? Do you live in the mountains? Do you live in the city? If you had a horror movie scenario happen to you, what would it be?
Well, right now I live in the city, but where I'm actually from, a smaller town, it would probably be some sort of troll or gnome or fairies.
That is so cool. Tell us everything about that right now.
Well, like Danish folklore there's a lot of trolls.
Like in Troll Hunter?
Yes, and also the changeling, like, you know, when they grab the babies and stuff, but mostly fairies do that around here in Denmark.
This is like the coolest thing I've ever heard of.
So yeah, we have a lot of those gnomes and stuff, and we have one called, like where I'm from, we will always have one called Mosekone, which is like the marsh lady, which is sort of like a witchy kind of figure.
Oh, I want to be that thing. That sounds awesome.
And when, you know, those days when like the fog is like really close to the ground and it's like, you know, trailing along and stuff.
Yeah.
When that happens, you're saying like the marsh lady is brewing in her cauldron. So like that's her magic.
Who knew Denmark
You know?
was so cool? You guys need to make more horror movies. 'Cause that's pretty
Yeah,
awesome.
like there hasn't really been a lot of Danish horror movies. Like there's been a few.
There's
and
When Animals Dream. That was pretty good.
yeah, my sister saw that too. And she was
Wasn't
like,
the cub? Was
What?
the cub? Was that from Denmark?
the cop?
The cub.
The Cobb?
Oh yeah,
Cub.
yeah.
Like a
the-
corn
CUB.
cob?
Yeah, the-
Is
like
it about a
the-
corn cob?
No, cub. CUB. Like a little bear cub.
Oh,
Cub.
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 Cub. I gotcha. Cub, like
No.
a Boy Scout. Gotcha.
We
No,
all
but
have accents, so this should be quite funny.
and it's my
We
second
should
language.
mix it.
so it's
Oh
gonna
my
be
gosh.
really fun.
We should mix it up one of these days, and like you could be the American, and I could be like some sexy Latina girl, and I don't know.
I want to hear your accent. Do your accent.
Me? Oh shit! I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it.
Put on the spot.
Oh, I can do French. Je m'appelle Gory B. Mauvais. Ho ho ho. There you go. It was perfect. It was perfect. Yeah? Oh, wait.
Sorry, keep going.
Me llamo es Gory B. Mauvais. That's
I can do
Spanish.
I can do a little bit of German.
Do it.
Oh, yes.
Hallo, ich heiße Christina und ich bin Däne.
Dude, that's cool.
That's
You're
nice.
like doing everything we do, but you're doing it way cooler.
She's so funny. Christina, you'll get used to it.
It's like Danes were like, you're so boring and laid back and nothing.
No
ever happens.
You
way.
have
Well, I was
fairies
gonna
and all
say,
sorts of things. Oh, Emma
Yeah,
has
but even-
spiders. I mean, she's great, but spiders.
yeah, but even in Denmark, even your fairy tales are horror movies, literally, because you have like the Little Mermaid is like Denmark, right? They have the statue. I'm sure that's like what all the tourists flock to. But
Yeah.
that's like an actual like horror, like the actual traditional story. Isn't that like really messed up?
Well, there's always been this darkness to a lot of it, and I do think it's something that comes from way back, like where I was born and stuff. Not too far from there is one of the oldest standing castles in all of Europe, called Spøtrup. And there was always, I've been going there like pretty much all my life, and there's this theme of special kind of female ghosts who haunt those old castles and like old mansions in Denmark, especially the castles. They're called white ladies or
Oh yeah.
yeah, and there would usually be like fair maidens who had wronged their master or their husband or their father in some way, and then they should be punished. They would be walled up inside the castle, chained behind the wall, and either they were left to die to a lack of oxygen, or a little hole would be made so that they would die of thirst and hunger, and so they would hang behind the wall and be dead. And every time you go somewhere, it's like, okay, if you find like a little drop of blood or like a bloody handprint or something like that, it's because that's where she was chained up behind the wall and died.
Oh my gosh, that's insane.
So
See,
like that's
I'm not
always been a story that's followed me from I was like little girl. And of course some of the Norse mythology as well has always like been told a lot about. Remember my dad, like when I was afraid about thunder and lightning, he'd be, "Oh, it's just Thor, swinging his hand. There's nothing to worry about. It's all right."
Where I grew up in Ipswich in Suffolk, and that was invaded by the Vikings in I think 398, I think. So it's got tons of Viking like history and such there, but they're in the town I grew up in, Ipswich. They are super superstitious. Like it's nuts. They reserve so much of the old how things used to be. Like the downtown is old cobblestone, and they've maintained a lot of the buildings. But yeah, there's places where you can see where there needs to be like persecutions for like witches and such, and places where at midnight supposedly there's a place where there's 12 trees, but at midnight there's 13, and everybody there, like in the newspaper there's a family, and they're really bizarre. They had like this inflatable shark thing that would stick out of the roof, but they were in the paper quite a bit because they said they had a ghost that lived in their home that they welcomed, that helped care for their children and would like make up the beds and stuff. And yeah, and people just accepted that this was normal, and this is in the newspaper, like not in a gossip rag, but like that's just kind of the culture of that town.
That's insane.
It's really weird. But even my grandmother is very, very superstitious, and she lived there most of her life. And she would tell me, because she had all these little knickknacks, like little bronze horses and animals and such. And she had a picture of a leopard, and it was kind of like a 3D one, like it was kind of part coming out. And I asked her about it, and she told me that at the witching hour at midnight, everything came to life. All the little statues and such came to life. Creatures came out of their pictures, and so I had to get to bed. Otherwise, I'd probably freak out, or I would never get any sleep done because I'd be hanging out with all these weird little creatures. So, and she said the leopard one got stuck when it was going back in from the night before, and it always got stuck. So, but yeah, apparently at midnight, my grandmother believes you need to be in bed before then because shit gets crazy.
Well, I've had a ghost in my old apartment. So.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
What?
I've always, like, when you have Asperger's and you know, autism and stuff, you're very sensitive. So I've always had, like, you know, I've always been able to, like, sense stuff. Like, when I used to live at home, I was like, there's, like, a male presence, and some weird things will sometimes happen with the CD player and stuff like that. And it always felt like there was a man in the house, even though my parents was divorced and stuff like that. So I was just like, oh, weird. But yeah, I had a female ghost, the place I used to live. And she would stand between the kitchen door and the bedroom door. Like, weird layout in the apartment, I know. And when I had rats, they could see her. So sometimes they would, like, run across the kitchen floor, and then they would stop and just
like pet rats?
At the door. Yeah, pet rats. And they would just stare at the door, and I could, like, put my hand in front of them and poke them and stuff, and they would just be staring because there was something there that they could sense. And I've also seen, like, this like a shadowy shape. It was sort of like an S. So I was thinking, you know, maybe like waist and skirt, something like that. That's always how I saw it. And then one night I went to bed, and I always like to face the wall when I sleep. So I laid down, faced the wall, closed my eyes. The second I closed my eyes, the mattress behind me sunk down as if someone was sitting next to me. And I was just like, oh shit. Should I turn around? Like, what should I do? And the moment I was like, okay, I'm going to turn around now, it lifted back up, and there was no one there when I turned around. And my very last night in the apartment before I moved, there was no shadowy figure at the kitchen door. There was nothing there. But then I looked into the living room, and there was some sort of shadow there. So I was just like, oh, okay, she moved.
Our last
God.
house was really, really old. It was built in like 1920. And like a lot of people would come over and say that they creeped them out and stuff. And at first we thought it's just an old house because, you know, my husband and I, for the most part, you know, we're like, we believe in ghosts, but we just don't believe that they happen as much as like people say they do. Like on those ghost hunter shows and stuff, like I don't believe in most of those, but I do believe in like a lot of people's personal accounts and such. But it started like one night we were arguing, and then like 3 of the doors slammed at once. And we used to always feel like how you said, like you could feel a presence, even though you didn't see it, you could feel it. But it felt like a really tall male figure standing by the closet in our room. And you'd also, like, if you went upstairs, it was like a completely different energy. It felt like children, like playing. And like I would catch myself saying, all right, not, you know, I'm going down the stairs. If you scare me, I'm going to fall and probably die. So just do your thing when I'm gone. You know, like, and we just kind of gotten used to it for a while, like just, you know, things would always be turning on and off and such. And finally, it was really weird because we were contacted by these people who have like a ghost hunting thing nearby because our house is really old. And I guess there was like a lot of legends about our house that we didn't even know about. Like, apparently this old woman lived there, and she was really reclusive, and she didn't get out at all. But during that time, like, a lot of pets and such went missing. And in our basement, there was this giant, like, dirt mound that we never, like, went near or anything, because it just, I mean, there was really no reason for it. There was, like, it was, like, bordered by cinder blocks. It was, like, this massive dirt mound for no reason. And, apparently she died in the house, and then the people after that also died in the house. Like the man had a heart attack in the dining room, and then his wife died in the ambulance on the way to the hospital. And then the guy we rented from bought it, and nothing really happened after that. But he did say none of the renters stayed very long. So we were really curious about it, and they set up cameras and they did all these recordings, and they found like all this really creepy stuff. Like they asked it on this like Frankenbox, like if it knew us, and it said yes, like really clearly, which freaked us out. And the cameras were getting knocked off the shelves, and so this guy went down to my bedroom to go fix the camera, and he started like shouting at it like they do on those ghost hunter shows, like trying to be all macho. And then like 2 seconds later, he comes up running like a little child, like freaked out. He's like, I'm not going in that room again. You could not pay me to go in that room. We're like, okay, dude, you're like kind of freaking out. But yeah, it was really interesting. And not too long after that, because I'm pagan and I didn't mind the presence upstairs, but I was starting to get really uncomfortable after that with the one in our bedroom. So we did like a cleansing on the house, and nothing really happened after that. But yeah, it was really freaky. And our new place, thankfully, seems to be presence-free.
Yeah.
I don't have any good stories.
Like, when it comes to ghosts and when it comes to ghosts and stuff, you know, I always feel like, you know, you can leave a bit of presence behind. Like, you know, when you see those ghost hunter stories, I'm almost like, you know, not true. But
yeah,
like when you hear stories, like you leave a bit of a presence behind, and it can be a very strong presence, or it can be like vague, or maybe you don't leave any presence behind at all. You know.
Well, yeah, like I dated a guy once, way back in the day, and he at his house, you occasionally would hear someone pounding on the door and then running up the stairs, and he would always be like, "Don't even bother. It's nobody. There's nobody there. It happens all the time." You know, and it was always exactly the same. It sounded exactly the same, and his theory, and I have to agree with him, was that it was an echo of somebody who lived there before. It wasn't even an actual presence or a ghost or nothing.
Yeah.
It's like somebody left an impression on that place.
Yeah.
Kind of like, you know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, oh my god, that story sounds like some Scandinavian superstition. I think it's Swedish superstition. At Christmas at midnight, if someone knocks on your door and you go open and there's no one there, it was death who came to knock, and it means that someone in the house is going to die.
Oh, that's creepy.
Yeah.
After seeing The Strangers, I don't answer my door at night. And actually, the one time I broke my rule once. I answered my door. It was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and someone was, knocking on the door pretty ferociously. And I went out and checked, and there was like this woman, like late middle age. And she told me that she was walking home from the bar, and these boys were following her, and she's worried they were going to jump her or attack her or rape her or something, and would I walk her home? And I'm like, check out the gun show, lady. I can't really do a whole lot for you. But I did grab like my big-ass hunting knife that I use for unboxing, so I was like, all right, let's do this. I got you. So I started walking her home. This like person I'd never met. It was so like,
oh my
weird.
god.
Eventually her boyfriend finally came by and picked her up, and I was like, you should have picked her up sooner. Then I walked home by myself.
Corey the hero.
Yeah, I don't know. I have a big ass knife with brass knuckles, so it makes you a little more brave, I think.
Oh my god.
You've
Jesus.
seen it on like unboxings, I think.
Oh really?
Oh my god, I'm such a wimp. I couldn't do anything like that.
Have you got it? I sneeze. Oh, bless me. God. What the fuck?
It's super sharp too.
It's guns.
It's like all serrated and stuff. I think I could clean it.
How are you even allowed to have that? Like, is that legal?
Well, I lived alone for a really, really long time. Before I was married, I've never really been much of a dating person. I've had like 2 serious relationships. Beyond that, I would date somebody for like a week and get kind of bored of them. So I lived alone for a long time, and one of my friends was worried about me, especially when I had this apartment that was kind of like not in the greatest part of town. So he gave it to me.
Crazy.
I don't know if it's legal, but he gave it to me. I want to get a taser. That would be so cool if somebody broke into my house and I was like, "Arr!" And then they were like, and all of it kind of blue. I don't know. I feel like it'd be cool and also pretty.
Well, that's important. Like when you attack someone, it should be pretty.
Yeah. And I like things I can use a lot, because at one point in time, a long time ago, I worked at a store. I don't know if you have Kmart's in your guys' countries, but we had a Kmart here, and I was like 19. Yeah. And I would have to walk home at night by myself. And I mean, like I said, our town's pretty lax. I mean, we've had like one murder here in the last 20 years. I don't know. It's pretty tame here. But still, I mean, you know, there's creepers out there. So since I had to walk home alone, I would always carry a boat horn with me. Because, I mean, I never got a boat horn. Like, if you're on a boat and you go out and you need to call for help, you can shoot off a flare. Or you can get this really loud horn that goes like brrr. And then people are like, oh, what's up, dude? Those people need help. I better get out there. So, but I got one because here's my logic. Here's the gory logic, right? Those things are meant to be loud enough that you can hear them from like out at sea. So I figure if somebody were to like jump me, you know, and try to like rapeify me or something, I could like blare it in their ear, and then their ears would get all like bloody and stuff, and they'd be like, "Oh no, what's going on?"
Yours probably would too.
What? And then
yours probably would too.
Yeah. Well, you know, but I'd be like, I'd have all the adrenaline and stuff, so I think I'd be okay. And then I'd be taken off, and then everyone would call the cops because nobody calls the cops. They say when you call rape. But I personally feel if you make a really loud noise in the middle of the night, everybody's going to call the cops.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, that's going to be a noise complaint.
Exactly. Yeah. And I'll be like, joke's on you, possible rape. Boom. Horrified.
Oh, I hope that never happens.
It's
that's
not
fucking
happen, dude. Now I'm married to a wrestler, so that would probably be... Yeah, I'm married to a wrestler with tons of wrestling friends, and I'm a former derby girl. I'm kind of getting back into it, and I have tons of roller derby friends, so... And I have tons of horror movie friends who are also scary. I just feel like this would be a bad idea for anybody. Bad. Also, I've been trying to will my vagina to get teeth, and I think I'm getting like a little bit of one.
Ooh,
nice.
I don't know. I've been feeling around up there, and I think I feel like a baby tooth coming in. So, there you have it.
It's growing up. It's growing up.
Yeah. So.
I love that movie, Teeth.
I love that movie.
That movie was so
much.
sick.
That was the first movie
I
I
haven't
ever
seen
on
that.
Netflix.
Oh my gosh, you need to.
It's so good.
It's the girl with the teeth in her vagina.
Yeah.
Oh my.
It's amazing.
Like, that's the thing, like, I talked to Gory about, like, you know, in Denmark, because the market's so small, there's a lot of movies that are missing because they're not coming out here.
Yeah.
So Get Out is actually coming the 30th
so
because
I
of all the...
haven't seen
Me
it
too,
yet.
though. Me too. Get Out isn't here yet
It's
either.
here. I've been sick, so I haven't
Get
been
Out
able to
doesn't
leave
come
the
out
house
here
at
till
all.
May.
Oh. Hey, we're before Australia.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's really bad here. So we've got an ocean in between anyone else and us. You guys have neighbors.
Occasionally
We don't.
it happens to us, though, because I remember clown. Everybody got clown before us. And I was
Oh,
like,
that clown
what
thing
the
is fucked
hell?
up.
That was like...
I don't think it came out here yet.
2014, and I know the UK and Australia and tons of countries had it. And I was like, what the hell? It's an American movie. They just completely... was just unreal.
But that was the same as The Devil's Candy, which everyone's saying is a 2017 film, but that's a 2015 film. Mm-hmm. It's just it first got released at like a festival, and it's now actually got a wider release.
Well, yeah, I even remember with Paranormal Activity before that came out, I found out that it had been made 3 years previous. And I went onto YouTube and I watched the original version with the original ending and such, because it had done the festival circuit and everything. And originally, I'm sure a lot of you guys know this, but the original ending of Paranormal Activity is the gal, she goes downstairs, you hear her boyfriend scream. You don't really know what happens, but I'm assuming she stabbed him. And then she goes up the stairs and she spends like the next day, she goes into her bedroom.
Oh,
and then she kind of sits on the floor and rocks back and forth for like a day. Like you see the sun come up and go down, and then the cops or a friend comes by. They scream like they saw a body, and then they leave. And then the cops come, and then she kind of shakes herself out of this. And the cops are telling her to like put her hands up and everything. And then the closet light comes on and off, and it scares the cops, and they shoot her. And that's the original end of the movie. And apparently, when they showed it to Steven Spielberg, like they gave him a preview copy to watch in his home, he was so scared of the movie afterwards, he put it in a garbage bag and left it out front. And he's like, you need to get that away from my property. But he does say it was brilliant and it scared the hell of him. The only thing he said you need to change the ending, and he came up with the ending that we now see where the demon like leaps at the camera.
Jumps.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if
there's
you don't,
isn't there one where she slits her throat?
that was another alternate take, which I think is really creepy. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of different endings.
Yeah.
I think they're all on the DVD, to be honest.
Yeah, they're
or
on there.
Blu-ray. Yeah.
I have to admit, it's one of those movies I'm not gonna see because I know I won't be able to sleep for like 3
You
months.
need to.
It's good,
amazing.
but I have to admit that one was one of the few that scared the shit out of me. And
I don't think it would be that scary now.
the apartment I lived in had stairs just like that, and the view from my bedroom was the same view from like their bedroom where you could see the stairs, and they were kind of rubberized because it was like family housing at the university I went to. And so when you stomped on them, they really stomped. And so my Danny, who was my boyfriend at the time, would like stomp slowly up the stairs and like, you son of a bitch. Like it was so scary.
No, like my mom, she used to work at festivals. She had the amazing job of making sure that all the bars had all the alcohol they needed.
That's
So
awesome.
very important job, yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the guys she used to work with had been in LA. When he came back, he was like, "Oh, I met this girl over there. Talked to her in a cafe," and she was like, "Oh, was she cute?" And he was like, "Yeah." And when she got up to leave, she signed the napkin and gave it to me, and then she had apparently told him, "I'm in this movie that has not come out yet. It's going to be called Paranormal Activity. Please remember me."
That is so cool.
I also met one of the producers of the Swedish version of The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. That movie. Yeah, it was so random. I was on the train on my way home, and I had the first book, and I was reading it because 2-hour train ride. And then when I, got up to get off the train, he like stopped and he was like, "Do you like the book?" And I was like, "Yeah,
that
strange
would be
man,
so weird.
I do."
What if you were like, "Oh,
He
it's
was like,
rubbish"?
And he was like, "Yeah, that's good because I'm actually producing the movie." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that's cool. Gotta get off the train now."
That's so crazy.
Wow.
So I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
That's really
Yeah.
cool.
But yeah, I have never seen the American version of Girl with the Dragon Tattoo. I've seen the Swedish versions.
I've seen
second
the
one,
beginning of it. It's
yeah.
okay. I mean,
Yeah.
it's all right. It's one of those ones where it's good because they don't change it up so much, but then it also kind of makes it bad because they don't change it up that much. You
Yeah.
know, like sometimes remake, like Let Me In, will play it so safe that it's almost a shot-for-shot remake. And so you like it because you liked the original, like Let the Right One In. But then you're like, well, what was the point of that? Because I can just watch Let the Right One In and it's still a superior film.
I haven't read any of those any of the Let the Right One In, but I read the book right before the movie came out.
Yeah, the book's great.
I love the book so much, and I'm like, I'm so afraid to watch the movie.
And that author is so good. If you check out anything else he's written, he's really good. It's like John something. I can't pronounce his name. His first name's stupid. But you can look him up. Like I just read The Polka Dot Bikini. It was a short story he wrote, which was really creepy.
Yeah.
In the book is because I know in the American movie, the vampire or whatever you want to call it, the girl. This is the problem. The girl, they make her into a girl. Where I've heard in the original story, she's not meant to be actually a girl.
She's not a boy either. She's not a boy either.
Yeah.
Like, some people believe that there are 5 sexes. Like obviously, there's people who are entirely male, entirely female, but there are females with undescended testicles. There are men with breasts or ovaries. I mean,
but I thought
halfway.
that it had nothing to do with gender. It's just because she wasn't human.
No, in the book, the origin story is that there's like this castle with these very rich people, and then every once in a while they will take a child from the village up to them, and then they would turn them into a vampire or devour them. And in the origin story, Ellie or Eli, if you say Ellie, it's a girl's name, of course, and it's Eli, it's a boy's name. So when he's like, "Oh, I'm Ellie," everything's like, "Oh, okay, you're a girl," because when you look at the Danish, Swedish pronunciation, it's almost the same. It's Ellie, and it could be Elias or Ellie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's very ambiguous.
But they gave her a penectomy, right? Like she had a penis, but she believed
they did. Oh my god! So they did do it to.
You can kind of see the scar in the original movie, but they don't really go into detail about it. They also kind of make it seem like the caretaker for him, was kind of, I mean, obviously he was a pedo, but he also liked little boys, so it kind of worked because it was a child that he couldn't molest.
Yeah. So,
wow.
But in the book, it's the scene is described as Ellie has been lying across the table, and it has a hole in the middle, and they take a knife and they cut everything off. So it was Elias or Ellie was a boy, but doesn't have the male parts anymore, and because he was like 10 or 11 when it happened. He's sort of in this stage of where he's always going to be like the in between. Never really a boy or a girl because you can't really tell it.
Yeah. Okay, that makes more sense.
She is in the book, though. I mean, she's feminine, but she's also like a boy. I mean, she's just that's the impression I got from it too. Was it wasn't really a little boy, it wasn't really a little girl. It was something completely other.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, but I thought it was more because it was like an actual vampire. But that just takes it a whole different level, because that's what I always heard about the American remake was they made it, she was just a girl.
Well, that was it, and it's not even that big of a part of the original movie either. It's just, if you know to look for it, there's a part where you can kind of see a scar.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
In the that's interesting.
Though. And also in the book, like the relationship with the caretaker and stuff is like really, really sick. At one point, Ellie has been in a shower because when she meets the boy, he's like, "Oh, you smell kind of funky and kind of weird," and so it was like, okay, but I want to hang out and play and want to have a friend, so I'm gonna take a shower. And the pedo is in the bathroom and they're talking, apparently something about, getting some blood or something like that. And at one point he's like, "Oh, could you please turn around so I can see your backside?" And Ellie's like, "Okay," turns around. And you could sort of get the sense that Ellie is compliant, but at the same time wrapping him around her or his finger.
Well, yeah, they both had something the other one wanted. She needed blood from somebody strong enough to get it, and she was also doing a good thing, because this is how he's a pedophile. He would be raping or molesting a small child, but instead, I mean, Ellie is older than him, so I mean, it's not the same, but she looks like a child. So he's getting his rocks off. He's not hurting other children, and she gets the blood she needs. So.
In the book, it's sort of implied that he hasn't actually been with Ellie because like she's always like holding him off. But there is a scene where he goes to a library and he finds someone who actually sort of rents out children, and he goes to get a BJ from a little child, and it's described that the child has to be good at doing blowjobs, so they ripped out all his teeth and stuff like that.
Oh my god, I need to read this book. It's so much fucking more intense than I thought it was.
The author's phenomenal. It's a really good author.
Yeah.
Guys, come in. Sorry, it's my dog being crazy.
Yeah. I just found the name.
Hello. Let me put away the weapons.
Little ones, come join.
My surprise guest. What? Right, ladies. Little ladies. Okay, let's not talk about that movie anymore. Undead Jess is having his nieces over tonight, and they are both big horror movie fans.
Your mic's out a little bit, Glory.
Can you sound out of it?
You've done something.
I put it on a different setting, so I thought it'd make it easier. I'm supposed to capture. Can you hear me now?
No.
Mm-mm.
How about now?
Mm-mm.
Yes.
Okay. All right, ladies. So you need to talk into this mic, okay?
Okay.
So these are my friends. They love horror movies too. This is my friend Emma from Australia.
She's so interested.
And this is my friend Christina from Denmark.
Hello.
So you want to tell them what kind of movies you guys... And this is Ghoul's Night Out, where girls only talk about scary movies. You guys like scary movies?
Yeah.
We like scary movies. Why? All right. So hit them. Tell them what you guys were watching today with Undead Jess.
We were watching It.
Oh!
Precious.
That is a scary movie.
Yeah.
I like your glasses. You kind of look alike. Rock on.
It's a long movie, though. That's a very long movie.
New version of it. So what do you think of it? Is it ruining your childhood that you're currently in?
What do you mean?
Well, do you feel like by them making a new It movie that it's taking away something special to you?
No, not really.
Yeah, I think that's a very mature outlook on it, ladies.
I think they just got introduced to it today, so I don't.
What else have you guys seen? Like, who are your favorite villains?
Like a superhero?
In horror, in scary movies, like Chucky.
The Scary Clown.
Scary Clown.
And Chucky.
Yeah.
Pennywise and Chucky. What makes them scary, you think?
Chucky. Chucky kills everyone.
I love this.
Because it kills everybody?
Yeah.
But why do you like it anyway? I mean, even though it's scary, I mean, it does scare you, right?
I have a Tiffany doll.
Yeah, you have a Tiffany doll?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Awesome.
But why do you like it even though it's scary?
I like it because it's kind of cool.
That's what I'm saying, girl. That's right, up here. That's right. It's scary, but it's cool. That should be on a bulletin board somewhere. All right, look how cute they are.
Yeah.
They're like,
How old are they?
Why don't you tell them how old you are?
How old are you guys?
I'm 8. I'm 6.
Yeah.
I mean 5.
Sweetie, do you want to sit on my lap so they can see you better? You can come over here. Little Ghoul
Those are
Night
some
Out.
good ages.
Oh, so they're way more brave than Lulz. Lulz, I haven't even shown him some of the movies they've seen, so they're pretty brave.
So what other movies? What other movies have you guys seen lately?
Girls, right?
We haven't watched that yet, though. Yeah.
What
But
else?
I've seen it. Yeah.
You want to tell them what you thought of that one?
I thought Final Girls was really cool because I think it's cool that they go in the movie.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen any movies where there was a hero in it that you were like, yeah, that guy's awesome, like a superhero but in a horror movie?
Batman.
Was Batman in a horror movie? You know, Batman did meet Dracula, I believe, and he was in Scooby-Doo, so I'm gonna say that counts.
But I only see Batman on where he feeds Joker.
Oh yeah.
Only
What do
seen
you
that
guys
one.
think of vampires? Because we're going to talk about vampires tonight.
I think vampires. I mean, they're a little cool. The girl ones look really pretty.
Yeah.
What vampire movies have you guys seen?
What vampire movies have you seen? Oh, you guys can't hear them. I feel so terrible. I forget.
Ah.
There, now you can hear them. They're talking to you. They want to know what vampire.
Okay, what vampire movies have you guys seen?
I have watched one, but I don't know what it's called. I've seen one. I don't know what it's called though.
What was it about?
Well, like, remember Blake? We were in our grandma's big couch, and we were watching this movie where vampires, they like were on trains and stuff, like trying to like bite people.
Vampire on a train. How many vampires were there?
Okay.
A lot.
Can you describe the vampires you saw? Like, was it vampires
Didn't
or
sink.
werewolves?
Vampires.
Are you sure it wasn't werewolves?
Yes. Yes.
Alright.
On Resident Evil, there's vampires and werewolves.
Was it a movie?
Yeah.
And it had vampires on a train.
No, not that one. It's a different one.
Dude, now you're confusing me. Because I would say werewolves on a train would be a movie called Howl. But, yeah, I don't know. Do you guys want to ask my Australian friend or my friend from Denmark any questions?
The Denmark.
This gal here is from Denmark, and they have real fairies there. It's quite impressive.
Hello.
Giant spiders where Emma lives, though, so every day is like a battle for her.
Christina, is there queens in Denmark?
Yes, we have a queen and a crown prince, and a crown princess called Mary, and she's actually from Australia.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
And yes, and the queen is on our coins.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Mhm.
Do you have any questions about Australia, or you want to ask Emma? Also, you know how you were watching my videos earlier on my horror show?
Yeah.
Emma also has a horror show.
Oh. How big are the spiders, Emma?
It's too big to show. Like,
Like, seriously?
That big.
As wide as your arms were?
yeah. And I'm huge. You just can't tell, but I'm like.
Yeah. You see her arms? She's got in her tattoo for every giant spider she's killed with her bare hands.
But we also have koalas and kangaroos and cute animals,
My
so it
mom
evens out.
loves koalas.
Does she?
Yes.
I heard that the koalas are actually mean, that they drop from.
Yeah, they're awful.
It's all a lie. Somebody in our chat, see if you look over here, we have a chat room, and those are my friends in the Gory Hole. And one of our friends named Hell Knight 20 wants to know what your favorite horror monsters are.
Vicky, why don't you do? The scary clown.
Did you know his name is Pennywise? Well, that's one of his names. He has one. Pennywise, the dancing clown.
Yeah.
Good one.
Well, maybe. What was the question?
You like Tiffany? If you want some inspiration, there's some toys. You guys wanna go grab a toy?
On Chucky, I love Tiffany.
Isn't she cool? You want to go get a toy? Go get a toy.
She's cool.
Yeah.
Oh, but I see Freddy.
Do you like Freddy Krueger? Oh,
I
she's
love
pretty.
Harley
That's
Quinn.
Harley Quinn. This is Harley Quinn.
Harley Quinn is one of my favorites.
She's pretty cool.
Why? Why is she one of your favorites?
Because she's pretty.
That's what all the
Good
boys say too.
Yeah.
I like her different colored shoes.
So,
her dress.
you know what I think is really cool about horror movies is unlike a lot of like the superhero movies where you have like Black Widow, but Black Widow doesn't even get her own movie, and you know Wonder Woman's getting a movie, which that's cool. But in horror movies, just about every horror movie you watch, there is a girl who's going to beat up a bunch of monsters. Yeah, it's so cool. Like in the horror movie world, it's like, okay, you know how hamsters, the female ones are tougher? That's what we are in horror movies. We're tougher. We are, because if you watch them, the characters in the movie, if you watch them, it's always a girl most of the time that kills the bad guy at the end. So it's pretty cool. Like,
like on the Final Girls.
like in the Final Girls, remember?
Yeah, she kills the guy who like wants to kill all of them.
Spoiler alert.
But see, not in the Chucky movies, because you need child power, I think, to defeat Chucky.
Yes.
But that's just my own personal theory. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Do you have any more questions or any questions you want to ask the chat?
No.
Like, do you want them to recommend a movie to you or anything?
No.
No, you're good. I respect that. All right, do you guys want to get back to your sleepover and say goodbye to my friends?
Yeah.
Say bye, Emma. Bye, Christina.
Bye, Christina. Bye, Emma.
Yeah, nice to meet you guys.
So nice to meet you.
Oh, there's going to be a Chucky movie later this year, too.
Can you come with me?
I'll go with you.
Okay.
I'll always see a horror movie with you. Up top. Okay, grab a toy and go play with Jess. What, sweetheart?
Can you come walk
The
me down
blue-haired
there
one
with
is
me?
Christina.
Can you walk me down there?
Christina,
Oh, honey, Laws is in the other room.
Yeah?
Laws can defeat anything.
do you have a king?
Please.
Go
Do
knock on
what?
the bedroom door.
Here
Do you have a king?
A cake?
What?
I-
Who's that?
A cake?
Who's
A
that?
king.
A king.
A king.
A king in Denmark. All right.
Who's that? Can you go?
Oh, yeah.
A king.
No, we do not have a king. We do not have a king. We have a queen instead. So we are ruled by
Only girls.
a woman. Yes.
This is so funny.
Oh, so is it just you and I now? Well, pull up a chair, little lady. Pull up a chair. Oh, look, you can see yourself on the camera, huh? Near Dark is a really good movie.
I've never seen that.
It's about a guy who falls in love with a vampire, and there's even a little kid vampire in it, and the little kid vampire goes in the sun and he gets all on fire. It's pretty rad.
Uncle just told us that.
Uncle Jess is doing right by you. I have Elvira over there, too. She's pretty. You want to play with her? And Buffy. Buffy's the coolest. All right, here's Elvira. You can play with her. Yeah, play with Elvira.
Buffy currently on a big watching spree on Netflix.
Oh, really?
With me?
Yeah.
Should we put on a little show for our friends?
Actually, what? How do we
All right, go get Harley. Go get Harley. All right, here we go. I'm Buffy and I fight vampires. What's up, Harley Quinn? Great, you gotta put it on the camera. You gotta do her voice. What is she gonna say?
I don't know.
She's shy.
She can say that.
She can say that.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I have a running nose. All right, well, you talk to my friends for a little bit and make sure they're entertained. Do you know any scary faces? Do you think you could scare them? Oh, no. You don't know any scary faces? My brothers used to put their eyelids inside out. Freak me out.
Ew.
I can do it too, dude. You want to?
Don't do that.
Do you want me to
That's
do
disgusting.
it? You want me to do it?
No.
Do you want me to do it? It's so gross. Oh my gosh, I haven't done this since I was like 12. That's so disgusting.
Oh my god, that's gross.
Is that gross? Totally gross. I have 4 younger brothers, dude. I have 2 stepbrothers and 2 brothers. So, you learn to be pretty
I
gross.
have 2 brothers. One's the one, one's the other. But the one's bigger and he doesn't talk to us anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Well,
wait, Aaron.
are you going to get back to your sleepover? I'll let you take Zombie John Cena with you. Well, he's my best of my toys, pretty much. Do you just want to hang out?
Yeah.
All right, can you scoot over? Do you want to sit on my lap or do you want to scoot over?
Sit on your lap.
You can sit on my lap. All right, because we need to talk about vampires. Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
I don't know any much of vampires.
You don't know very much about vampires?
Yeah, me either. These guys will teach us because I don't know much about vampires either.
So what are the rules about vampires?
I only seen one vampire show on Netflix.
Was it, it was probably, gosh, what is it called? Vampire Diaries.
It's where the grown-ups are vampires and they have an uncle that's a vampire. But the little kids are not vampires.
Is that like a cartoon?
It is, but it's a movie.
That's
Is
cool.
it what's that one? Do you guys know what I feel like I know this one.
Where the grown-ups are vampires and the kids aren't?
Yeah.
There's that
Not-
kid who's not a vampire and he goes into that castle. What's that one called?
I don't know.
It's where
Not the right
their
one?
house is on fire.
Their house is on fire?
Horrific.
Oh, you watched Coraline today. Was that scary?
Uh,
I personally think Coraline's scarier than a lot of adult movies.
Coraline scared me.
it is.
Oh, I love Coraline.
It's
Such a
good, but it's creepy.
Is that a book as well?
What?
Yeah, I read.
Yeah, it's a Neil Gaiman book.
Yeah.
It's really
It's
good.
probably more in depth, I assume.
It's pretty short.
It's actually, yeah, and it's actually very true to the material. I know that the movie they added the little boy character because they said they needed an extra person to make it a bit more dynamic for the big screen.
Yeah.
Well, the main
but
character,
yeah,
the little boy. Wait, no. No, I'm getting it mixed up with the Graveyard book, too. I read them both around the same time. No, yeah, you're right. There isn't a boy in Coraline. There is in the Graveyard book, though.
I don't know what that is. What's that?
The Graveyard book is really good. It's about this boy, and his parents are killed, and he's left in a graveyard, and he can see, like, oh my gosh, I need to reread it. It's been a long time, but yeah. It's this boy who, like, basically is raised in a graveyard by ghosts. And they're his, like, entire family, but he's not a ghost.
Mmm.
It's really good.
I haven't watched
Crazy.
This is Buffy.
it.
She kills vampires, dude. She's the slayer.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Into every generation. One girl.
Okay, so we're gonna go through the basics.
So let's say, Emma, let's start us off. What are the rules about vampires?
I like the traditional ones. Like, I'm very Nosferatu is like my favorite vampire. Actually, probably the only Nosferatu and Interview with a Vampire.
Oh, I love Interview with the Vampire.
Probably my only vampire movies I really, really like. I guess the basics would be, I are they technically the living dead? I guess
they need
some
blood to
of them.
survive. I mean,
were,
that's kind of universal in like almost all of them. They need
But they're,
blood
like-
or energy to survive.
and they're killed by. To be a vampire, you need to be bitten by another vampire.
And then you usually have to drink their blood too.
Yeah, that's a bit
It's
iffy.
a whole sucking
And
thing.
then you have to stay away from crosses. You have to stay away from garlic. You have to stay away from holy water. And the only way to kill you is it either you get a stake through the heart, or does like the king vampire get a stake through the heart? Because there's also that.
Are some movies where if you kill the original vampire, like in Lost Boys, if the other vampires
just like
haven't
werewolf.
fed themselves, that's happened in a few werewolf ones too. But if they haven't fed, then they can be turned back.
Okay.
So you can do a stake through the heart.
I think that's it.
Yeah, the sunlight,
I like her
decapitation.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you should tell her,
I like your dress.
Christina.
Thank you. Thank you.
She's so sweet.
Friday Night is so good. I love Friday Night. Friday Night is about a boy who finds out there's a vampire living next door to him.
I never seen that one.
It's so good. You could go watch it with Uncle Jess. He probably misses you. She just wants to hang out.
So you
Well,
guys,
Yeah, the cool chicks. So
yeah, you guys expand on what I know about vampires. What else happens that I don't understand?
okay, I just
Like-
got.
In
I've
some
got
of the
some of
older
my-
ones, I mean, because it basically starts with, I mean, there have been legends about bloodsuckers since before we'd even started writing books. But I think
Yeah.
the first kind of big official written one was Carmilla, which is about a girl, and another girl says that her mother comes by in a carriage, and she says that the daughter is injured and she needs to be left there because the mom needs to go ahead, and can she stay? And they have so few visitors out there, and she'd already had a guest cancel on her, that the guy, her father, is just overjoyed that his daughter is going to have a companion. So he agrees to it. Well, they kind of develop a sort of a lesbian type relationship, and Carmilla is a vampire. Carmilla starts feeding on her. The girl is in pretty bad shape, but yeah, it's pretty good. And Bram Stoker took a lot of inspiration from that, and a woman who wrote a book called Something Behind the Tree. It's the direct translation of the meaning of the word Transylvania. He got a lot of stuff from that, and then he wrote Dracula, and also stole the name, or borrowed the name, from the Legend of Vlad the Impaler. But in that one, roses are bad, crosses are bad. Well, in the book, crosses, I mean, it depends, because in the movie changes it to where crosses are bad in the movie. They can't cross running water. They have to sleep in their own burial dirt,
Oh.
like the dirt.
And
they
you
were
gotta ask
buried
to
in.
enter the house. Forgot that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. They have to be invited into the
I like
house
that one.
first. They can change into wolves. They can change into bats. Those are so cute.
I got my
But
choices.
what I love about so I don't know if you guys noticed this in the original Dracula, in the 1931 Dracula directed by Todd Browning. If you notice, in the beginning, you have this great scene where the Dracula's wives come out of their coffins, and then you have a slow pull in to Bela Lugosi's Dracula, and it's phenomenal. But then you see these opossums. Like, there's opossums in the crypt, and later on in Dracula's castle, you see armadillos. And the reason why is because
animals
after...
I've never seen. I really want to see.
Well, after
Right.
Phantom of the Opera, which came out beforehand, it was a silent movie, it had a lot of rats in it, and it put off audiences so much. They were so offended that it became kind of a faux pas to have rats on film. Like, that was distasteful. And because Dracula was the first Hollywood-produced horror talkie, they were trying to play it safe, so they thought, well, our armadillos and opossums would be less offensive. Isn't that weird? It's weird.
Yeah,
That's
rats
funny.
are cutest. Like, look at these little faces.
They're adorable.
Yeah, that's so cute.
You want to go look at my toys? Go for it, honey. I'm going to talk to my friends.
I also like the difference between, I feel like there's a huge difference between old school and like new school vampires, obviously. But the number one thing is the really old ones that can actually turn into bats and that are frail, creepy old men, where the new ones are like strong. I feel like that's such a huge difference. And that I really like the weak, like, you know, Nosferatu, like.
Yeah, if you do the vampire like myths, like way back in the day before anything was written down, there was always a lot of talk about vampires in places where there had been heavy rainfalls and floods, because oftentimes when people were buried, they were buried in shallow graves. So when there were these floods outside of town, the graves would, come back up of the ground, and the people, the corpses would be scattered out. And after you die, your gums go back. So your teeth look bigger and sharp.
People think that your nails and hair grow, but it's because your skin is shrinking back. So it would have the appearance that they were.
Yeah, and fluid, like blood and stuff, can come out of your nose and your mouth. So you're like, oh my god, they have been feeding and they're still alive. And, we had to, so we had to drive a stake through their heart and chop off their heads to make sure that they're actually dead. So that was like, the basics for a vampire. Like, it was basically more like a zombie type thing. It wasn't like the gentle.
Yeah, that's why I say the living dead, because
just like with werewolves, where there was cases of psychosis where people had lycanthropy, where they were insane, and that developed into a lot of our werewolf myths. There's also a condition, I can't remember the name of it, but there is a condition where you need blood transfusions to survive, and your skin is extremely delicate, and so you cannot be in any kind of light. You have to have your windows covered up and stuff. And back in the day, blood transfusions weren't as fancy as they are now. I mean, it was almost like literal like bloodletting, and then having to drink the blood. And that led to a lot of our vampire myths too.
Yeah. Plus, it was also seen as a sin because, disease is blood. So it's seen as a sin, to drink.
And you'd be spreading disease because so much of the blood was disease. And it's cool that you mentioned Nosferatu, because Nosferatu has his own little story too. So Nosferatu is really cool, and it was made by I can't remember his name, but it's a German expressionist director, and they didn't quite understand, because films, silent films, hadn't really been around that long. I mean, film was a very new medium, so they didn't understand copyright law, like us YouTubers are so very frequently reminded of. They didn't understand copyright law, and they didn't know that they had to ask Bram Stoker's widow for permission to use the source material. And Nosferatu is basically Dracula. I mean, it follows the same beats, but they just changed the names. So they got in huge trouble for that. And then Bram Stoker's widow demanded that all copies of the film be destroyed. And thankfully, some of them have survived to this day, or we wouldn't have it. But it was kind of like a forbidden film for a really long time there, and you couldn't see it back when it came out.
Yeah, but again, the whole German in the film industry in the 1920s was so far ahead of its time that even today, some of the movies they made, you would be like, wow, oh my god.
Oh yeah, I mean that and Cabinet of Captain Caligari.
That movie is.
But and a lot of people in the time too who did see it believed that Max Schreck, the actor who played Nosferatu, was a real vampire, because they did such a convincing job of making him so bat-like. And that is straight out of the Dracula novel. In the Dracula novel, Dracula is not remotely sexy. He has a bushy, almost unibrow of white hair. He's got long, curly white hair. He's like snaggled.
He's tall and he has like a hunch, and
that's what I love about him. But also on that, there's another movie I'm sure you guys know, Shadow of a Vampire, which is about the act in it. It's John Malkovich playing Nosferatu.
Oh no, it's William Dafoe playing Nosferatu, and John Malkovich is the filmmaker.
Shit. Sorry if kids are still in the room.
I've got headphones on.
Good. Okay. But yeah, that film is so interesting because, Mike was saying it before and he reminded me, but that film is I think it's even more interesting than, just Nosferatu by itself. The fact that he did like such method acting to be in it, that everyone was so scared and didn't want to talk to him on film, on the film set.
And Bela Lugosi did that too. Part of the problem with Bela Lugosi, he's from Hungary, which is very close to Transylvania. And that accent is entirely his accent, the way he speaks. And he was fascinated by the theater at a very young age, and much to his... What's your heart? Yes, of course. Can I go downstairs now? You're bored now. Have fun. I'm going to go close the door.
Okay.
Yeah. I also did because I do Real Faces of Horror, which is that series I do on real people and real cases of horror. I actually did one on Friday about I'm gonna butcher his name. I'll type it in the chat. But the guy from I'll find his name, but it's pretty much he died in 19. He died in 1725, and he was one of the best cases. Peter Blagovic, I think that's how I say it, from Serbia.
Yeah.
He's one of the most like well documented cases of vampires from that far back as well, and he changed a lot of, and it's exactly what you were saying about how they opened the coffin, because people said that he was coming and killing people in the town, or they had all these mysterious deaths after he died, and then they opened the coffin, and then he had the long nails and blood out of his mouth and stuff like that, and that's what they thought. But they also thought in Greece, I think, I don't know what year, but in ancient times back in Greece, they thought that redheads were vampires, and every time a redhead would die, they would have to put a stake through their heart.
Another problem too that led to the vampire myth was a lot of people were mistakenly buried alive because they didn't have the abilities that we have today to tell if somebody was really dead. I mean, you do the mirror test, and if they didn't have a strong enough breath, they're dead. And there's so many cases where your breath is shallow enough that you can appear dead, but you're not dead. And so then these people would come out of the flipping coffin. So that happened a lot, and that was the way of explaining it. But like I was saying about Bela Lugosi, he ended up having to come over to America because where he was living, there was so much like war strife and all these horrible things happening. So he came to America to kind of start a new life for himself, and he was not the first choice to play Dracula, which is just ridiculous because he's actually from very close to Transylvania. But they wanted originally Lon Chaney Sr. Because he had done Phantom of the Opera, and he was kind of a big deal at the time, but he had just died of throat cancer. And then they wanted the bloke from Cabinet of Caligari, but that guy was really nervous about doing an American film, being that he didn't speak the language and talkies were kind of a new thing. Well, Bela Lugosi also didn't speak the language. He'd been doing some plays and stuff, but he did not know English right away, and so he had to learn his parts phonetically. So they would tell him the words to say in English, and that's why his pronunciation is like, I want to suck your blood, because he does have an accent, but he's also saying it very slowly to try to make sure he's pronouncing it correctly, because he didn't understand half the words he was saying.
Crazy.
It becomes a trait of the character that he's playing, the slow pronunciation.
And that's become everything we know about how vampires are supposed to look, like the cloak, all that. That wasn't from the book. That was from the movie. I mean, he kind of set the precedent for how we see vampires, at least until modern days with the sparkly vampires. So the cloak, the medallion, the slicked back hair, the accent, he does so much in that role, and so much with his eyes. They did this brilliant technique of kind of just lighting his eyes but keeping him in shadow when he does the hypnotic stare that is just so brilliant. And he wanted that part so bad. He lobbied for it because, like I said, he wasn't the first choice. So he was writing letters, which is already difficult because his English was not the greatest at the time. He was writing letters to Bram Stoker's widow about how passionate he was about being in the movie and how much, he wanted to do it and stuff, and trying to get her to back him. And she did really like him. And he ended up getting the part, but he got it at a quarter of the price they offered the other people, which was in part because of the Great Depression and they had run out of money to make the movie, but also just because they could, because he wasn't a big name actor. I mean, nobody knew who Bela Lugosi was, so. It's crazy.
Until now.
Oh, yeah, he's huge now. He's awesome.
That's crazy. So, Christina, what have you got? I know you've got a lot of books there. You have a lot of source material.
Yes. My favorite one, I have a review on it on my blog, but it's this one. I don't know if you can see it. Called Gothic.
Mm-hmm. What's that one about?
Yep.
Is it fiction?
No, it's a non-fiction. It's basically what do you call literature? Now I forget the word. My English is failing me.
Your English is perfect.
Basically, it's it's about Gothic fiction. So he's basically talking about from the beginning, from the 1750s, 80s, something, and then all the way to pretty much today. And so you have this progression of Gothic ideas, and then slowly you see new characters coming along, like the vampire, and the time when it came along, there was also this big idea about the uncanny, and there was Edgar Allan Poe and stuff like that, and homely Gothic, as he calls it, like where the danger is your home, or you have your home, and that's the only safe place you have. Like, when the vampire has to be invited in, that's part of that as well. So basically, if people want to know about Gothic fiction, like, this is your Bible. This will tell you everything. Yeah. So, and then I just got this book. I'm currently reading it. Love in Vain, Vampire Erotica. And Bobby C. Wright chose the stories.
And erotica's like been a big part of vampire stories, and certainly since, I mean, not so much in Dracula. There's nothing sexy about Dracula in the book. That's the movie. But the movie, I mean, the way Bela Lugosi portrays him, like with that kind of saunter, I mean, he thinks he's like the cat's pajamas, dude. And he kind of is, because he's kind of got it going on. But, he brought that to that, and I think it left this big impression of, like, sexy people. Also, like I said, Carmilla, if you haven't read that, that's a sexy-ass book. It's not even that long. I mean, I'm not even into chicks, but, like, dude, that's a sexy-ass book.
If you read the original Dracula by Bram Stoker, I mean, there's a lot of sex in that, and, the new woman kind of thing. So, again, you see with Lucy, like, she becomes very sexualized.
Well, Lucy was pretty sexual from the start, though.
Yeah. So that's also why she was the one to fall, because of that in the book.
And they changed that, too, from the movie, because, like, in the movie, they really had to play it safe. And so much, like, most of, like, Lucy's part is completely cut down, because Lucy is very sexual. Lucy has a lot of suitors, more like in the 90s remake. And they do mention that she's killing children, but I mean, there's a lot more graphic detail about Lucy's story that never made it into the 1931 film. And even just little things I wouldn't think are such a big deal, but when Mina is turned into a vampire, she sucks a wound from Dracula's chest, and they thought that was too sexual for the film, and so they don't show it. Which
so that's
it's pretty. Yeah,
so it's a lot of undertones, overtones, and all that stuff. So vampires, that is a sexual thing. It's the exchange of fluids, and you're biting and
penetration.
All that sucking in there. But yeah, when it comes to playing it safe in the American cinema, like when the Germans, where they basically learned all their crafts from, and when you also they also developed the technology for talkies. Like they were not playing it safe. There was so much sex in German cinema in the 1920s. They had a movie called Different from the Others. I don't know if you've seen that, but it's basically about this violinist. He is homosexual, and he gets seduced by another violinist. And the violinist who seduces him is doing it because he wants to blackmail and get money from him. And it's a very tragic story, and the homosexual violinist ends up committing suicide. And the movie ends with this great sexual scientist, Magnus Hirschfeld, who was also a homosexual and a Jew and a social democrat and very liberal, talking to the crowd and saying, we need to make sure that homosexuals have the exact same rights as everyone else, because they're just people.
That's way ahead of his time, too.
Yeah. So that's
but like I was saying, like, Carmilla is too. I mean, that's a real, I can't even remember the year of it, but that's an old ass novel, and it was not shy about the lesbianism in it. Like, that was what the book was about.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's always around, right? It's not a new thing.
And not just lesbianism, but young girls. I mean, they're like 14 and 16. Well, obviously Carmilla's not really, but she's portrayed.
What year is it from?
Carmilla?
Is it 18 something?
It's 18 something, but I need to look it up.
Okay, because like in the Victorian era, it was very normal. Like you will have women living together, before they got married, and there was this thing about it was accepted for them to have sort of a sexual relationship.
Well, there's a thing called, I can't remember what it's about, but D.H. Lawrence talked about it a lot, and that's why you see a lot of that in his early works, like The Fox, because men would like die or go to war or whatever. Women would be left alone, and sometimes like they'd each have kids, and so one of them would work, and there's a word for it. It's like I can't remember it, but a lot of times it was strictly platonic. But then also it made it more acceptable for people who really were lesbians to kind of live together, because a lot of other women were doing it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Carmilla Came out in 1871. And Dracula was 1897.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty old.
Crazy.
Oh, by the way, I found the name of the guy who wrote Let den Rette come in, or Let the Right One In.
Oh,
It's
John something.
John
Alquist?
Linguist.
Yeah,
Linguist.
I cannot pronounce his name. Worth balls.
I'm gonna go buy that book. I want to read it now.
You really should.
I don't
It's
read very often, but I want to read that. You've convinced
Like,
me.
it's amazing. Like, there's pedophilia, there's a lot of gore, and, you know, vampires, and friendships, and all of that stuff.
Get into his work, he has a short sequel to that in an anthology book he did that also has a sequel to one of his zombie novels. But all of his work is great. I mean, I haven't read everything he's done, but everything I've read so far is really good. Like, he writes genuinely horrifying fiction.
Yeah. And, you know, a lot of the stuff, like, when you're talking about, you know, why there isn't a lot of, like, Danish horror movies, and in general, like, there's not a lot of Scandinavian horror movies. But the thing is, like, when you read our crime fiction and stuff, it's very gory and very horrific. So we might not have, like, strict horror fiction here, like, as a big genre, but our crime fiction, especially Swedish crime fiction, like, you should read that. It's always a lot of gore and, you know, a lot of abuse and stuff.
He's Swedish, the author of Let the Right One In, right?
Yeah. So, I'm not sure I can pronounce it. La den Rette kom in, or something like that.
Yeah, you will do a better job than we will.
Oh, definitely. We will butcher it.
Yeah. I'm so bad at pronunciation.
Well, to be fair, Danish is one of the most difficult languages in the world. I think it's like number 11 or something on the list.
So do you just speak English and Danish?
I study English at university.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
So is that like the
And then you can speak a little bit of German, though.
You're required to have German in Denmark. You know, they are our biggest neighbors. So you have German for 3 years. I can barely remember any of it, but you're supposed to have it for 3 years. Either that or French. You can also have French.
Yeah, where I grew up in England, French was kind of like the one that they taught you in school, and then when you come to America, it's Spanish. Like,
Yeah.
Spanish on you pretty hard. I mean, especially like in my town is about 50-50 Hispanic and white people. So knowing at least some Spanish is pretty good, especially if you want a decent taco.
Which is quite interesting because where I grew up, the language that we learned, which is I grew up in the northern side of Australia. So this isn't true for all Australians, but where I grew up, it was Indonesian that you learnt in school.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Do you know
pretty...
any Indonesian?
A little bit. I can't remember a lot. Like Selamat pagi is like good morning. Fuck, I'm like on the spot now.
Oh, you don't have to.
I can't remember a lot. I mean, Tidak is no. I remember the key ones. Like I've been to Indonesia like 3 or 4 times. But yeah, there's a lot of like they speak a lot of English over there anyway. So especially in like, Bali, because Bali's like just tourism trap. Yeah,
like it's the same here in Denmark with English because again we're such a small country. So the one thing that we can really do something about is our language. So like. I started learning English when I was like 9 years old, and I think they're supposed to learn it now when they're like 7 years old.
Wow.
And you have it pretty much all throughout school. And at one point, I remember we were told that, okay, now you have to choose between American English and British English.
Honestly, I wish they would have taught us that in school because you think it's the same language. I came here, I had an English accent, I was 10. I didn't understand half the shit people were saying to me. Because they were using slang. They use so much slang in America, and I think that was the biggest challenge for me. And because people, especially when you're different in grade school, are not willing to offer up a lot of information. So I just watched a lot of like Beavis and Butthead and cartoons and stuff to kind of like. I mean, there's still sometimes phrasings where I'm just like, what the fuck, but. There's a lot of slang here, and then on top of that, there's especially where I live in Suffolk. We have our own slang there and such too. So you would say things and people like would not understand a word you were fucking saying. My mom actually got me a British American dictionary, which is like the stupidest thing ever. But yeah, I mean they're very almost different languages to a degree. I mean you can understand what each other's saying. I'm sure like with Australia too.
Oh my god, we have so much slang. But
Yeah.
it's the same. I think it's the same anywhere. Like, you just, yeah. Even in New Zealand, like, sometimes I have some of my, like, we call them Kiwis, Kiwi friends, and they'll say something to me. I'll be like, what are you talking about? It's just different words for different things. I only just figured out what what do you call in America, like a coffee machine is called like a Keurig?
Well, that's a brand name, but yeah.
Yeah, but I didn't realize that was why people called it that. I thought that's what they just called coffee machines there. Like when they put the pods in, Christina, if you don't know what I'm talking about, when they put the pods in the machine, it's called a certain brand over there, which is a Keurig. And I just assumed that's what they called them all, which that happens in a lot of different countries. Like we have eskies, which is what you guys, I don't know what you'd even call an esky. It's like where you put ice and...
Oh, no. Sorry.
It's like when you put ice in a box to put your beers in.
Oh, you told me about that one. I have no idea what that is. No.
Yeah, well, we call it an esky, and in New Zealand they call it a chili box.
We have coolers. I mean, I guess we have that. We have.
I guess it'd be a cooler.
You could get like a styrofoam or a plastic container, and then you fill it with ice, and you put.
Yeah. I guess you call it a cooler over there, but it's just a brand. And those things become slang, and you don't even realize that that's where
like Kleenex or Band-Aid.
Oh yes. Oh, what do you guys?
Like in England, we would call them plasters, and so you'd say, "I need a plaster," and people look at you like you're a fucking retard. But over here, it's Band-Aid and Kleenex.
Yeah, we call it Band-Aid.
You know,
Kleenex is a brand. Yeah, where we call it tissue.
Yeah, tissue.
Yeah.
So, but plaster, that's actually a Danish word or a Nordic word, plaster.
Well, it's just it's got a plastic backing on it, but that's what they say in England.
Yeah.
Funny.
But they probably, I mean, you know, like I said, you know, we have so much Viking, like, culture, at least where I lived in Suffolk in East Anglia. I mean, East Anglia was even named by the Vikings. So, it's entirely possible, like, a lot of what we grew up with came from them.
Over there. So, there was the Danelaws and stuff over in England, and I'm currently, studying the history of the English language and, the impact that the Old Norse had on English.
Oh, that's really interesting because we didn't get it focus on like specific areas a lot, but I was an English major in university, and like that was the most fascinating part. How like you learn how words we've had for forever, how they've changed spelling and stuff just because of like invasions or changes in the culture. It's so fascinating. Like it's just awesome. Like we've had so many words that have just changed just because of the way things are used, and that's why I do kind of get I try not to be a grammar nerd because nobody likes that, but there are a few little things that I get a little picky about because if we abuse our language, it will change our language. That's why it annoys the fuck out of me when like I hate it like when people say further when they mean to say farther. Further is like a figurative distance. Farther
you hate me then.
I fucking hate that. It happens in like every fucking movie
so
too.
Improper.
Because in movies they're always talking about we need to get to the lighthouse, and they should be saying we have to go a little bit farther. It's a little further into the woods. It's fucking oh my god, it's fucking farther. All right, it's farther. Okay, you're talking about literal distance. It is fucking farther. Drives me crazy because if we keep misusing that, it will change the meaning of the word. Or like how when people mispronounce things, and I don't know about your guys' countries, but in America, holy shit, I'm guilty of it on a lot of things too, though a lot of it is because some of my pronunciations I just can't get right for the life of me, and so I don't know. My accent's kind of like a mutt. Like I have so much like British slang mixed with American slang, mixed with like Italian swear words, and I don't know. I still just don't even know how to.
To me, you just sound American. To me, you just sound fully American.
Yeah, and that's what like my family in like England and stuff says too. But
yeah, I don't know. Like, how did your accent change so much? It's insane.
Because I had to work on it. I got bullied so awfully. There was a boy who I had a Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles backpack, and he would take it away from me because it's Ninja Turtles over here. And the girls thought I was stuck up for some reason because of my accent, but I was just really shy. And they would tell me, because they're used to hearing on television, you hear like either like East Ender type accents or like the proper like BBC stuff, but you don't get a lot of movie stars from Suffolk. So I'd have people, or they just because they were stupid, they would constantly correcting me on how I spoke. That's not how English people say it. It's the, not the. I fucking was the one who just moved from that country. Eat my shit, you little Yankee brat. Oh my God. So my life was a living hell. This kid would like throw rocks at me and stuff. And like someone asked me in the chat if I still can, and I do find that when I'm talking to my family, because most of my family is English, so if I'm Skyping them or whatever, my husband says, or if I'm talking to my mom, which like my mom sounds, I guess I don't really think about it, but like when we go back to England, everyone says my mom sounds very American, but everybody over here says my mom has a very thick accent, so it's just bizarre. I'm thinking about having my mom on for Ghouls Night Out for Mother's Day. Oh my gosh, do it. If anybody has their mum and wants to have them on the show, that would be fun.
My mum doesn't live near me, unfortunately, which sucks because my mum is like really cool.
My mum lives near Seattle, but she can Skype me. But yeah, I had to work really, really hard on it, so I get really insecure about it. And you know how like when you think about words, they don't make sense anymore. You're like, oh, the word fork, and then I don't know. I get really a lot of anxiety about it. But if I drink a lot, and I've been told even on past streams I've done it, it starts to come out. And there are just a few words. So like if I'm around family, if I drink a lot, and there are a few words where I know how I'm supposed to say it, but some of them are harder than others, like schedule, frog, aluminium. You know, I understand.
That's not even a word here.
Yeah.
Aluminium. That's so funny. And what do you guys? Oh, there's so many words that we just say so different. Like, don't you say privacy over there instead of privacy?
It's privacy in British English. It's privacy in American English. But like that's one that I've got down pretty well. Things like schedule are really hard. For some reason, I can't get that one's just really hard.
Schedule.
Yeah. And when I first moved here, too, because, like, it's, you know, I speak, it took me a while to get it, you know, I did. But when I first moved here, I remember thinking that everyone talked so slow. Like, I feel like I was waiting forever for every American person I talked to get through a damn sentence. I'm just like, why do they talk so slow?
Really?
And that's something I'm still told today is that I talk very, very fast. But
I thought Americans talked fast.
I think they talk really slow, at least where I live.
I guess it depends where they're from, though. Because
I think it depends, like, because the first few people I talked to, like, my principal had a very southern accent. And I remember the first thing he said to me was, where the hell did you get an accent like that, little girl? And I'm just like, whoa, what planet are you from? But, I mean, I think it's fascinating. I love learning different people's slangs. I like hearing different people's accents and stuff. So it's really cool.
Like, I can't do an accent really in English. Like,
Oh my god, try though.
Can you guys do an American accent?
Because they're easy to make fun of.
Oh, this is fun.
Right, lads. Just 20 more like that, then we can party. I wasn't good at that.
That sounded pretty awesome.
It was kind of British, but yeah.
My son does that. We'll be watching a movie with Brits in it, and he'll be like, they're Australian, Mom. I'm like, no.
Yeah, it's such a weird difference that I can't even put my finger on what the difference is, but it's so crazy. Even New Zealand accents, you guys would never be able to tell the difference.
That's what's really funny is my mom has lived in America since 1990, so she's lived in America a long time, and she still has an accent. But she obviously, like, it's so funny because she'll be like, she always calls me dude. She calls me short hairy dude. Like, this is you should meet my mother.
Very flattering.
I know. Short hair. My mom loves me. But yeah, a lot of people, because her accent doesn't sound her accent doesn't sound like what you would expect a typical Brit, because it's gone through some changes. Some people think my mom sounds like she's from New Zealand, which I just think is completely just bizarre. But you know, a lot of people get them all mixed up.
Yeah, I know that when it comes to like accents and stuff, we had some sort of we had to take a class at uni when we started studying English, and we had this guy who studies the brain when it comes to English and stuff. And apparently scientists have found that if you are a non-English speaker and you move to an English-speaking country, if you're younger than 12, you can pretty much grow up and have little to no accent. If you're above the age of 12, you're pretty much bound to have an accent for the rest of your life because the way your brain is wired.
So that makes sense. Yeah.
I think being that I was about 11 when I moved here, and so I would have to disagree with that too. I mean, because I've lived it. Because you learn how to speak in a certain language, you know. So I learned how to pronounce like a lot of the words I learned as a teenager, like slang stuff, was super easy for me to pick up an American accent because it's the first time I heard it. But some things that are so ingrained in you, like mom and dad and going to the paper shop and things like that, that is so hard because, I mean, think of anything you learned as a child, you know, like your nicknames for things and stuff. It's I don't know. I think it's easier when you're younger, but
I mean, it has to do with your brain, because when you're like 0 to 1 years old, your brain is wired to pick up on any speech sound that can possibly be made by human vocal cords. And when you turn like 11 to 12 months old, your brain shuts that off, and only because then it has concentrated on the ones that it hears on a daily basis, you know, from your parents or your family. So it shuts that off. So, and then you can only...
I've heard stuff like that before too, but I mean, different people are different, and so certain people are going to
I think it's different people.
And get language. Like I spoke pretty early on. My mom said I was speaking pretty early, before a year, whereas my son didn't start speaking until he was almost 2. So, I mean, language is different for all of us and how quickly we pick it up and stuff. And I don't think it's like, it's especially hard when you have children, because there's all these milestones and they say, oh, they should be lifting their head up then and stuff. And it really freaks you out, because if your kid doesn't do that on that exact month mark, you freak out. But it's just, you know, people are going to progress at their own rates.
Yeah, but when we were taught about it, something has to do with like how many hertz you hear it at and stuff. So like, and the frequency. So, you know, like a D sound like a D, or a T sound like a T. Like when the D sound changes to a T sound, you know, like phonetically, like that spectrum, depending on where you grew up and what your native language is, you know, that moves on the spectrum. So it would change at a different place depending on your native language. So that's why a lot of Japanese people, you know, in Death Note, you know, they say, oh, Kira, that's the English word for killer, but because the Japanese language is structured so that the R sound and the L sound sound similar to them. They cannot hear the difference.
Yeah.
So that's why they mix them up.
Yeah. You know what's really funny? I had a guy that I went to uni with, and he had the strongest American accent that I've ever heard. And then I found out he grew up in England. And what happened was he just watched a lot of American TV as a kid.
Well, that's
and
how
he had
I got my American accent. Was I mean, I'd already been familiar with it because most of the movies, I mean, we watch a lot of English telly, but most of the movies I'd seen were American, because America like kind of dominates movies.
My life.
But yeah, when I really wanted to focus on it, I mean, I'd never had a reason to before, but when I really wanted to focus on it, my dad had an American accent, which helped a lot too. But we just watched, like, they used to have on MTV like day-long marathons of Beavis and Butthead, and I remember we would watch a lot of that and Ren and Stimpy and stuff, and you just kind of copy it and just keep listening to it. But American accents, I feel like, are easier that way because, yeah, I mean, there's so much on television and in movies and stuff, and it's even made it to where, like in England, you can tell what parts of England someone's from by their accent, like pretty close.
Oh yeah, they have really strong
different accents. You can tell the difference between somebody from the Pool to somebody from Wales. Somebody from the East End.
Can't understand.
Yeah, you can.
They're very, very different accents.
Absolutely.
For such a small country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can
Same
narrow
in
it down
Denmark,
pretty.
Oh really?
Easily.
Yeah, like if you have like Danish movies and stuff, or like just the news, if you talk to someone from some of the French parts, you know, there would be subtitles because otherwise people cannot understand each other. And
wow.
Even my grandparents have a dialect called Sallingmål, and you know, sometimes when I've talked to them, they will say some words, and I'm like, I have no idea what you're telling me. Like, you have to translate into like, you know, modern Danish because I have no idea what you're saying. So, for example, lys, like a candle, like you know, you switch on.
Mm-hmm.
Like we would, the word I've always learned, like that's a normal Danish word, is lys. They would say pros, lys, pros. So very different words.
Yeah, interesting.
Yes, and I remember when I was a little kid, sometimes I would visit them, and I was like, I have no idea what you're saying, Grandma. I can't.
That's great.
And you know, I think a lot of it too also depends on, I mean, like your parents teach you language, you know, I mean, that's usually the first place you learn your language from. And in my family, well, my dad's Italian American. So my dad, like, he gets pissed off. He swears in Italian and stuff. So he's not like the best example of where to learn your American accent from, because my dad's kind of a mutt too. But my primary examples were my mom, and beyond that, I had no other family here. So we talked to my grandmom and my granddad and my aunts and uncles and stuff, and they're all English. So, you know, and if I did say anything American, it's such like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because at school, the more American I spoke, the easier it is for me to fit in. And I ended up transferring schools once I really got the American accent down. It took me about a year. And nobody could tell the difference. But I talked to my grandma, who I worshipped my grandmother. She's like was my favorite person in the whole world. And I would say American things like, "Aw, man." And she'd go, "Aw, man," like totally make fun of me. Like she did that until like the end. Hey, dude. Like, Grandma, that's not what I sound like. That's not it at all. But my aunts and uncles do that to me too. So like, oh my God, we have a shop called Old Navy in America. It's a division of Gap.
I've heard of it. Yeah.
My uncle, I was over there visiting, and he was like hanging up some clothes of mine on the line, and he's like, "Old Navy. Nobody in the Navy would wear anything like this with like a skirt." Oh, dude, being a mutt is hard.
I'm just gonna go to the bathroom really quick. I need a pee so bad.
Do you want to? Oh, it's only 9:33. I'll just talk to MothAngel.
2 seconds.
Okay.
I put a cough up in my mouth, so hopefully it's not like gross.
No, it's not. Like I said, at one point I might go get breakfast because I might get hungry. So.
Oh my gosh, because you're in the morning.
Yeah, it's currently 6:30 a.m. and it has gotten a bit lighter outside, so hopefully I'll get a nice sunrise.
9:30 here, and it's pitch black outside.
Yeah. Well, it's getting better.
What I think is really interesting is when you take something that's a popular legend, like vampires, and you see how different it is around the world. And I don't know too many differences around the world. I mean, because it seems like the British-American ones are fairly similar, and it just depends on the film. Yeah. But like in Japanese movies, you have like the hopping vampires and stuff. Like, that's so cool.
Like, I remember one of the first like vampires I really encountered was from Spider-Man, you know, the animated series.
Morbius?
With the Morbius, and he was like, he called him Plasmius or something in Danish, and you know, he had these things in his hand, and he was sucked from people, and it was just like so awesome.
That is cool.
Yeah.
What was your first introduction to vampires? Was that it, Morbius?
Plasmius? Yeah, I would say so. Yeah, I would say that was the one, and Buffy as well.
Ah, Buffy.
Yeah, Buffy. Though I didn't watch it religiously, so now that I have Netflix, and I'm like,
gosh.
I can watch it now. So I'm currently.
Buffy is my all-time favorite show, and I talk about Buffy like people talk about meeting their spouse. Like, I worship Buffy. When that show was coming out, I was in high school. I loved the movie. The movie came out when I was in middle school. I was so jazzed to see it, and unfortunately, we didn't get it in my town. It didn't come on any of the channels we had over here. So I just kind of was like, well, there's nothing I could do about it because we didn't have the internet then, so it's not like I could go find it streaming online. You either had it on cable or you didn't, and I didn't. So I went to the shops, and I saw, I still have it. It's called The Watcher's Guide, and it tells you about every single fucking episode. And I just bought it, even though I'd never seen the show. And I completely just boned up on everything Buffy, and I loved it so much, and I'd never actually seen the show. And then I found out that there was novelizations of the episodes. So I started buying those. And then finally we got it on VHS, and you got half the season of season 1. You got 6 out of 12 episodes. So I had seen them, but I was like trying to get anything Buffy I could because we didn't get it here. And finally, I made friends with a gal I worked with. I worked at an entertainment shop here called Hastings. Yeah. And we were unpacking these Buffy action figures. I'm like, oh my God, I love Buffy so much. And she had moved from Spokane, where they did get it. And it was so funny because this was the 90s. So you had the internet, but it wasn't quite like the internet now. Like, it would take like 30 seconds for a picture to fully reveal itself on the monitor. Like, everything was slow. But chat rooms were quite big. Yeah. Well, my mate, she was a big Xena fan. and we couldn't get
I
Xena
remember
here
Xena.
either. So she was friends with a gal in like California who was into Xena, and she would record the episodes on VHS tape and mail them to her. And for me, she started having to record Buffy and mailing it to us. So to watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer, a girl I knew at work was asking a girl she knew over the internet in California to record Buffy on her VCR and mail it to her so I could come over and watch it. It was it was until 6th season that I actually got to watch it on, because that's when we got the WB here. But
like
it was worth it.
like the 90s, like yes.
Worth it. I have watched Buffy forwards and backwards. Like I've had so many times. I read the comics now. I'm more than a little Buffy obsessed.
Like I know that you know, I like I say, you know, I missed a lot of stuff over here because we didn't get it. But for the longest time, I remember we only had 2 TV channels. Like for the longest time, and we only had 2 TV channels, Danish radio and TV2. Like those were the 2 channels we had. So and you know, when you started getting more channels, it became very expensive and stuff like that. It wasn't easy to get.
There's so many channels here, but I don't get.
Yeah, so it you know, it came slowly, like as I grew up. But for the longest time, I remember we only had 2 channels. And when my parents got divorced, my dad actually got cable, so we could watch Cartoon Network at his place, and that was like the coolest thing ever. But the first time I watched Cartoon Network, I think it was in Norse or Swedish. Like we didn't get the Danish one until like a few years in.
In the chat, the obtruse one says he traded episodes of Friends with a guy in England for episodes of Red Dwarf. That was one of the really comforting things about living here is we had a channel called PBS, and they would do Red Dwarf marathons like all day. So like that was nice because you didn't get a lot of English television here. And somebody else asked me if I had friends in the U.S. military over in the UK. I lived on an American Air Force base for a little while. I lived, when I was a baby, my mom met my dad when he was in the Air Force, and he was on RAF Bentwaters, which is really, really cool. I actually need to ask my mom about this because I just found out about this recently. But one of the biggest UFO sightings in English history, it apparently happened like 6 months before I was born on RAF Bentwaters. Like, my mom has to know about this. I have to ask her about this. I haven't been able to get her on the phone recently, but I looked it up recently. It was really cool. And then we lived in Ipswich off base for a bit. And then, you know, when you're in the military, you move around a lot. So then we lived in Oxfordshire for a while in Banbury. And that was RAF Upper Hayford. And that's where... around there, they did a lot of nuclear testing, so you actually can't go there anymore. If you watch World War Z, where they have the footage of like the deer and all that in the overgrown areas, that's all taken from there because you can't actually live there anymore because of possible radiation. But most of those Air Force bases in the UK are actually closed down now. I don't think the American military presence in the UK is not what it was in the 80s when I was a kid. So, oh my gosh, you went to RAF Upper Hayford too, Felix? I grew up there, dude. I went to school there. So, yeah, a lot of those, you can't go back to those bases. So I don't have any friends currently who live on any military bases because everyone I know, either their parents left the service eventually or they ended up going to another country like I did. So, I mean, my dad wasn't in the military anymore after he left because they're just, I don't know. It was the Gulf War and a whole bunch of other stuff that it's really boring and we're not going to talk about on Ghouls Night Out.
Okay, so Trevor, he was like mentioning a show that I mentioned to him like a long time ago called The Tribe. It's an Australian show.
Oh yeah?
I've never heard of it.
It was something
Survivor?
Every Sunday that there came an episode, and I remember watching it with my mom, and I recently found apparently all the seasons are on YouTube. And it's like the worst acting ever. But it's so much fun. It's basically a kind of an apocalyptic story that there was a virus and everyone over like the age of 22 or 23 would die.
I know what you're talking about.
We have a show like that here on Netflix called Between. Is it like the same thing?
I don't think so. So you see all these kids and
This
they'll be
is
very
retro. Yeah.
like
there's
gothy
a
cyberpunk
show.
outfits and makeup, and they'll be divided.
Yeah, I
into
remember that being on TV actually.
I haven't watched it, but there's a show on Netflix called Between that I haven't watched because my mom told me it wasn't very good. But like everyone over the age of like 16.
Yeah, I think it's in a couple of shows. There's a few. things like that. There's one over everyone over 21. There was some movie or some TV show where everyone, when they turn 21, they find out that some secret. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? It was a trailer. And when you turn 21, you find out the big secret of life or something. Someone in the chat is bound to know.
I know what you're talking about. Shit.
Yeah.
Not The Choice.
I think it's a common theory.
The Giver.
The Giver?
You don't die. You learn the secret of how the world works. And
what is the secret?
You gotta read the book, dude, or watch the movie.
I'm not 21 yet, so I.
Basically, they find out that they are basically programmed. You get programmed to behave a certain way. So the only reason they have peace is because they're essentially turned into robots. You can't, you don't have any kind of free will. So then this kid ends up, he's like the new prophet, so he turns everything around. There's like 3 books. It's a thing. Logan's wrong to kill you.
Christina, when did you watch this show? Like back when you were a kid? Was it on TV? Is that?
Yeah, I think like the early 2000s. I think we had something called the Bugs Bunny Sunday Club, Snorsnupsklub. And
that sounded so cool. Say it again.
Sure. I got that.
Okay.
Snorsnupsklub.
That's insane.
Spooky's 21. Spooky, you're like 26, right?
Yeah, 27.
27.
Dude, she's not 21. She's totally 27, like mature and shit.
I'm 27. How old are you? Wait, Christina, are you 27 too? Did you say?
Yeah, I'm 27.
Hey, same age. High five.
Yeah, I'm 27 too. Totally 27. So I'm 35. I'll be 36 in May. I'm old as crap, dude.
Wait, you're doing well for your age.
You look so... I thought you were my age. Like, really.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're immature is what she said.
I get that a lot.
No, you're super knowledgeable. You know about everything.
Because I've had more years, dude.
Huh?
Because I'm an old lady, dude. I've had like years to learn about this shit.
Nice try.
But no, we would have this and it was like a TV show on Sundays. It would be like 2 or 3 hours, and there'd be like a children's panel, and they would show like a little Warner Brothers cartoon in between, and they would have some sort of pop star comment. Yeah, so, and they would always end with either like a big Warner Brothers production, what's they call Saki Wacky or.
Like the Mickey thingies. Yeah, I know what you mean. Those little.
I can't remember what they're called.
The cartoons. Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah.
Like Silly Symphonies or
they're like Looney Tunes. They're Looney Tunes. They're like a division of Looney Tunes. I don't know what they're called.
One that Field worked on. Yeah. But it's a Hello Nurse thingy. I remember that.
Animaniacs.
Yeah, that's it.
It would either end with that or Freakazoid or Batman the Animated Series.
And then probably not a compliment, but I've been told quite regularly that I remind people of Dot from Animaniacs.
I totally see that. I love it.
But yeah, so when that would end, that was basically for kids. They would have the teen shows, and it would basically be like The Tribe and stuff like that, and there would be these other Australian shows as well.
Did you get Saddle Club? Did you guys get Saddle Club?
Saddle Club. I don't remember.
Horses.
When I was growing up, we had a whole Australian channel, but I don't remember. All I remember being on there was tons of reruns of Neighbours and Heart to Heart, all day. Oh, and
Heart to Heart, Heartbreak High.
They did have this really good Australian show. Maybe you can help me remember the name of it. It was really good. It wasn't
Round the Twist, was it?
No. It was about these 3 teenagers, but they had the ability to teleport. It was really cool. They teleported everywhere, and they
Anyone?
Damn it!
I don't know. You should
Google it.
Show LOL's Round the Twist though, because that is actually such a creepy TV show, and it's a kids TV show. It's so good.
How do I find it? It's on DVD.
Yeah, but you could probably find some of it online, easy, because it's quite famous.
It's the Tomorrow People.
Oh no, never heard of it. Round the Twist is about a family that are all kind of misfitty, and they go and they live in a light tower, and they all these spooky paranormal stuff happens to them, every episode something different happens, and it's really good.
Yeah,
It sounds kind of like, have you guys seen Over the Garden Wall?
Yeah, isn't that just
Is it kind of like
Isn't that the animation?
Yeah, it's animated.
No, this is real. Like, and they have. I don't know how to explain it. It's really good though.
I've seen it. Like, there's one where like the brother becomes impregnated with it.
Yes.
And one where the girl becomes telepathic because she gets like this magic perm. And
Yeah.
That is
It's
crazy.
really cool.
We have shows like that
They're
in
one of the
America,
best
like Erie, Indiana.
I never heard of that. One of the best ones though is when the guy he gets like this curse put on him, and he can't finish any sentence without saying "without my pants."
What?
So he's like, "I'm gonna go to school without my pants,"
That's hilarious.
and he has to like go through entire day, and it's just really funny, but it's also like spooky, and there's like a ghost throughout all of the seasons. It's really clever. There's even one that's about where babies come from, and they're like growing this cabbage patch in the backyard. Yeah.
Babies. I could tell you all about where they come from. I did that.
There's also one where I remember there was one. My favorite one was where the girl, her shadow, rebels because she's such a prude, and it rebels.
Yes, you need to watch it. It's really good.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds like some shows we've had in America, like Erie, Indiana, or God, what's something? Are You Afraid of the Dark?
Oh yeah, I love Are You Afraid of the Dark? I love that show when I was a kid. But yeah, totally recommend it. It's on Netflix here, but I don't know if it'll be on Netflix there. But see if it is, because totally worth it. Such a good TV show for kids, because it used to creep us out. But
what does round the twist mean? Does that mean like round the bend?
It's like going around the it's actually like the theme song kind of explains it, but going around the twist is like. I mean, I guess it's not a saying until the TV show came on, but it's like weird when something weird happens. You go around the twist. That's literally the theme song. It's hard to explain. You got to watch it. It's just when something strange happens.
We don't have it on our Netflix.
Oh, dang. But you can probably find like a torrent.
I'll find it.
I mean, a legal torrent.
Absolutely.
What's a torrent?
I don't know, dude.
Oh, by the way, Gory, like I watched all the movies that you sent to me, so thank you.
I legally sent you? Yeah, totally.
That I borrowed from you to watch.
Absolutely.
Yes.
How else are you going to send a movie to someone in Denmark?
Oh my god, it'll probably be very expensive for you. I could imagine. But yeah, I was talking to my sister because one of her friends is also at university, and apparently, because like media is a big thing to study, there's a database that, since I'm currently a student, I can access it legally, and it has basically all the movies and all the documentaries made on it. So I'm gonna figure out what that database is, and I'm just gonna watch it out of it.
That's super cool.
Yeah, so I'm gonna do that. So I'm hoping to have all the classics that I've missed, like the original Halloween franchise and stuff like that. Because, like, again, like, you know, it wasn't on TV when I was a kid, and it's not really on TV now. So because the market here is too small for it, and you know, if I want to watch it, you know, it's, you know, I have to make an import, and it's expensive, and even our HBO and our Netflix.
Yeah,
and stuff
that's ridiculous. I mean.
Yeah, so I tried to log on to like the American ones, and every time it's like, no, you're on the Danish server, so...
Yeah, I have that problem.
Well, I got your back, dude. Arr, your friendly neighborhood pirate. R.B. Gory B movie of the internet sees. Arr. Oh, I never got to hear your American accent, Christina.
I'm not sure I can do one.
Do it. Just say something very American, like that's how you
just
get started.
Just do the Valley Girl one.
Hey, dude.
The Valley Girl one's easy.
Oh my god. Putting me on the spot.
Like a clueless, like.
Hey, dude.
Yeah. Emma, I want to hear your American accent.
I'm trying to think of something to say. I'm trying to think of like a quote from a movie. It's always hard when you put on the spot, isn't it? It's just...
You have time. It's not like, you know.
Yeah. And the sun is coming up. I have lights.
Oh my god. Wait, what time does the sun come up there?
It's almost 7 now.
Oh, okay. Jeez, you were up very early.
My alarm went off at 4 a.m. So. Yeah.
Gory, you are very lucky that you have such like dedicated guests that want to get up at 4 a.m. That's amazing.
Oh my gosh, dude, I feel so bad. I should have done it at a different time.
No,
Like-
it's.
I mean, I always do Ghouls Night Out at the same time because I was trying to make it easy for people to find it, but I probably should do some. I was thinking about doing like a Mother's Day like brunch one and have it see if horror would join me if I did it during the day. I don't know. We should probably, I don't know, in the chat, let me know if you would like me to do Ghouls Night Out at some different times or if you like knowing exactly when it's going to be on. So let me know in the chat because that's something I'm still debating.
It's hard. Time zones are really hard.
It's really hard. I mean, I tried to figure, I figured 8 o'clock for most of the time zones I could think of would make it kind of doable, but it's still really hard for people, so.
Yeah. Well, last time I did a live stream, I got up at 2 a.m. to do mine because it works for the UK and it worked for people in America, which is my main like fan base. So it worked perfectly, but I was like the whole time I'm like.
Yeah, I could probably do later. I should try and figure it out.
Yeah. Like when Jack is doing his stream, like it usually.
Oh yeah, what time is that for
He
you?
always does it at 9.
Yeah, it's usually like between 6 and 8 a.m. Like,
Yeah.
you know,
But
depending on exactly.
Jack is in the same time zone as me. That's why I figured it would be. I didn't realize it'd be so hard for you because he always does his streams at 9 and he's Pacific Standard Time like me.
Yeah, it wasn't that it was like especially hard to figure out, but it's because like, you know, at 1 a.m. tonight, like this night, we changed to summertime, and I was like, oh my god, what if I'm going to fuck it
Oh
up?
no, daylight savings.
So
Yeah.
I've been like I've been doing everything to make sure, okay, I'm here at the right time.
Yeah. It's scary. You always have those nightmares that you're not going to wake up.
Okay. I got an American quote for you from one of my favorite movies.
Okay.
Say,
God.
from Heather's, fuck me gently with a chainsaw, Heather.
I'm getting like all embarrassed now. I was thinking something from like Clueless or
Alright,
10 Things I Hate About You, but I don't know. Wait, I feel like I need to say a whole
sentence.
sentence.
Pretend you're me. You could just be like, "Hi, I'm Gory Movie, and I'm on Ghouls Night Out."
But then I'm like mocking you.
I don't care. I've so dealt with people mocking the way I speak so long, it does not bother me anymore.
I don't want to be one of those people though, Gory.
You can
No,
do it.
I don't want to be one of those people who mock you.
It's fine and good fun.
You're my mate.
So cool. I have such cool friends. Oh my gosh, you know what's really cool is I hate the way I sound. I hate my voice. I feel like I sound like a 12-year-old boy. And I was talking to Emily on last week's Ghouls Night Out, and she's so sweet because she's got such a lovely accent. And she's like, "Oh, I wish I could sound like you. You sound so cool." I'm like, "Oh my god, nobody has ever told me that. Thank you." Like, it was so nice. Like I told you, like I just got a mean comment the other day on YouTube where someone commented that I have a really moany voice and I should stop fucking talking. And I'm just like, "Oh, yeah." I hate the way I sound.
Can I read you the comment I got? I need to find this.
Yeah.
Guys, I got one of the meanest comments I've ever got, and it was from someone who actually regularly like comments on my videos being nice. It was
that hurts.
fucking bizarre. So let me find this, because even my boyfriend Dean went on it and commented back because it was so. This person said,
You
"Did
can
you
read that in
digitally
American.
So somebody that you consider to
say
be
it in
a
an
friend?
American accent? Did you digitally distort the physical parameter? I don't know how to say in American. In American, parameters.
Parameters?
Did you parameters? There you go. Because you spell meter different to us as well. Because we do the R before the E.
Yeah, a lot
Never
of
mind.
in English and Australian, like things that end with an OR, like neighbor, flavor, color, you'd have to remove the U. And that was hard too because I'd get in trouble a lot for spelling things wrong when I moved over here. And it's like, it's annoying. Anyway.
I got. Yeah. Did you digitally distort the physical parameters? What did we just say?
Parameters.
Parameters of your nose slightly, or did someone break it in the past?
Wow, what a dick.
And I was like, no, that's just my face. Very surprised by that comment. Because this person always comments on my videos, so it made me really sad. If it was somebody random, I would be like, oh, that's fine. So Dean went back and said, did somebody digitally distort your personality, or have you always been a dickhead?
Aw. No, why would someone say that?
Somebody
Like,
wants you to say, fuck me gently with a chainsaw in a redneck accent. I could do that.
Oh, fuck. I don't, how does a redneck...
You know, like,
Oh, hey, Batcave's here.
Hi!
How do I say that?
Like, fuck me gently with a chainsaw.
Fuck me gently.
Oh,
I think it's just so easy to do like the Valley Girl one because
that.
it's just. Well, that was what I was trying to do.
My husband says I always say you owe me $1 like a Valley Girl, so just go, you owe me $1.
You owe me $1.
Yes.
So lame.
Yay! That
But
was
that's
fun.
one word in all languages. Water. How weird do I sound when I say water?
Shit!
Australians
my husband,
sound so fucking weird when they say water.
my husband
Water.
says I don't say water right. Like
It's
for an
something that
American,
I get.
my
Yeah.
husband says I sound like I'm saying it with a D. And he says it
Water?
needs to rhyme with otter. So I've been trying to go otter, water. But typically I say
Water.
like water. Which,
Water.
But Americans like water.
yeah, I thought I
Water?
was saying it American, water. But he says it's like
We say water.
water.
We say water.
Water. Because it's not
And-
like how my mom says it. My mom says water, which is a little different. So I think I found a weird bastard in the middle way between English and American, and now I say water. Fucking deal with it, everyone.
Yeah, here's the thing. English, my second language. I can sound whatever I feel like.
Yeah, I know. I was like, it doesn't make any difference to you, Christina, how you say it, because it's just you mocking like us fucking English anyway. Yeah.
I think you both have lovely accents.
Oh, thank you.
It's like nobody ever says that's such a lovely, sexy American accent you have. So
Like I've heard that if you have like a very heavy Danish accent when you speak English, like apparently people think that sounds kind of cute, but I just think it sounds kind of ugly. So
yeah, I feel
don't
like
know.
everyone kind of is hard on their own accent though, or their own
Yeah,
voice. Especially
Yeah,
when you
yeah,
do
totally.
like YouTube or streams and stuff, and you have to hear it. Like, ugh, sucks.
Like I spent a semester in Wales, and the
Oh, I
people
love
there,
Wales.
yeah, the people there, they were like, it was either I had a potato in my mouth when I was speaking Danish, or it was like throat cancer, or it was like the beautiful Elvish of Tolkien. So
Yeah.
I got the whole spectrum.
Oh my god.
So yeah. But yeah, Danish is a bit like potato in your mouth. Swedish is really
Yeah.
beautiful. It's like they're singing. So
I can't win because I got teased so much over here for my English accent. I finally got it done, and my family teases me to no fucking end, like for everything. Like I remember, I had a problem because I'm a dual citizen. I'm a British and an American citizen. And the first time I went over to England by myself, I only had my British passport. And so when I went to go into America, they wouldn't let me in because I didn't have an American passport, which I thought it was legal to have both. Apparently I need both. And,
No, you need Jewel.
huh?
Yeah, Jewel. You need two.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know. I was 17. So, and my uncle didn't know. So I had to be delayed there for like another 2 weeks while we got me an American passport. And my uncle made so much fun of me because the British passport or the American passports are like blue with like some pink splotches in it. He's like, it looks like a Mickey Mouse passport. He's like, you can't take that seriously. I'm like, oh my God, you're a dick.
oh my god, ours is like red, and then like a golden crown or something on the front.
Yeah,
So-
my British one's like it's kind of like a burgundy color, and it's just pretty simple. But the American ones are blue, and they have like lots of colors inside. It's also I love their birth certificates over here because my birth certificate, being I was born in England, is really boring. It's just text, and it says a circle around it saying that's a live birth and not a death. So I think you can reuse it for when I die. Economical. But my husband and my son, they have the most adorable little birth certificates that has like their little feet on it. It's so cute. It's really cute. So like
Weird.
yeah. They go all out in America. They make it really cute. Yeah, Boston.
I don't even know what my birth
over
certificate-
on the east side of the United States, they have a pretty thick accent, and New Yorkers.
Yeah.
And this
Coffee. That's the one I know from
apparently,
Boston.
this
Coffee.
student that Will I Like It reviews
Like if you
is
watch, what was that movie? The Departed.
oh yeah, I've
Any
seen that.
movie with Ben Affleck being like Italian, what is it? No, he's Irish American in every fucking movie. That's Boston, right?
Oh my god.
He's always like from Boston.
Pretty well. I believe he's actually from there. Because we take it for granted when actors do a very good accent, because we assume, I think, to a degree that it's part of their skill set as a performer. But there have been some movies I've seen where their accent was so god awful. Like I don't know if you ever saw Riding Cars of Boys, but the man who plays her son in that, he's also in Coyote Ugly. He's Australian. He does the worst, most god awful American accent. I was just like, oh my god. Another one is not Colin Farrell, but the guy who's got a name like him, Colin Firth, I think. He was in Bridget Jones's Diary. He did a movie where he had a southern accent recently, and it was
no,
so bad.
Wasn't he in The Lobster?
I haven't seen that. Is it good?
I haven't seen it either.
I haven't.
But it's by the same guy that do the same people who did Dogtooth, which I love that movie.
Oh yeah.
Very messed up movie.
I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, it's a Greek film. It's insane.
Dude.
But yeah, I think probably the best accent I've seen in a movie is Leonardo DiCaprio when he did what was it called? Blood Diamond?
Blood Diamond? Yeah.
He did the best South African
job.
accent
and,
ever.
I also thought Renee Zellweger got a lot of shit when she did sign on for Bridget Jones's Diary, because they couldn't understand why a British woman wasn't casted, but she did a great job. I mean, she sounds...
Yeah, totally. She was perfect.
Yeah. Also, you know who does a phenomenal accent, who I'm really impressed with right now? I just got done binge watching Orphan Black while I was sick, and the young man, I can't remember his name, but he plays Felix, and he's American, but he does the best East End accent. I mean, like, fucking perfect. And
it's always awesome when you say that.
The girl who's the main girl, she's Canadian, but she grew up. She's got German family or Ukrainian family, but she plays a lot of different clones on the show. So she plays a Ukrainian clone. She's done German. Her main character on there's an East End London girl. Lots of Americans, and she does all the accents really, really well. Like, she's really talented. Tatiana Maisley, I think is her name. But yeah, she's great.
Yeah, by the way, the movie you sent me there, I watched the Byzantium one. Oh, Byzantium. The blonde guy in the beginning who's chasing her, he's Danish. He's a Danish actor. And very famous here in Denmark. His name is Thor Lindhardt. And like so I was wondering, like, what did you think about his accent when he spoke? Like, he didn't have a lot of lines, but
I thought he was good.
Yeah, and
somebody also mentioned Buffy in the chat, and what's really cool about that is Anthony Stewart Head. He's not from. He doesn't naturally have the accent that he uses on the show. He uses a very proper upper crust type British accent. That's not his native accent. But he didn't want to be embarrassed by James Marsters' performance as this guy who has a very punk kind of East End accent, which is his native accent. That's Anthony Stewart Head's native accent is very East End. So he trained James Marsters for weeks to get it perfect, and I think he sounds fantastic. I think he sounds great in that movie.
Yeah, but also like an example of like sort of like English with a heavy Danish accent. If you've seen Casino Royale, the Bond movie, Mads Mikkelsen, who plays the villain, he has a kind of a heavy Danish accent in that movie.
Another one that was complete shit was part of the reason I there's so many reasons why I don't really care for it. And don't get me wrong, I'm not one of those haters. I love the Twilight books. I'm gonna say that first. They're great books for what they are, for teenage books. But the Twilight movie, they hired Robert Pattinson to play the lead, who's an American. His American accent is so shit.
Is he not American, is he?
He's English. He's English.
Oh, yeah. You said American.
But when you watch that movie, there are so many parts, like the meadow scene. A lot of people I saw in reviews commented that they thought his performance was awkward. It's not awkward. His American accent is not good. He's not pronouncing it properly. And your inflection is such an important part of the way you communicate. And so if you don't have that accent right, particularly for, important scenes like that, people are going to be like, oh, that's awkward. Another one was Rings. I heard so much shit about the girl's performance in that. And
because she was shit.
They never, I didn't think she was bad. They never say she's American. She's Italian. I think
really?
She's Italian. English is a second language for her. And I think if you know that going into the movie, her performance is a lot
I think
better.
she was a poor. I totally think she was a poor choice for that film, though.
I think
Her
they
whole
found a
character,
better
but
choice.
her whole character was kind of fucked. Like it had no depth to it. It was all about her boyfriend.
Yeah.
So if that would have, because that's not what Ring. Well, even the American remake, that's not what Ring is about. Ring is about strong females. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, she was way too wrapped up in her boyfriend and stuff. But I did
Yeah.
like that she was very brave. Like, her boyfriend seemed like kind of a wuss, but she was really like, fearless.
yeah,
And
I don't know.
I mean, as much as I hate that kind of character, you have to admit. I mean, do you know girls like that? Because I know girls like that who are way too wrapped up, especially young girls.
Yeah,
way
but I
too
don't want
wrapped
to see
up.
that in a horror movie that I really respect, and a horror movie
true.
that is completely not about that at all.
You know what
There's
I would
a
have
place
loved to
and
see
time.
in Rings? I heard originally there was going to be a cameo from David Dorfman, who played Aiden in the first two films. I would have liked to seen that. That would have been cool.
He would have been
Even-
so creepy looking, though.
I haven't seen him since those
Yeah,
films.
me either.
What does
But I
he look
imagine
like
he grew
now?
up to be a pretty creepy person.
I'm going to look it up. I wonder what he looks like.
Yeah.
You never know, because
Okay.
like Gage. You remember Gage in Pet Sematary, right?
Yes. Oh my god, love.
Sweetest
Yes.
little baby. And he's the sweetest little boy in New Nightmare.
He's cute.
He's fucking hot now. Have you looked him up?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
God.
I mean,
Okay,
it's
I
not
looks
too for me, but
Busted.
he's
You're
hot.
like,
I'm gonna put up pictures.
Okay,
So-
I'm gonna have to take a quick wee. I'll be right
Let's
back.
take a break so you guys can eat, pee, whatever. So Gory Hole, 5 minutes. Take a break. Go to the bathroom. Grab a beer. Do what you gotta do, but be back in 5 minutes. All right. Bye.
I'll get a slice of toast. And
do that.
right now.
Oh wow. So beautiful over there.
Thank you. Spring. You're gonna get some flowers.
Yeah, spring is probably my winter, but yeah. What's going on in the chat, guys? Oh, okay, I can do this. Okay, guys, let's do some questions. I have no idea what you guys are looking at. Tom Hardy is great with accents. Is anyone really listening to that guy speak, or they just looking at his face and his body? Too bad he's camera shy. What are we talking about? What's the deal with male British actors' voices dropping like a full octave or two? Like Hugh Laurie. Oh my god, I love Hugh Laurie though. I saw him perform. He's like a jazz. I'm sure you guys know this. He's like a jazz artist, and he came to Australia and being like a huge fan of jazz. And we went and saw him play live. He was actually the coolest person ever. Like he was so nice to the crowd. He had such a good presence. He was just, yeah, it was amazing. Totally love that guy. I don't really know about his accent though. I can't really tell the difference, to be honest. I hope that you're not getting bad feedback. I can hear myself. Maybe I should just, yeah, okay. What else do you guys even talking about? I wish someone would stream a game of Cards Against Humanity, which is quite funny because I don't know if you guys know they have an Australian version of it, which has got more to do with like Australian culture and slang. So that would be quite funny if, I wish that I could just, maybe if I ever come to America, I'll have to stream the Australian version and play with one of these guys, and they will have no idea what any of them mean. Hi, Chaotic Doctor, your first time here. I hope that this is mildly entertaining. These empty rooms and me. Just buy their cookies. If I'm not back in 5 minutes means they got me. Oh my god, what are you guys talking about? You're like, I went off on a tangent. Do we have any questions? You guys want to ask me anything? Keep it going. Hearing Emma speak in the background is just like listening to a live broadcast during the commercial break. It doesn't sound very good. I'm trying to entertain you guys, but I'm not getting much back. Okay, we'll just talk about the Rings thing, because I was up in arms about that. You guys know I didn't really like Rings, but I love the original remake. And I thought that the character is just butchered. Like the strong female character that's in the first and even the second one is a complicated woman who has a lot of different layers, and in Rings she is replaced by this woman who all she cares about is looking after her boyfriend, finding her boyfriend, watching the tapes where her boyfriend lives. she has no depth at all, and that is not what The Ring is about, in my opinion. Mike asked me if I've seen Paper House. No, I haven't. I have no idea what that is. Talking about Girl Scout cookies, guys, I can't join in on that because we don't have them. What's your favourite cookie? We don't even call them cookie over here, we call them biscuits. Maybe, you guys don't even have Tim Tams. So obnoxious. I like Oreos. I don't really eat biscuits. I like Monte Carlos, really. I don't know if you guys have them there. Yay! Are you back? It's just me. No, you're just leaving me again. They're talking about cookies in the chat. Do you call it cookies over there or biscuits? Market. How do I say hello? Hi. Just like, yeah. That's like Japanese, so like, yeah. Hi.
And my dad's
Yeah, that's fine. Felix says, Emma, I fell in love with Australian girls when I was in high school and I came on a tour bus. Okay. Whatever happened to them. I have to write down what Paper House is. What is Paper House about, guys? I've never even heard of it. Paper House. Okay, I've written it down. Hi, hello? Hi, yeah, back. They've left me. It's just... how come we never got a horror movie about an evil Girl Scout selling cookies? That is a good question, Chris. I would copyright that right now. I am drinking Batcave. I'm drinking Dog Days, which is a Fremantle beer, which is Little Creatures, which is Juice Brewery, where I live. Quite famous in Australia. Good beer. Summer beer. Good. I like it. And it is 1 o'clock, and I did start drinking at 11. I've got to calm down. I've got to go to the movies tonight. Seeing a movie about a cult that was an Australian cult actually called The Family, and it's a cult that was in Melbourne, so that should be really interesting. I'm doing one of those special screenings where the director does a Q&A afterwards, so that should be really good. Yay! What's on your toe? Yeah, I love honey breakfast. Yes. God. Yeah. Did you get some tea or coffee?
No, I don't drink coffee, and I can't really drink tea in the morning because it gives me a headache, but in the evening, yes.
Love coffee. Screen is still locked and we'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh, Forrest here now.
Oh. Has the screen been locked on We'll Be Right Back the whole time?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Could they hear me though?
Yeah. They can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you couldn't see us.
No, I put up like a timer and music and stuff.
Mm.
You didn't take your break, dude? Dude, you're gonna be hungry and have to pee.
Me?
Yeah, dude.
I didn't realize it was like a... You said entertain people. I was trying.
I didn't mean you had... What?
We don't call them crispier, by the way, Felix. We call them chips. And salt and tangy, so light and tangy, or salt and vinegar, I guess.
Ooh, I like salt and vinegar.
Yeah, and sorry guys, you're gonna have to see me eat.
I got a snack too. I ate some pasta salad. Oh shit.
I got my breakfast.
I'll be right back.
Oh no!
That's so funny.
Yes, again. Yeah. So good.
They don't have light. Do you have light and tangy chips? What do you call them? Yeah, you do call them crisps, right? Crisps?
We call
Potato
them
chips.
We
Oh, we call them chips. Okay, same. Do you know light and tangy?
No.
Maybe it's an Australian thing.
Yeah, we have The big Danish brand here is called Kim's.
Kips.
I forgot I left my ferret out unattended.
Oh, it's so cool.
Hey,
In
Sarah.
Canada, they've got like the best chip flavors. They have like Lawls loves ketchup flavor. We don't have that in America, but it's awesome.
I think we just have salty and tomato and
Yeah, I love salt
barbecue,
and vinegar.
sour cream, onion, stuff like that.
In England, my favorite flavor was Worcestershire, but we don't have that here either. They also have prawn flavor.
Yeah, the prawn one is amazing because it tastes like light and tangy and salt and vinegar.
Yeah, we don't
But
have that in America. Hey, Brooke!
been in it's either in Vietnam or in Egypt they have seaweed flavor. So
Yeah, we have some weird ones here. We have like loaded baked potato and shit. There's some really gross ones. You know what's good in America though is I'm sure you guys have sour cream and onion, but that one's good. And
You know what?
sour cream is good.
I should actually send you one because our big Danish chips company, they do one called the American Grill. I should send you one of those. See if is it really American Grill like.
And my cousins and my aunt in England, they don't have peanut butter M&Ms over there. So like when I come to visit, like I have to I pretty much fill my suitcase up with peanut butter M&Ms for them, and they go nuts for it. They love it.
But you guys don't have Cadbury, do you?
Yeah, we have Cadbury, but
It's a different.
Well, see, what's really nice about where I live, Danny goes to Canada like at least once a month, and they have the dairy milk, which you can't get here. Well, no, we have dairy milk and we have fruit and nut and such, but we don't have as many varieties as there are in like England, and it tastes different. I mean, it doesn't taste bad, but it does taste different. It's like how sausage over here tastes completely different than, like, I make bangers and mash for my son and my husband, and I try to explain to them that it's kind of a pale imitation because just sausage just isn't the same in the United States. But, you know, one day I'll take them over there and they'll see what I mean. But, yeah, we have Cadbury, but it tastes different.
It is. I've heard it's really bad over there.
It's good. It's better than, like, the Nestle stuff, like the American stuff. But
Nestle.
In Canada, they have it too. It still tastes a little bit different, but not too much. And we also have an Aussie shop over in Leavenworth where I can get a lot of English chocolates and stuff. But my family sends me stuff quite regularly.
You guys don't have Maltesers or
don't.
Mars bars.
Maltesers are the best.
In Canada, they have
Maltesers
Mars
are the
bars.
best.
Yeah.
I love Maltesers.
Yeah,
They have
Maltesers.
Whoppers in America, and they're like really dry, and like Maltesers like melt in your mouth. It's just not.
Well, they're malts. They're malt balls.
Well, that's
delicious.
what Whoppers are supposed to be too, but they don't taste as good.
You guys don't have Milo then, obviously, because Milo's Australian.
No,
I
well,
don't.
like I said,
You put in your drink?
In Canada, you can get a lot of that stuff, but not all of it.
You know, like Nesquik or whatever,
You can
but
get
it's
Aero bars in
you know what it
Canada.
tastes like? It tastes like the center. It's malt, so it tastes like the center of a Malteser. That's called Milo, and you put it into your drink, and you just put milk with it, and it's
Good.
and you're meant to do like like a little bit like they do with Nesquik, but you just do like this much that and like this much milk.
We have Cadbury cream eggs here.
I do the same with Nesquik. Like, if you get those little bubbles filled with the cocoa powder, that's the best. Then you know it got the
So,
right ratio.
You need to try Milo. It's like the best.
Andrea mentioned Doritos, and we do have a lot of varieties of Doritos in the United States, but here's something really disgusting. If you go to Taco Bell, which my grandmother used to always call Taco Bell, which I thought was hilarious, but if you
How they have the Dorito flavored.
they have a taco that's wrapped in a Dorito.
Yeah, I've seen
That's
that.
nasty.
I haven't had
That's
it
going
though.
to give you diarrhea for a week.
You know they have Taco Bell in the UK now, right?
Yeah, I know. When my grandma got older, my grandma used to pride herself on making big dinners, especially big Sunday dinners. And as she got older, it became harder and harder to do. And so it's really funny, like, when she was like in her 80s and such, and I was talking to her, she, when she first discovered tacos, she thought it was so cool because she'd never had a taco before. And tacos, where I live, are a big part. I live in a place that's 50% Hispanic American. So we have like every other restaurant here is a Mexican restaurant. You know,
Yum.
so we got good Mexican food where I live. But my grandma, all she had was Taco Bell. And she's like, oh, darling. My grandma would talk really funny. She'd be like, I went to Taco Bell today, and it was so good. Oh, my God, dude. Tacos.
That's funny.
Have you ever had a taco, Haley? They're lovely. It's like, oh, my God.
Cute.
Oh, maybe
my
we'll
God,
get.
she used to also talk about going to Kentucky instead of just saying KFC like we'd say in the United States. She'd be like, "Oh, we have a Kentucky down the road. We have Kentucky for dinner."
Cute. That's very cute.
Yeah, my grandma
But it's
liked
just like
it.
McDonald's. We don't call, you guys call it Mackie D's
McDonald's
or
or
Mickey D's. We call it Macca's. You just call it Macca's. You never say
Oh,
McDonald's.
cool. Yeah, well, you say either McDonald's or Mickey D's.
Yeah. Like some of the signs just say Macca's.
Same here, like McD. So.
Chaotic Doctor, where do you live?
Oh, chaotic doctor.
Yeah,
Yay.
where we live, the reason we have such a big Hispanic population is Washington State and Wenatchee, the town I live in, is the apple capital of the world. Sorry, New York, we own that. Because we produce more apples here than any other place in the United States. So we have a ton of apple orchards, we have a ton of cherry orchards, and a lot of people will come up here from Mexico because it's a really easy job to get, and you get good money, and you get good hours. And so we'll get a lot of people who travel, and then we'll go down to like other, the South again to do oranges, but we also just have a lot of people who live here, but it's cool. Hispanic people are cool.
What's your ferret's name again? I'm sure I've asked this
This
before.
is Professor Xavier.
Oh my God, he's so cute.
I can't have pets
Hey,
yet.
buddy.
It breaks my heart.
Look.
Like,
These are your friends across the
You're like looking right through my soul.
He's like 5 years old now. Talkies. Do you guys have Talkies?
What's that?
Andrea just mentioned it in the chat. It's a really, really spicy, like a Mexican chip. Really spicy.
Never heard of it.
My son and his friends, they do their man tests. Like if you do it, you're a man, and one of them is like eating a whole bunch of Takis at once. But yeah, I mean,
Never heard of
we
him.
don't have a lot. Chocolate here is not as good as chocolate in the UK. But as far as Mexican food goes, and Mexican is like my favorite, I think that's my go-to food. We have quality Mexican food where I live, so that's awesome.
Yay.
I have to
Other
say, like,
cool
when it
thing
comes
too
to
is because I have a lot of friends who are from Mexico. So one of my son's friends, his mother, whom she doesn't speak very much English, so our conversations are very awkward because my Spanish is okay, but it's not great. I mean, I can have a basic conversation, but not like a really in-depth conversation. And her English is not so great. But we're friends because she gives me tamales every time I see her. And in my opinion, if you feed me, you're my friend.
What is a tamale?
Tamale, it's
Like a jalapeno?
no, it's not spicy. It's like a lot of kind of like chicken bits inside a tortilla.
Oh, okay. So it's just like a version of a burrito.
No, because it's pretty simple. And I don't know. You don't have tamales there?
Never heard of it.
Dude,
no.
you guys
Yeah.
are breaking my heart.
Nope.
You guys are missing
Nope.
out.
What were you going to say, Christina, before?
It's just that when it comes to like the chocolate and stuff, I think in like Europe it's pretty much the same. Though we'll say I noticed when I went to the UK, I went to get like a Coke Zero because they are not too sweet and I like that. And when I went there, it was a lot sweeter than they are in Denmark. So apparently they put a bit more sugar in their stuff over in the UK than we do. And now with the whole Brexit thing, I'm sure there's going to be some more differences, which is going to be exciting.
Yeah, Felix was explaining a tamale better than me. It's meat inside a masa, which it's like you got to pull back the bit, and then there's a bit like a tortilla you can eat inside. I'm rubbish at explaining
Wow,
it.
that's very
It's wrapped in a
confusing.
corn husk, but it's very, very, very good. Very good. Tamale,
What the hell's a
chimichangas?
floater?
I don't know what a pea floater is.
I have no idea what he's talking about. What's a pea floater?
Chimichangas are the bomb.
Emma, do you have a Miss Margarita? No, I don't, but I love margaritas.
A pie.
I
I
never
love
had-
mushy peas. You can't get good mushy peas in America.
A pie in mushy peas or a mushy peas in a pie? Because I'm very confused if it's...
Yeah, I'm also like, what the...
I don't know. I love mushy peas.
I've
You can't
never
get
heard of
good
that.
mushy
It's not an
peas
Aussie
here.
thing.
I can make a pretty decent shepherd's pie. I make pretty decent bangers and mash for what you can do in America and fish and chips.
A pie in mushy peas? Do you mean a pie and mushy peas? I'm very confused.
Right, meow. Andrea? Right, meow?
I'm sort of imagining like, you know, a bowl with mushy peas and then like a pie like slapped down in the middle, and it doesn't sound right.
It's very confusing.
I don't know, dude.
That's, if anything, like the mushy peas thing is more of a British thing anyway.
Yeah.
Like a pie and
we
a
used
pie
to
is
always go
Australian
down
as
to
well,
the-
like super Aussie.
Okay, so here's my theory, and you guys can tell me if I'm right on this, but in my experience, it has been true. When I was a kid, there was a fish truck, like, that would come by, and you could get fish and chips or bangers and chips wrapped in newspaper with mushy peas, and it was amazing. That was, like, the best food there was. Also, an ice cream truck would come by. Another truck, right? See where I'm going
Yeah.
here? The best
No.
food in the world comes out of trucks. I kid you fucking not. In Wenatchee, where I live, I would say 75% of the restaurants here are Mexican restaurants. But you know where you get the best taco? From the taco truck. Boom. And I've heard from people in Chicago, that's where you get the best pizza. It's from a pizza truck. So, guys, do you have trucks in your countries? And what food do they have?
It's a huge trend here. It's huge at the moment. We have, actually today we have a food truck rumble, which is when all of the food trucks come together and then they all have to like kind of, they make a special dish that has something to do with the day, and then they all have like the special dish on offer, and then like one of them wins. But it's not even worth going because the lines are so huge. But food trucks are like a huge trend here right now. Like there's hundreds of them.
In the town where I went to college, it was really cool because when the bars let out, like, you know, when last call and you have to head on home or back to your dorm or whatever, they were really clever because they'd have these hot dog trucks out, and they'd also have like pita trucks out, so you could like just, you know, indulge on tons of food truck food before you went back home. It was awesome. I feel really stupid eating a banana on camera.
Just don't eat it like this.
I feel like the girl in Friday the 13th who gets killed right after eating a banana.
We're gonna see a door open, and then the little girl hell minions will come back with their cleavers and then just attack you.
Yeah.
That'll be the best.
Yeah, I checked on them. They were having a good time downstairs. I told them that they were on the internet. They're like, no way. They're like, I just saw that. I'm like, yeah, dude. Oh my gosh. So this is stupid, but somebody, Tuck Fired said, hot pocket truck. So I have this why am I telling you this story? I don't know, but I already started, so here goes. So one of my best mates here in Wenatchee, I gotta have her on the show sometime because she's really good at like horror crafts, but she's amazing. But she calls me, because my name's Haley, she calls me Haley Hot Pocket. Yeah. Apparently. You guys don't know this about me, and I'm kind of embarrassed to admit this, but I'm a really gassy person. Really
Are you
bad.
saying this online, Corey? You know this is staying on the internet forever.
Yeah, dude. It's already been done. It's already been done, dude.
You're funny.
But I mean, it's not like I can control it. It's just part of my biology. My husband, Daniel Keith Garrett Bartholomew Spencer Knighton. He can fart on command. He can. And it's disgusting. It doesn't really smell like anything so much, but he will actually do it on command. And you know, here's the thing that it really makes you wonder something about yourself. You really have to look in the mirror and go, what kind of fucking person am I? Because Lawless' father could also fart on command. Now, I haven't queried every boyfriend I've ever had, but I'm starting to believe that they can all fart on command, because I met another one of them recently, and I asked him out of curiosity. He can fart on command. What is it about me that's attracting men that can fart on command? What's wrong with me?
Don't know.
Christina, you take this one.
I don't know.
Go ahead, Christina. I know you're dying to say something.
I would rather go back to the food trucks.
Yeah. Christina didn't even answer the food truck. You go back. Yeah.
Okay, like, it's not really a huge trend here, but we have very Danish tradition called pølsevogn, which is basically like hot dog stands or little hot dog trucks. And you would go and you would get these hot dogs with all sorts of toppings and a beer or a soda or a cocktail, and you can even get a heated cocktail so you can get hot chocolate with your hot dog.
Ooh. I guess it's
Yeah.
very similar to Germany in that way then, right?
Yeah.
Do you have the
wait,
same
wait,
thing they
no,
do?
Back up.
Wait.
You go ahead, Aussie, and then I'll follow.
In Germany, they do the thing with the kebab. What do they call it? I don't know what it's called. They have the bread and they. What even if it's? I can't even think what's. It's like a curry. Currywurst.
Oh,
Currywurst.
Currywurst. Currywurst.
Do you have that? Like when you?
No,
because that's like a
that's
thing that everyone eats for the Trump.
That's very, very German. Like we have something here called remoulade. Called remoulade, which is like this yellow kind of dressing. I actually have some in my fridge. I can go get it for you because it looks disgusting.
Yeah.
And you're gonna hate me for saying this, Emma, but you know what I think is really, really disgusting is Vegemite.
Vegemite.
And I know you guys love it over there, but that stuff's nasty.
So good. I love it. We love really salty things here, though, like tomato sauce or what you guys call ketchup.
One thing I really like that a lot of Americans don't like is marmalade.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
the same
on
thing,
toast?
really. Yeah.
I think that's good.
Well, they pretty much copied Vegemite. Let's be real.
Dude, Vegemite tastes like crap though. It tastes like
No, it doesn't. It tastes like salt. It's delicious.
gross. Marmalade
Vitamin
is
B.
like delicious oranges.
You're probably not eating it properly. You need to get a cheesy mite scroll.
I totally
It
know
will
how to
change
eat.
a lot.
Okay, you guys ready to
No, but
see
you need
something?
to eat it a certain way.
Okay, how do you eat it then?
You gotta put a thin layer on toast and have cheese. Melt the cheese on the toast.
Okay.
Can't go wrong.
I have
Or you get a
melted
cheesy
the
mite
cheese.
scroll, which is like what you guys call like a cinnamon scroll, but it's just cheese and Vegemite inside.
The
and
next
it's
time I
delicious.
have you on Ghouls Night Out, I'm gonna go hop over to the Aussie shop. I'm gonna get me some Vegemite, even though it's rubbish, and I'm gonna prepare it as you have instructed me, and I'm gonna eat it on camera.
Okay,
Okay.
you can't go wrong. Sorry, go ahead, Christina.
What is it?
Oh my god, what? It looks like
It looks
wasabi.
like baby poop.
It's
Do
remoulade.
baby
I got-
poop like that?
Yeah, dude.
It's a dressing that you put on like sausage and stuff like that, or on your hot dog, and it tastes.
So what does it
delicious.
taste like? Like mustard?
It's kind of like a bit bitter and a little bit sweet as well. So
Like-
yeah,
Like kimchi or something?
So-
I don't know.
I know you guys think I'm a terrible person and whatever. Here, I'm just gonna have, whatever. It's my chat. You don't like it, have your own live stream.
Sorry, you're the best.
I'm gonna go back to the farting thing for a second here because
I'm
Felix,
just gonna put it in the kitchen.
Felix mentioned. Felix mentioned that he had a girlfriend and he never once farted in front of her. And you know what? I have body control. When Danny and I first started dating, because like I was gonna be really classy, right? And not let him see the full. Like hold some of it back. Hold some of it back for later. Like that's part of dating. Don't give it to him all at once because you can't handle all this at once. Anyway, so I refused to fart or poop in his house for like 6 months. And it got really out of hand.
You can't poop in it. That's unhealthy. You need to
Yeah.
poop.
Well, see, here's the thing. I was in university at the time, so I only saw him on the weekends because I lived in Ellensburg, and so I'd come to Wenatchee to see him on the weekends. And so, I just, I would, if I had to, fart or whatever, I would do it when he left the room, Like, I'd be like, oh, you can make me a sandwich. That would be super sweet. Go make me a sandwich. Totally.
Yeah, get in the
ruin
kitchen,
his
bitch.
room, right? But I would never poop in his house. Like, I couldn't do it because, like, his bathroom was right next to his bedroom. And, like, I'm not going to be associated with that. So, you know what the little shit did? So, he pretends he's being all romantic because he'd ask me about it. I'm like, whatever. I'll poop when I get home. Don't judge me. Anyway, he pretends to be all romantic and he gets out strawberries and chocolate. And, like, tries to feed me some of it. You know what it was? It was fucking X-Lax. Like, X-Lax.
What is that?
X-Lax. It makes you shit. It's
Oh,
a
like laxative?
Yes. But a chocolate laxative.
So he
Who
thought you were like
does
constipated.
Yeah. Who does that? He's like, oh, I did it because I love you. Nobody does that because they love you, dude. Nobody tricks people into that. Nobody.
Oh my god, that's so mean.
That's disgusting.
I know, right?
That's a horror movie alone.
I swear, nobody suffered like I've suffered.
It's like the prequel to like Human Centipede or some shit.
I know,
Yeah.
right? And now I don't let him feed me anything. I don't fucking trust him. Like, if he makes dinner, I will watch him. I'll be like, what are you doing? What are you putting in that?
Yeah.
And we've been married for 5 years.
So moral of the
dude.
story is poop in front of your boyfriends, people.
And you know what?
Yeah.
The hilarious part of it all is I didn't even poop. I was just even more constipated and uncomfortable and horribly gassy. So,
Aww.
I have mad body control.
Yeah.
Andrea says she hopes I shit in his bed. No, but Lawl's dad. One time I got very, very drunk, and I didn't shit in his bed, but I did throw up in his fan, and it went everywhere.
Ew!
Yeah. I know, I'm a disgusting person, but
Just
you know,
make my
whatever.
soda pop a little bit.
Oh, I can see the puppy.
Oh yeah, he's playing with the ferret.
Aw.
Oh my god, they're not playing. That is insane. Are they friends?
Yeah, they love each other. And
Oh
the
my
cat,
God,
too.
no.
The cat and the ferret. The ferret's a little afraid of the cat, but the dog and the cat love each other.
Aw, that's so
Playing with the
cute.
ferret. It's his big brother.
That is the cutest thing I've ever heard.
They all cuddle. Oh my gosh, I know it's not a horror movie, but the best freaking thing I saw last year in a movie was the cuddle party in Finding Dory. Fucking love otters, dude. That
I
was,
haven't seen Finding Dory yet.
Dude, cuddle party. Watch that and review it. I don't care if it's a horror channel. Review it. Tell everyone how great it is.
Do that for like an April
Have you-
Fool's. I'm gonna watch the scariest movie.
Yeah.
Horrifying review and Finding Dory.
You wait, guys. So many people on like the April the 1st will put out leaving YouTube videos.
Oh yeah,
They
or people post on
every
Facebook
year.
that they're pregnant or they're getting married or what have you.
Oh my god, I've got a really good story for you actually on
Do it.
April 4th. This is actually a horror related one.
Yay.
So 1 year, because I've got tattoos and my boyfriend doesn't, he has one, but we're very like my body, his body, so I don't consult him before getting a tattoo. Duh. Anyway, so I was at work one day and I was like texting him and I was saying how I really wanted to get a new tattoo and I was thinking about getting a clown.
Oh, that's horrific.
Could never fucking do it. Anyway, I wish I could find the photo, but it's a photo of Pennywise, like
Horror
fucking
would
terrifying.
freak out.
And he's
dude.
like, yeah, where were you thinking of getting it? And I was like, on my back, and I wanted to get it really big, so like when I'd wake up in the morning, it'd be like staring at him in the face.
That is
Anyway,
creepy.
he was so sweet, and it totally backfired on me. He was like, your body, your choice, whatever you want to do. He didn't even try and talk me out of it, which was
Aw.
so crazy. And then I was like, oh my god, I'm joking. But I kept it going like all day. I was like, I'm gonna get this artist and this person. I booked it in for this day.
That is so
Like,
cool. I'm gonna get a tattoo soon. I'm gonna get the scythe from Buffy. You know, it's got the stake on one end and the
oh
scythe
yeah,
on the
I
other
think you were
on my
telling me.
arm.
Yeah.
Pretty
I would love to get a tattoo, but it's the permanence is kind of scaring me a little bit. So,
I
but
have
I always
two.
wanted something like with either wings or feathers.
Do it.
Like,
I have some feathers. But after you have one, like I know it sounds weird. It becomes part of your body and you don't really think of it like that. But I can completely understand. I think I have 14 or 15, but like I don't know, like it's just different.
No,
I don't know how to
understand where
explain
you're
it.
coming from, Christina, because like the two tattoos I have are really personal, and it made it okay for me to go with those because I know that's not something I'm going to, they're both very things that mean something a lot to me personally. And so like people ask me a lot like if I have a horror tattoo or things like that, and I have a hard time like putting anything like that on a tattoo because like I wonder like I don't know, like I can wear a t-shirt with stuff like that on, but I do want a Buffy tattoo because I love Buffy and I want to have more tattoos. I get really nervous about it. I wish I had a little more I wish I was a little more ballsy.
yeah.
It's a big
Like-
decision. Like you should totally. It's good that you've waited until you're 27, unlike me. I waited till I was 18, but I don't regret
Yeah.
any of mine. So that's
I got
like saying
my first one when I was 19. I found out when I was 18 that I'm not allowed to give blood in the United States because I lived in England and I could potentially have mad cow disease, which explains a lot when you think about it. Anyhow, so I was like, well, fuck it. If I can't donate blood, then I'm going to go get a tattoo. So I got a tattoo.
Like I'm.
Please.
Bless you.
What's it? You can do it. You can do it. Come on, you can do it. Oh.
So awkward.
No, like I remember like talking to my parents about when I was like a teenager, and my mom was always like, any piercing you want, I'm fine with. My dad was the opposite. He was like, any tattoo you want, I'm fine with. But piercings he didn't want. And my mom was like, no tattoos. So it was always like, opposites. So yeah, my dad wasn't too happy when I got my lip pierced, but it was just like, whatever. I waited till I was 18, so it was legal, so they couldn't say anything.
Yeah, you have to be
Yeah.
18 here, but you
Same.
can't give blood here if you've gotten a tattoo in like the last year. So I was putting it off because I really wanted to give blood, but
Yeah.
I'm not allowed to because my blood's not good enough for Americans. Whatever.
Yeah, I can't. I actually, it might be the first time I can give blood because I haven't been tattooed in just over a year now. Maybe it's 2 years now. No, just over a year and a half.
Have you figured out what tattoo you and I are going to get when you come over to America?
We need to get, I don't know, we need to get like a little skull or something.
Yeah. Or Pennywise! Our faces, like half our face Pennywise.
Oh, yeah. You get like one half, I'll get the other.
That's so funny.
Exactly. Coming back home to Australia. Hey, honey, look what I have made.
That's why even when I decorate my house, I'm kind of like that too. Like, this room is like, this is my office. So I kind of just do whatever I want here, put whatever I want up. But, I'm in the living room and stuff. I try to keep it a little more, classy. So I have mostly like the Universal monster posters up and they're all framed and it's, pictures of my kid and stuff. But I don't know. I'm thinking about something like that because the Universal monsters and like a lot of the classic stuff just, I don't know. It's a little more artistic looking, I guess. So I'm thinking something like that. I just haven't decided yet.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I live in such a small apartment. Like this room is everything. This is my office, living room, my closet, and my bedroom. So yeah, and
Oh, you have like
my
a studio apartment?
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, that's
so-
what we
Yeah,
call
that's what
it.
we call it
It's
here
just
too.
all one bedroom.
Oh,
Yeah.
We call this a one-bedroom apartment because it only has like one room.
We call
Yeah.
what I have is a one bedroom apartment, but I have a bedroom and a lounge room.
Oh, okay. Okay, but yeah, this is a studio apartment then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andrea said she's going to get a bat tattoo on her tummy, and I think of cool ideas all the time. I just don't know if I'm ballsy enough to do them. Like, I thought getting, like, a few bats on my collarbone would be cool. I also think a cool tattoo idea would be, like, Freddy's glove over your shoulder, but I don't know.
That would
I get-
suit you.
I think it would be cool, but I don't know.
No, I really want to get something like on my wrist or my arm or something like that. Something
Yeah, I'm
like
going to get
weird.
the Buffy staff, and my friend and I, otters, I love otters. Otters are like, I just adore them. And when there's a storm in the water, the otters will hold hands so they don't drift off into sea. And my best friend and I have been friends for about 24 years. So, and she loves otters too. So we're going to get 2 little otters holding hands, like on our arm. But I don't know. I still need to drag her down there to do it.
Mm. No, yeah, and I was thinking, like something like feathers, waving around my arm, and then maybe some script on my wrist or something like that. But
I'll show you because I have like a couple. You probably can't see it, but I have a couple of birds, and then my feathers. I really like it. I didn't mean it to happen this way, but because I'm so like I'm quite short and my whole body's quite small. So I thought I was just getting a tattoo like this big because my body is so small. I ended up getting a half sleeve. So I didn't even mean it to be this big. But pretty much I have birds here and like a skull. Like these are ravens, flower, I have a skull. But I like that there's the feathers go all the way down. So if I'm wearing like a t-shirt or whatever, you can kind of see them like poking out of the bottom, which I like.
Yeah, I got a tattoo like that on my back where I thought it was going to be like a small thing. And then afterwards I saw it and I'm like, oh my God, that's huge. But I mean, it's kind of like Emma said. I mean, I don't know why I'm so nervous about it because I don't even think about it. It's just, it's part of my body.
I forget about all of mine, yeah.
I
can understand, like, it's a big deal. It is. So
I think the commitment of actually going down to and making the appointment and showing up is like I also want to get one at Crypticon. I just think it would be fun to get a tattoo at a convention. Danny and I,
that would be cool.
We are trying to think of something simple that because you got to get something smaller at like at a convention because they don't have a lot of time to do like a big sleeve or something. So this is a really stupid idea, but I think it'd be really funny. And I want us to have tattoos that kind of go together. You remember in Army of Darkness how he has the little tiny ashes poking him in the ankle? I want to get like a little tiny ash like poking me in the ankle, and then Danny wants to get one with like a match.
Hey!
Mom, close the door, baby.
Hello.
Son!
Wow.
Hey!
Oh, he can't hear us because
Oh,
he's
yeah.
got the headphones on. There we go. Hello.
You want to sit down? Honey, did you forget how to chair?
Oh my god, that mask is terrifying.
You can't chair.
That's amazing.
Scoot in. So everybody, this is my son Lulz.
He looks just
I want to
like
see the
you.
mascot. Those eyes, are they buttons?
You get closer so she can see your mask. Look in the
Oh my God,
cameras right there.
See, they've got like Coraline eyes. It's like the
Yeah.
button. Yeah. Terrifying, man.
It's
Absolutely
kind of like a
terrifying.
mix between Five Nights at Freddy's
Yeah.
and Coraline, like with the button eyes.
Yeah.
Very cool.
Oh my god, it's so scary. Where do you get those kind of masks?
Usually,
Where do you get
after Halloween, like if you go to a lot of the department stores, they're really inexpensive, so we load up a lot. But yeah, during Halloween, we have a Halloween store in town, and I've ordered some of them online for him. But that one I got at Walmart.
Okay,
Just a
you guys
random
wanna-
thing, or is that meant to be a character in something?
No, it's just creepy.
You guys want to hear something really, really sad?
What?
We
What?
don't celebrate Halloween in Denmark.
Yeah,
I
same
know,
here.
They don't
Same
in
here.
England either. Like the worst Halloween ever. Because where my dad worked on the base, so even when I didn't live on the base, we could always go to the base and go trick or treating. But there was one year where we were stuck at my grandma's house and they don't trick or treat or do anything there. It was so lame. My mom got us masks and like a bag of candy each. We're like, Mom, it's not the same.
Halloween is supposed to be like adventure.
It's an adventure
Okay.
for candy.
Oh
Oh
my
my gosh. My favorite part of Hotel Transylvania is where the vampires are afraid that the humans are going to steal their candy. That's the best. Oh, I love you.
His
He
eyebrows.
has my eyes, doesn't he? And my eyebrows.
The eyebrows.
Definitely. Like, he definitely has my brows.
I have to say, both you guys have like such perfect eyebrows. I never do anything with mine because
Really?
they're like,
I always.
Mine are
yeah.
tattooed.
Oh, yeah? Oh, that's right. Because you told me not too long ago that you were going to go with your mom and get your eyebrows tattooed.
Oh no, no, I was just doing her stuff. But I've got my eyebrows tattooed like 3 times. My eyes don't take very well. I've still got makeup on them, but yeah.
I have a friend who
Eyebrows
has eyeliner tattooed to her eyes.
Wow. I could not get something done that close to my eyeball.
That would scare
No,
me.
thank you. Because this is just microblading, so it's not an actual tattoo machine. They like go in.
Oh.
It's not permanent. Semi-permanent.
no, like mine. I don't really like do anything with them because I think it looks weird. But I sometimes go to like the hairdresser and have them like waxed and stuff just to make sure that they don't become
I always
caterpillars.
feel a little self-conscious because I had a teacher when I was in middle school, and he said, "You have such nice bushy brows." I'm like, "I'll say what?" Yeah, I immediately went home, did not know what I was doing, but like tweezed the crap out of them. And so I've had really thin brows since then. So I kind of wish I had never like started tweezing them when I was a kid, but oh well. It was the 90s. Thin brows were in, bro.
Oh, I remember that. And then you need to
Like, I always feel like my brows are a little too thin, but they are what they are, I guess.
and I remember like the
I think
90s
they
looked
suit
like
your
you had you had the like the brown like lip liner and then like a lighter
my
brown
God.
lipstick.
Yeah,
Oh, I remember.
I
my
love that.
generation. I was a goth in the 90s, though, so I didn't really do that. I had black lipstick and, like, leather pants and
Oh,
a trench coat.
So cool.
Trench
hair.
coat.
Yeah.
See, I felt really bad for the people in Australia that were like wearing trench coats.
I did it before the... 'cause
in the
Columbine
summer.
happened
In
when
the
I
summer
was-
here.
Columbine
Oh,
happened my senior year, so I had a trench coat way before that shit, but I...
Before
I stopped
Matrix?
doing it.
Like when it comes to the whole goth thing, like I always like sort of had a bit of a liking for it, but I never really knew anything about it until like the internet came along, and I always like, you know, search for imagery and like the and stuff like that fit into that, but I never dressed it or looked like it, and I always felt like kind of depressed about my appearance, and I hated my body, and then all of a sudden I moved to this city and there's a store where they sell like gothic clothes, and I bought some, and all of a sudden I was like, oh my god, my body is actually kind of cool and I love how I look now. So
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
it was really,
awesome.
when I like horror movies for forever, and all my friends always thought it was weird. When we got into high school, a couple of my girlfriends kind of got into the goth scene, and all of a sudden it was really cool, the stuff I liked. And so I
Yeah.
realized in that kind of environment that the stuff I liked was a little more accepted, and like you, I felt kind of like I found my people. But I mean, of course, there's people at school and stuff that thought the goth scene was just, you know, you're worshiping the devil and stuff. But on the one hand, I was a perfect goth because my skin like hates the sun. Like I can sit in the sun for forever, and I will either burn or I'm gonna stay this pale. Like my skin is really pale.
Hello, I'm a redhead. Literally in my genes.
Yeah.
My genetic.
Likewise. So.
Hey,
But yeah. So on the one hand, but
Ejaculate
goths
Tampa.
are supposed to be really depressed and stuff, and I wasn't really good at that. So my friends always said I was kind of like the happy goth, like Lydia from the Beetlejuice cartoon. The things I get compared to: Dot on Animaniacs, Lydia on the Beetlejuice cartoon. Don't know if these are compliments.
I'm just gonna go pee quickly because I didn't get my bathroom break before.
Watch out for the spiders, honey. Honey, be careful. Take a bat.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I don't live in Australia with the spider.
Uncle Jack.
Boy, I can still
hear you. Remember, he's gonna come on and read stories to you. Your friendly neighborhood Jacula. He's right
Every
in the chat.
should have
He's right there. You say hi? Remember you were on his show? Alright, bugger off you. Bugger off. Look, he's back in his head.
Oh, yeah.
What are you guys doing? Animals running around.
You got control of your animals? Aw, puppy!
This is my dog, Brocky.
Aw.
He's named
Like,
after
I
Dave
saw-
Brocky from Gwar. So,
Oh my god, I miss my pets.
in Denmark, are there any particular vampire legends that are special to Denmark, or do you have the same ones we do?
We don't really like have vampires here. Like I said, it's very like folklore and trolls and stuff. So not really. So when it comes to vampires, I think we share like a lot with like the British, you know, like the Draculas, and then there's also like the big Twilight invasion, which
Yeah.
so bad. But yeah, like there's a British show that I found on YouTube called Young Dracula, which is so cute. Like you should show the kids. It's basically like, you know,
Young
Dracula. Young Dracula. It's a kids show and it's so cute. It's about they like this family of vampires coming to the UK. You know, they fled the mob, and you have the young Vladimir Dracula who's about to grow up and become a teenager and a vampire, and they move to Stokely, the city of Stokely.
Ah, clever.
So yeah, so it's so cute, and the man who plays his father, like the Count, he looks so sexy in his leather pants and long black hair and stuff.
Oh my gosh, I have to say, even though I know it's not a great movie, one of the sexiest horror movies ever, and it is a vampire movie, is Queen of the Damned. Like, I know it's not great, but god damn, that movie is sexy. That is a sexy movie, and the soundtrack. Oh, dear God, the soundtrack.
I gotta watch that. So yeah, I'm really hoping that the whole database, like...
I'm just saying, if you're going to be watching Queen of the Damned, make sure you're stocked on AA batteries, because you're going to need them.
Okay. If all else fails, I got a right hand and a left hand.
There you go. Yeah, I learned over the years that it's a lot cheaper to just go manual myself, but, you know, it is what it is.
Yeah. Like,
what's up, Emma? How was peeing?
What are you talking about?
Nothing.
What are you talking?
Nothing.
Your right hand or your left hand?
We're talking about polishing the pearl, yo. Halloween Happy corrected me. We no longer say flicking the bean. It is polishing the pearl.
I thought it was like double clicking your mouse.
The clicking and the flicking, that's all like, I don't know, I have to agree with Halloween Happy. So people are talking about Count Duckula in the chat, and I love Count Duckula. He is the best. So
I like Jack clarifying here, like they're talking about vibrators.
Yeah. Let's talk about some different vampire movies and legends. Like we kind of mentioned the Japanese vampires with the hopping. Another really kind of a different vampire story is the Mexican movie Kronos. Have you guys seen that?
Mm-hmm.
The little girl and her grandfather.
I've seen the
It's a really good movie.
I've seen the trailer, I think. Is it a new one?
No, it's 80s, I think.
80s.
Is it 80s? Kronos?
I think it's 80s. It's a while ago. Yeah, it was one of the first Guillermo del Toro movies, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think first or second.
Yeah.
What was Backbone? Devil's Backbone?
I think it came out
That's him
afterwards,
too,
but
isn't
I
it?
don't quote me on that.
I'm trying to find the trailer. How do you spell it?
Someone's written it in the
Yeah.
chat.
Oh, I guess it's 92.
CRONOS. 92. There you go.
And Jack will like this one, but another kind of a different vampire is Lair of the White Worm, where you have vampires who are... I mean, she's a very vampiric character. She's a snake woman, but she is feeding on people. So, what are some other movies like that you guys are into, or that you want to talk about?
Trying to think here. And I really like the Byzantinian one that you sent me. I have to say that was actually very good.
Byzantium is definitely, I think, one of the best vampire horror movies that have come out in the last decade. If you haven't seen Byzantium, it's time to get on board with that. Because I want to, Emma, you got to help me out here because I wish I did more videos. Like, you're so good at popping out the videos, and I feel like it takes me so long to edit them and film them.
I just have a schedule and I stick to it no matter what. No matter what the situation, I stick to it. I'll say no to doing a lot of things just to make sure my YouTube schedule stays on. It's like my number one.
Can you tell me about your schedule a bit more?
Well, I use I also use this an application.
Everybody in the chat who's watching, I am so sorry I keep blowing my nose. I'm getting over pneumonia, and it's a sad side effect.
Stay away from dairy.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm not allowed to have any dairy, or basically the doctor said anything that comes out of an animal. So.
Yeah. So I have a half-year planner, which I use, which really helps. So I look at the month as a whole, and I have 2 videos a week. I do a video every Monday and every Friday. Every Monday I do a horror review, and then every Friday I do another review, or another video, which could be a favorites, a horror around the world. Sorry, there's a helicopter going past. Yeah, horror around the world, or Real Faces of Horror. A Come With Me, where it's more I go to the movie.
How do you keep it short though? Because I will film something. It takes me a while to get everything set up. So I'd say filming something takes about an hour, and then editing something can take about a day. And if I have other things going on, then it can take a couple days. And so it just ends up being a huge process.
Editing has been my job for my whole entire life. I was a full-time editor for 5 years for TV shows. So editing I can do it with my eyes closed. And I edit just sometimes not even listening to it, just looking at waveforms. I can tell breaks in my sentences, so I can be doing 2 things at once. I'm a huge multitasker too.
I edit by the audio first, and then I go through. I am wondering if maybe I should not be putting so many video clips and stuff, because it takes me a while to rip the movie or find a clip of the movie, and then...
I'm always worried about copyright with that, so I just don't do that.
I don't use any audio, so I haven't really gotten in trouble for it.
Okay. But you can, and that would be a shame, because then they'd probably start going through all of your stuff and flagging it.
You know what's really funny is, obviously every video on our channel is about horror, but we did one collab with Bloodbath & Beyond, and I just got an email saying that I can't monetize it because of the type of content it is, because it's horror. It's did you not see the other 100-some-odd videos we've done?
Weird.
Yeah. So that worries me. If we get bigger, is that going to be an issue? Because that would really suck.
So just because it's horror?
Huh?
Just because it's horror?
It said it didn't meet their guidelines for advertising, and because it talks about killing and stuff.
Yeah, I heard that hits a lot of people, even people doing news shows, because they're commenting on stories about war and crimes and
stuff.
Well,
shit, now even if you're just a homosexual person, your video can't. It's not on the YouTube restricted. So how much longer if they're giving it that kind of power before you can't monetize your videos?
But that hasn't got to do with monetization, does it?
No, that has to do with YouTube restricted.
Yeah. When it comes to that whole debacle, I just think that they need to figure out a better system. You can have a children's section that's very restricted, and then maybe have
a
light.
They have a YouTube Kids, and they have YouTube Gaming and stuff. So I think it's bullshit. And I did, someone said I should contest it, and I have. I've told them that they need to re-review it, because that is honestly one of the more tame videos we've ever done. It was just a what would you do with Bloodbath & Beyond. I think the only reason it got picked on is because Blood Bath & Beyond's gone to be a bigger channel. So I can't imagine like what kind of troubles they're having. Exactly.
That would be interesting to hear from Jay.
I do know that Jay has said that their website, Google refused to allow them to have ads on their website, which sucks.
Yeah.
Because it has graphic content on it. So since they've gotten bigger, they've gotten hit pretty hard by Google. And Google was the ones that took away their AdSense for their website.
Which makes
no
videos. Sense.
No,
like...
yeah, it makes absolutely no sense because, you know, the people who are advertising, like, they would probably say, okay, we want our products to be advertised on this particular site. Like, you know, like, be an advertiser saying, you know, we sell, you know, special effects makeup. We would love to, you know, be advertised on a horror site and stuff like that.
And that's what the email says, is that it's not attractive to advertisers, basically. But what about movie? I mean, half the time when I watch YouTube, I get a trailer before someone's video. Yeah. How is that not relevant to what is featured on my channel, which is primarily movie reviews?
Yeah. You know, wait, I want to say something really quickly to the chat because someone was so weird the other day and didn't actually understand this. And I'm sure you guys will get this. But some people say that they like ad blocker and they don't want to see those pre-rolls and they think it's really annoying and boring. Those are the things that are funding all of like the YouTubers. If you have ad blocker, don't use it because it's what you're doing is you're taking the money away from us who are spending, I know, like Gory, she just said, spends like a whole day editing a video. You're taking away everything just to watch like a 30-second pre-roll.
And not to mention the fact, like, I mean, that's the editing and I do a lot of special effects stuff on them, but I probably don't need to do. But I need to dial it back a bit. But, I mean, also, like, when I'm watching the movie, I take tons of notes. Sometimes I will script out what I'm going to write if I want it to be a little more, you know. Sometimes it saves me time when I'm filming if I have it scripted. Or at least kind of a general guideline of what I'm going to say. Because then I don't sit there and go, you know, do tons of retakes. So, but it's a lot of fucking work. You guys know that. It's a lot of work. And you get you get pennies for, you know, per video. I remember the first time we made 3 cents. We'd been doing it for almost a year. You don't get much from it. And that's why people do Patreon and stuff. And I've heard people dog on Patreon, but they're doing that because you put so much time into this. That's time you could be using to make money, to be working, you know, a job or something. And so, like, in chats and stuff now, you can do super chats, which is kind of like in Twitch, which I think is really cool. You know, I haven't actually done it myself. I want to catch someone's, Jack will do a live stream tomorrow. I'll try it out tomorrow. But that's cool that you can, like, donate and stuff. But you need to support, if you like the content, you need to support it. You need to, at the very least, turn off your ad blocker. I do have ad blockers strictly because we do a lot of movie commentaries. And during the movie commentaries, people will get ads at different times. And so then we're not synced up. But that's the only time I use ad blocker. But when you're watching people's videos, especially if they're people like, you know, you want to support, you got to make sure you have those ads on.
Yeah, you don't have to give any money. You can just not block the ads.
Just watching the video all the way through and not blocking the ads. Yeah. That's another thing. I had friends who've tried to help me out, but they don't like horror. And so they'll click on my video so I get the view, but they don't watch it. And that tells YouTube, because YouTube goes by the minutes, that tells YouTube that they didn't get what they wanted. And so then your video actually gets punished and will not be recommended to as many people because they think that people don't like it. So if you wanted to help somebody, you're better off not watching it at all than watching 2 seconds of it and then clicking off somewhere else. Because YouTube doesn't give a crap about thumbs up, thumbs down. That's for you to decide what people are enjoying. YouTube cares about minutes. So they want if someone's watching all of a video, they're going to recommend that video to other channels. If they stay and they watch 2 or 3 more videos, then your channel is going to get recommended more and more and more because they want people to treat it like television. So, I mean, I disagree with the way YouTube's set up, and I think there's a lot of flaws in it, but unfortunately, that's just what we have to work with right now.
Yeah. But no, like, also the whole copyright things. I know that the Bible Reloaded, they're apparently, like, dealing with a big lawsuit right now because they actually got harassed by a company, filing false DMCA claims on them, or DMC claims, whatever you call them. And they went to a lawyer and he was like, oh, this is pure harassment. Like, we can take them to court and sue the shit out of them. So they've been doing like a a fundraiser on Patreon to
What?
deal with that. So
Shit,
yeah, and
sorry.
and the movies that, or the videos that got like, you know, the copyright claim, they even say in the beginning, okay, we're going to do a movie review. We are not going to use any audio or video clips. We are going to use stills and images that we found that has no copyright on them, you know, that found on Photobug or whatever. And that's what all they were going to use. There was no clips of the movie, no audio, nothing, and they still got a copyright strike for it.
Shit, Andrea was just saying in the chat that Rue Moore, because she's a writer for Rue Moore magazine, which is, you know, the Canadian horror magazine, one of the biggest in the world, and they can have all the blood and violence they want, but one fucking nipple and it gets sent back. That's insane.
That's crazy.
I mean, even like I have to say on my show, I have shown clips of, I felt like I was pushing it a little bit when I did our top 20 of 2016 because I showed a guy's face getting ripped off. I'm like, oh, you're going to get fucked over for that, Gory. But no, I get away with showing so much violence, talking about violence. I've talked about tons of my favorite kills. The only time people have ever fucking complained is when it deals with sex or nudity.
Really?
You know, like the dong talk. I have had people message me and be like, I like your show, but when you do Ghouls Night Out, can you not talk about dongs? I'm like, I'm sorry, but all the female viewers I have, like, that's the kind of stupid stuff they want to talk about. And it's Ghouls Night Out, so if you don't like it, don't watch it, you know? And I've had people tell me that it makes them, like, no man can live up to that and stuff. And it's like, dude, come on. I watch tons of streams. I watch tons of streams where guys are talking about tits and sex and boobs. And you know what? I just roll with it. You know, because that's honesty. That's what people really think about. They say people think about sex like every 30 seconds.
Do you believe that, though? I don't believe that.
I don't know if I believe that, but I don't know. Maybe subconsciously?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like, guys definitely more than girls, but that's because they're pretty much ready to go like anytime, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've gotten a lot of crap about that, even though it's just something silly that we talk about on here. We've talked about like lots of fictional penises and shit, and it's just silly talk. But yeah, I'm actually kind of curious to go look at our chat, because for some reason whenever it gets mentioned on the show, I'll lose like 5 watchers. So we'll see. I challenge you to stay and listen to us talk about dogs. But you know, it's fun, silly talk. When I've actually watched other people's reviews and stuff where they will go into depth, like I saw someone's reviews in The Shallows, and all they talked about was Blake Lively in a bikini, which is great. Talk about Blake Lively in a bikini, but also talk about her performances. Tell me what you thought of the CGI shark. Tell me what you thought of the story. Give me a review here, dude. You know, you can enjoy the girl in the bathing suit, but you got to have a review as well. Otherwise, I just don't see the point.
Yeah. And it's not like, you know, you're showing like a porno on the stream, like, you know, it's not like, you know, it's not that graphic. But then again, you know, the Bible, tons of violence, slavery and torture and all that good stuff, but no nipples. No nipples in the Bible.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no nipples.
No nipples.
Do you guys ever feel like kind of, like the world's out to get us? Because, I mean, fucking seriously, like, boobs? Okay, so you get boobs to feed babies. Like, I had a baby. I know how this works. You know, it feeds the babies. But poor boobs who've only gone out to do good stuff, like feed babies, who are like our most precious resource, they get so put down upon. First of all, underwire. Who the fuck came up with underwire? Because that shit's uncomfortable. If you're wearing an underwire bra right now, like, take that shit off and like fling it somewhere. That shit sucks. Chill.
Like,
it gets over 100 degrees where I live in Washington State. It is fucking hot. And my husband and my son are running around without a care in the world without their shirts on. And here I am in a freaking black shirt, because sadly most of my shirts are black, sweating my ass off because I have a bra and a t-shirt on.
Sorry, can I just ask you something really quick? Like the cough drop, are they blue? Because your mouth is kind of blue. I don't know if it's the light.
It's the light. I have a blue light in front of me.
Oh, okay.
It's the light.
I don't know, you look like blue all around your mouth, and I was like, oh, no.
No, it's just when she opens, like, I don't know what it is. It's just the lighting.
Once I had the underwear pop out of my bra, and it poked me in the boob. My poor boob has never done anything but, like, bring goodness to people.
Yeah, like, I'm so lucky that mine, they have just the right small size and just firm enough that I don't have to wear a bra if I don't want to.
Well, it's like I
So
mentioned
Yeah,
on
me
the last-
too.
Dude, see, this is where it sucks because I probably have smaller boobs than both y'all. But here's the problem. I have nipples that poke out like little freaking arrows. So even on the warmest day ever, my boobs are like remember Madonna when
We're
she had
learning so much about your body, I feel like. The body.
remember when Madonna had those cone bras? Like, that's
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
boobs on a normal day. They're like, attention, we're ready to boob, Gory. What do you want us to do? I'm like, dude, we already had the kid. We've already nailed down the husband. You guys can take the day off. And they're like, no, we're here to fucking boob, Gory. What do you want? And they just stand at attention all day long. I mean, God bless them for being perky, but I don't want to wear a bra. So can you settle down for 5 fucking seconds, please, so I can at least take my bra off? Are you guys
wear
listening?
little nibble tassels. You can wear
I
little
named
nibble
them Special Agent Bob and Secret Agent Steve, and I just feel like we don't communicate well.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like
Have
it.
you guys named your boobs?
No, you've asked me this before as well.
You know what
They're
this
just-
show is. Emma, you knew what this is
Yeah.
before you came here.
I have no excuse.
But you know, boobs are absolutely amazing. I love boobs. I love having my own, so I can always like put my hands on them and I can look down my shirt and be like, yeah, awesome. And they're just so powerful. Like what boobs can give you, and you know, a bit of cleavage, a hint of yeah, I might think you're cute, and you get a free drink when you're out. Like that's all. You need. Seriously, that's all you need.
My grandma, because like I mentioned this earlier, like she's my favorite person, but and my best friend too. They're both bigger gals, and I think I kind of gravitate to people like that because they have these big, lovely bosoms. And I swear, like the best cuddles you'll ever get is from a lady with big bosoms. Like you could just roll up in that. You know, my best friend, she's got big bosoms, and it ain't a party until I've motorboated her. Then it's a party.
Like I know,
wait. Doc the metal freak just said, I feel weird listening to women talk about boobs, lol.
I can't
Would you
win.
feel weird if it was
I
men
can't
talking
win.
about boobs?
I can't win. I talk about
Yeah, you know,
boobs,
but
I'm
we-
in trouble. I
no,
talk about dongs,
it's an
I'm in
actual-
trouble.
You're not in trouble. It's an actual question, though. Do you, Doc the metal freak, would you feel weird if it was men talking about boobs? I wonder if...
would you feel better if you knew that I kind of like girls? I'm more into guys, but I kind of like girls. And when it comes to girls, I prefer, you know, bust
You know,
over bum.
I
So-
have to say,
Would that make
like,
you-
I
Your subscribers just went up, like...
no, I mean, I think you're saying something really true there because I believe that we get pigeonholed into these labels and these categories. But as far as our
That's really
sexuality goes, I think sexuality is more of a spectrum. You're not just heterosexual or homosexual. I mean, I firmly believe if I was single, there is just as much likelihood that I can meet and fall in love with a woman as there would be me to fall in love with a man. I happen to meet and fall in love with a man, and that's wonderful, but I wouldn't count out the idea. Like I think it's more...
Well, I think there was a study, I can't remember what it was called, but there was a study that sort of indicated that apparently women are never 100% straight. Women will always have a little bit of an attraction towards other women.
I think that's
And
society,
it has
though.
more- So yeah, I think it's not like biologically. I think it has to do with like sociology and psychology because women have this tendency, you know, we want like we are more like, you know, we want stability and kids because, you know, we get pregnant, we get to carry the kids, so we need more stability, and because we have that sense, that's more attractive to other women as well.
I think men are just as likely to be attracted to other men too, but in society, at least in American society, where I've spent most of my sexual years, it's kind of a big hurdle to overcome because you're going to get a lot of crap from your family and your peer group. And so, you know, to just admit to even being attracted to a man is a big deal. And this is something, I feel really stupid saying this stays between us when this is on live, but another fascinating thing about that is my son kind of had a little girlfriend like a couple years ago. He is such a little like lover boy. Like he loved this chick. He really was into her, and he hasn't like really tried to have a girlfriend since. He's still hung up on this chick that he was a boyfriend of like 2 years ago. But my son and I have a very open dialogue. He can talk to me about
which is
anything.
important.
Very.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
he's asked me some pretty unusual things that probably would throw a lot of people off, but I like that he trusts me enough to ask me these things. And one of the things he told me about, we were talking about crushes, and he actually told me that his first crush at school was a little boy. And I told him that was entirely cool. You know, it's actually a really cool little boy that he's come over here and hung out and stuff before. And I think that's awesome. And it's because he's at the age where he doesn't know that there are groups of people in this world that are going to make him feel ashamed of that.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of a beautiful thing. Now,
I think that
physically it becomes a different thing, because I love women, and there are tons, you know, you guys are both lovely women. No, tons of very attractive women. I'm all good with chicks until we get to about the belly button. Beyond that, I have no idea what to do with that. So that's why I think I would say I'm more gravitating towards, like, you know, men. But like I said, you know, I think it's like more ambiguous and more of a spectrum than people think. Because, like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, like, she had a boyfriend, Oz, right? And I don't think she ever came out and said she was straight or anything. But then following up on that, she had a girlfriend. And, you know, she loved that person just as much. And it became a very big deal on that show about how she was coming out as gay and stuff. But I don't think...
I think she was gay, yeah.
I don't think she was. I think she fell in love with one person who happened to be a man, and she fell in love with another person who happened to be a woman.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that if we're really honest with ourselves, that's more of how human beings are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I know personally with myself, it has so much to do with personality. Like, if I see, like, a very attractive person out and about, I don't automatically like, oh my god, I need to nail that person, you know? It's just, I need the personality.
Absolutely,
like,
absolutely.
That's such an important part of the attraction.
To be honest, as much as I talk about a lot of sex stuff on here, I didn't get my first kiss until I was 19, and I didn't lose my virginity until I was 21. So I was really intimidated by a lot of that stuff, and I was a really shy person, and so I was everybody's kid sister or best friend, but I had a hard time putting myself out there and, like, admitting that I liked somebody or that I was attracted to somebody. So I kind of got friend zoned.
I don't believe that term. Friend zone.
It's really
If
interesting.
someone doesn't want to have sex with you.
I actually agree with that too, because once I started dating somebody, a lot of the people who had been just my friends all of a sudden kind of showed interest in me. And I'm like, what? You had ample opportunity. It was like 5 years of us being friends before I dated this guy. But once somebody else shows an interest in me, then, like, a lot of people who were just my friends did show an interest. And I don't know what that's all about. But I have to agree with you. The friend zone thing is bullshit. But it's really funny because, you know, it's intimidating. And you think about, like, you know, men being naked and, you know, dongs and all that shit. And, you know, honestly, I didn't know what to do below the waist then, but I figured it out. So I think if I fell in love with a girl, I would have figured that shit out.
You would figure it out. Yeah, totally.
You know, I'm married now, so I don't need to worry about that stuff. But I definitely think it would have been a possibility.
Yeah, but, like, the whole homosexual discussion, like, I know in Denmark, like, I've talked to some guys who say, you know, it was a big problem, you know, especially with their dads and their grandparents and stuff, you know, when they came out, but...
Dudes, we got our thumbs down when we start talking about sex stuff. God damn it.
Whatever. Keep going, Christina.
Sorry.
But it has to... I think it wasn't such a big deal here, and I think I honestly think it has to do with the fact that Denmark is, like, over 70% atheist. And I know America is, like, 70% Christian or very religious. So there wasn't, like, the religious aspect to it.
Yeah, which would make... Because that's a lot of the excuse, I feel like, comes from that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny because in the Bible, it does say that men cannot lie with other men, but there is a verse, I think it's in Revelations, I'm not sure, where it's talking about women grinding up against the women, so it's cool when it's the girls, because that's hot, and we like to watch that.
Yeah, they also say you can stone your slave and, like, send your wife to, like, bone other dudes.
And you can't wear cotton, right? Isn't that in something?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, the mix of fabric, so if you wear, like, cotton...
Yeah, don't do that.
Don't do
Go
that.
to hell. Yeah. But it's how you interpret it, the whole fucking thing, apparently, right? I don't know, I'm not a religious person at all.
So, we said we were going to be talking about vampires tonight, and I think this is a perfect segue because there's a lot of sexuality with vampires. So, I mean, think about it. You have to invite them into your house. They can't just come into your house. come.
That's good, consensual. I like that.
Okay, no. You got to invite them in, and then they penetrate you with the teeth thing, and then there's an exchange of fluids, and then they're kind of done with you, and you're either dead or they're like, whatever, and they don't call you the next day. It's kind of like true life, dude.
Like when I actually thought about this, prior going on to the stream here, and when it comes to the vampire, like there's either like the beast, like total raw sexuality, or there's like the tragic hero and you want to save him, or there's just like the pure bad guy, like every girl loves a bit of a bad guy.
But it's women too. Like there's movies like Bitten, which is a really great one with Jason Mewes in it, and he's an EMT and he finds a girl in a dumpster. And he's going to be the knight in shining armor, and he's going to save her because she's been attacked and left in a dumpster for dead. And he finds out she's a vampire and she needs to eat. And, of course, he has these romantic notions of, like, being the guy who fixes everything. And he kind of helps her, but it's kind of fucking him up in the head, too. And so eventually it's just, like, a kind of a toxic relationship.
There's also the movie called Kiss of the Damned, if you have seen that.
Yeah.
What is it?
Kiss of the Damned.
Yeah.
With a beautiful.
Ah.
Yeah. That's also like very sexualized, but in a more romanticized way.
So yeah, you have like your Twilight, where it's kind of like the attraction to the bad boy. You have your bitten, which is sort of the need to be the knight in shining armor. But I wonder if there's more of a attraction there because it's somebody who doesn't need to be saved because she can defend herself. But I don't know. Maybe there's something there because she is this creature that is incredibly strong, but she would have died were it not for his help. So there could be something there. Yeah,
like there is this like thing, like when you go all the way back to Stoker's Dracula, where with Lucy, when she becomes very sexualized, it's all of a sudden a woman saying, "This is what I want you, and this is what I want to do to you, and this is what I want you to do to me." Mm-hmm. And when you have this thing in society where girls were supposed to be quiet and nice and sit back and just wait for someone to come to us, all of a sudden you have this more aggressive kind of sexuality in the girls. I mean, that can also be very attractive towards guys.
So you think the attraction is maybe in like a strong female?
Yeah.
What do you think,
Emma?
That I don't know. I think this is fascinating because I don't know this kind of thing about vampires. The one thing I did want to ask though is about that whole glamour. What do they call it? Like when they glamour you, or whatever it's called. Like, where did that come from?
They can hypnotize you with their eyes.
Yeah,
which came from Dracula. I believe that's the first one that published that. He can put you into his thrall, which means he can stare at you, and it's a if you are weak-willed, he can control you and tell you what to do. So usually he was doing it on servants and stuff in the movie, but when he tries to do it to Van Helsing, he has a difficult time. But the glamour is another power that I honestly first heard about that in the Vampire the Masquerade role-playing games, but it's probably been in a movie before then. That's where the vampire can change their appearance and they can look like another person.
Oh.
Yeah.
What? I never heard of that. Well, I mean, I just know they can change their appearance.
Or
cool power.
Like if you watch the new Dracula, he has two very different looks. He has the look he has in the beginning where he's kind of this creepy looking old man with the white hair.
I like that.
With the butt
I like
hair.
that.
The hair that looks like a butt.
And
he tries to suave it up when he's trying to get his vamp on with Mina. So he's kind of glamoring himself a bit.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that.
In the Vampire the Masquerade games, you have... This is going to make me sound like such a fucking nerd. But whatever, here goes. So the Vampire Masquerade game, you have lots of different clans. And these clans have different powers. And so you have, like, Toreadors who... That's one of their abilities, is they can kind of glamour themselves to look a certain way. But there are other ones, too. Like, if you notice in Interview the Vampire, there is also the celerity, which is the ability to move super fast. So you see Louis talking to the reporter, and 1 second he's here, the next second he's over there. So they can move very, very quickly. A lot of them I've seen, the vampire can lick a wound and it will heal that wound. So they can drink from you and then they can heal the wound so it's completely gone.
Lick it.
Yeah.
What about the turning into a bat?
I've heard in different stories there's turning into bats. There's turning
And
into
wolves.
wolves. And I've been really into watching a lot of the classics lately. For some reason, when I'm sick, nothing quite soothes me like watching old black and white horror movies. So I'm watching a lot of Vincent Price and old Universal and stuff. But I got the Legacy collection of Draculas. I've been like learning all this fascinating stuff about it. And they said that in that movie, in the commentary, that before then, it had been kind of a common thing that vampires turned into wolves. That had been seen a lot in other vampire literature. But the vampire bat thing was kind of new to that movie. They just kind of put together vampire, let's make it a thing, which I don't know if that was the best decision because the bats do look pretty hokey in that movie. But it happened with the 1931 Dracula film.
Yeah, I believe there is I'm not sure if it was the original cover for the Stoker's Dracula, but there is like an illustration where you see like Dracula, like the Count, coming down the side of the castle, and he's upside down, and he looks very much like a big bat crawling down the side.
Creepy.
Yeah. So there is this sort of beast kind of feel to a vampire. So having him turning into a beast or an animal, it's not that far fetched. And again, you have a lot of werewolf mythology and stuff, especially from Germany. So it's not weird that if they fed into each other or was inspired by each other and stuff like that.
There's a lot of bleed over. And it's really interesting, too, and I've seen this with Nosferatu. Nosferatu looks very kind of rat-like or bat-like in his facial features and his claws and such. He's very animal-like. Buffy the Vampire Slayer did that, too. The older vampires would take on kind of an animal-like appearance. So you had the one that killed Faith's Watcher. He's got kind of almost like a cat feral appearance, whereas the Master looks very bat-like. And I've also seen that in Underworld. So there's quite a few where they kind of become almost more animal-like the older they become.
Yeah.
Cool. Weird.
There is this book series called The Parasol Protectorate. Ever heard of that?
Never.
No, I haven't.
Okay, I'm just gonna find the first book.
There's something interesting because we were kind of talking a little bit before earlier about how you didn't like the gal in Rings because she got super absorbed in her relationship. And like I said, that's something I've seen in a lot of my younger friends. Not so much anymore that I'm older, but when I was younger and like in college and stuff, I had a lot of girlfriends who you would be the best of friends, and then they'd get a new boyfriend or girlfriend, and you'd never fucking hear from them, for months. And I think there's something to that too with the vampire myth. Like if beyond the sexuality of it, there's the fear, because this being is draining you of your life force, and it's like
an abusive relationship.
Lured into this relationship by the sexuality of it, but then finding yourself completely lost or even consumed by it.
It'd be interesting if they did a movie on that, like a modern film.
Yeah, I think you see that a lot in what's the series called? True Blood.
True Blood, absolutely. True Blood.
Yeah, where you see the humans, they try to change their life around to fit in with the vampires, schedule and stuff like that. They try to stay up late at night and
where they're completely altering their existence to be amenable to this other being with no concern for their own well-being or safety even.
Yeah, but getting back to the old vampire, this is the first one in the series called Soulless.
Oh my gosh, I've heard about that, but I didn't know it was a vampire thing. Can you tell me what it's about?
Basically, if Twilight was done correctly and set in steampunk Victorian Britain, this is the book series that you want. This is the main character, and she doesn't have a soul. Her name's Alexia, and she's very big. And because she does not have a soul, she can suck the powers from vampires and werewolves and make them humans. And she's apparently one of the only people in the world who can do that. So
that is cool. I've never heard of that before. Oh, sorry, Andrea just mentioned the remake of Salem's Lot. That was fucking awesome. Sorry, but Salem's Lot is amazing.
I got the book. I gotta read that one too. But she's like this strong female character, very smart, snarky, has a temper. And, and it's full of werewolves and vampires and stuff like that. And in one of the later books, she comes across this vampire coven where they have this very, very old vampire who's like thousands of years old, and she sits on this throne, and she's basically nailed down to it with nails through her flesh. Otherwise, she cannot stay up, and she's fed with blood constantly through these tubes, and she's basically just all fangs. Like that's the one thing that's left of her. Because they're sort of like, have this theory that because she's so old, the only thing that's left, in her body to do is create more vampires.
Wow, that's amazing.
That's really different. I would love to check that out. Though I do have to say, like, Twilight gets a lot of shit, and I will say Twilight didn't start the sparkling vampires. The very first instance we ever had of sparkling vampires is in the novel of Queen of the Damned. When they go in and they meet the older vampires, it's described that the older vampires are so old that their skin has become like rock, like marble. And in the little bit of moonlight that is shown in the room, their skin is glittering in the moonlight and in the artificial lights within the room. Now, her vampires can't go out in the day, but theoretically, if Anne Rice's vampires could go out in the day, they would have been the first sparkling vampires. So I think it gets a lot of shit for that, especially since Anne Rice basically made a huge fuss about how, like, her vampires would kick the vampires in Twilight's ass. It's like, honey, your vampires were just as foofy. I love them, but then we're foofy vampires.
I do think that the biggest problem with Twilight is, the heroine, like Bella. If she was a very strong character and she could play up to those vampires, and if they also showed a bit more personality and strength, especially in the movies.
Yeah.
The movies are not great. The books are better. I have to say, a lot of the scenes that people dog on the most in the movie, it's really funny, like that. A lot of that scene where he's in the tree and they have this very dramatic dialogue. In the book, that is a scene that takes place when they're in the car, and most of it is meant for comedic effect. They're giggling. It's like when you first start falling in love with somebody, you're just joking about the things that make you different and the things that make you uncomfortable. But it's very different, and it's about high school kids, and sometimes high school kids are fucking stupid. I do think there are probably better heroines, but I don't think Bella's a bad one. She's kind of painted to be sort of an old soul. She likes to read old literature. She doesn't quite fit in with the younger people at her school because she's not super into who's dating who and sports and all that shit. And so she's created in a certain way to where she would be ideal for this vampire character. And I think it works in that. Now, is she somebody I personally want to hang out with? No, but I do understand from a writer's standpoint why the character was created to be a certain way. She's created to be very fragile and kind of klutzy because eventually she will become a vampire. So we have that progression of character there. The only thing I really truly hate about Bella, the thing that really pisses me off, is in New Moon, she starts putting herself in danger because Edward is such a big part of her brain process. I mean, it's her first love and he's gone and she's seeing him everywhere, that when she puts herself in danger, she can hear him speaking to her. She can almost see him. And so she starts riding motorcycles, jumping off of fucking cliffs and stuff. And that's the part where I thought I went a little too far. I get that she's super absorbed in her boyfriend because from the character's standpoint, this is the only person who's ever truly gotten her. Her own parents don't even fucking get her. She has to be the parent with her mother, and her dad's pretty fucking clueless. None of the kids at school get her. I get that. I get that there's a strong bond here, but I just don't think you ever hurt yourself for a fucking boy or girl for anything. So that's where I was a little upset. But then I have to understand that that's reality, and there are girls out there like that. I have had a friend in my own personal life who committed suicide because a girl left him. And sadly, that's the world.
So sad.
It's really sad. And I feel for the character. I just worry that it being a book for teenagers, that may not be the best role model. But, who am I to fucking censor that shit? Who am I to say what's a good role model for whom? I don't know who's going to connect with, what book and what they're going to see in it. And they might see something entirely different than me. And what I do love about Twilight is it made people fucking read. Because not enough people fucking read. And there are so many wonderful fucking stories out there. And if Twilight is going to make you pick up a book and sit down and read 500 pages, then I'm all for that.
Yeah, seriously.
We need to have more.
Pick up this one. It's so much fun. So funny.
I will definitely check that out. I love any horror, but I love vampire novels. One of the more fascinating ones I've read, and I don't think a lot of people have read this, but I love the author Richard Lehman. And he did this great, like, he didn't follow any of the normal tropes, and I love that. It's a book called The Stake. And what happens in The Stake is we have this group of adults, 2 couples, and they drive out and they find kind of this abandoned house, and there's a coffin in it. And within the coffin is a man with a stake in his heart. And so their heads start spinning, like, what happens if we take out the stake? Because that is a vampire trope, that if you put a stake in the vampire, they don't always turn to dust or die or whatever. Sometimes it puts them just to sleep in what is called in Vampire the Masquerade torpor. So the vampire is still alive, but the vampire cannot get up, walk around, think, or anything. The vampire is basically in a coma until that stake is removed.
They did that in the Vampire Diaries as well.
Absolutely. And so in this, these people who've stumbled upon this body, they're like, I wonder if that's true. Like, if we take out the stake, is this creature going to get up and move around? Or was this just a poor, unfortunate person who's died recently and put a stake in them? But what's lovely is the psychology of it. Like, there's so much else going on. Like, you know, there's problems in their own personal marriages and stuff, and it all comes to this really exciting climax where all of their individual problems come to a head, and then somebody pulls out the stake, and it's fucking glorious. And if you haven't read it, you have to. It's amazing.
Oh, I gotta check that one out. Also, Lost Souls, obviously, right?
We should probably put these titles in the chat just in case anyone wants to.
Yeah.
So I definitely am going to check out Soulless.
Yeah. Otherwise, I can do a blog post for Thursday where I can list all the books I have about vampires.
I feel so bad.
You should totally do that.
Yeah, and then people can check it out if they want to.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, I can't put a link in the chat, but
yeah, you can. I'll make you a moderator. Type something and I'll make you a moderator.
Okay.
Just type something.
Something.
And Spooky, you can post links in the chat because you're a moderator.
But yeah, like Lost Souls, anyone who hasn't read it, it's definitely close to an R rating because of strong sexual content, like rape and stuff. But it's so good. It's one of the best vampire books I've ever read.
So that's Lost Souls?
Wow, that's a big statement.
Yeah. Lost Souls. And Poppy C. Bright, who wrote it, is the lady who, The Love in Vain, that I'm currently reading. She is the one who picked out the vampire stories for this as well. So, and she wrote this when she was like a teenager, and
Crazy.
She basically, said something like, "I just wanted to write something that turned me on. I thought was sexy." So there's a lot of there's homosexuals in there, heterosexuals in there, and it's like all over the place.
So it's like an erotic type horror.
Yeah.
So cool. I have to say, we were talking about, you mentioned that that's one of your favorite vampire novels of all time. One of my favorite, and it does not get read by enough people, but there's a book called Suffer the Children by Craig DeLuey. That is by far one of the most horrific stories I've ever experienced in movies or otherwise. And I would love to see it become a movie. But in Suffer the Children, there is a disease. It's got to be airborne because within hours around the world, all the children in the world fall down dead. Like, there's a couple and they're with their children ice skating and their kids just fall over and they're dead. And it happens to everybody, but it happens at a certain time. So say it happens at my time around noon, people in future time zones know it's coming for them. So like, you guys are ahead of me in time zones. So like, you would know all the children where you live are going to die in like 3 hours.
Crazy.
It's awful. It's so awful. And they all see their children die, and they all have different walks of life. Like, you have a single mom who doesn't have a lot of time for her kid, and then her kid dies. You have this couple that has made their whole life their fucking children. They had the at-home daycare and everything. And, I mean, just all these different people. It's fascinating. And so they bury their kids. They have to have, like, a mass kind of burial grave because so many children died. But then, 3 days later, the kids come back to life. They wander home, and at first everyone is overjoyed, but the kids aren't quite right. They're like kind of zombified. They're kind of out of it.
That's a movie, though, isn't it? I mean, a TV show.
No.
The Returned?
It's getting there. I'm getting there. So they're kind of out of it, and then they start asking for blood, and everybody thinks it's just happening to them. So like, one of the mothers, she cuts her own wrist and feeds her children, and then her kids are completely normal for an hour. A pint of blood brings them back for 1 hour. 2 pints, 2 blood. And so the question becomes, how much blood would you give for your children? You know, how much? And you can only give up so much blood before you're dead. And
Yeah.
Everybody's trying so hard. Like, they're making deals with people, especially like the single mom who never had time for her kid. She's doing like everything, like selling her body even to get fucking blood for her kid because she's gonna make it up. You know, and all these other people, like, everyone's going as far as they can without actually killing somebody. And then the kids start acting more violent, and they start acting more like a traditional vampire. They're not them anymore. And like, one of the couples decides that's not our kids anymore. And they decide that they're just going to lock them up and leave. But like somebody else, she goes so far as to committing murder to save her son. Like, she's completely fucking lost it. And it's so crazy, like, how far all of this goes. And it's so fascinating, but it's so horrifying. The idea that this would happen to your kids. And then I don't want to spoil the ending, but the ending of this book is so fucking amazing and so terrifying. If you want a truly scary book, you need to read Stuff for the Children by Craig DeLuey.
Oh, I gotta check that one
That's
out.
crazy.
Definitely.
So good.
Sounds
It's
very
not
cool.
like Pet Sematary or Wakewood. It's not like that, because they are vampires.
No, Pet Cemetery is so different though, because Pet Cemetery, number one, they need to bury them in the cemetery. Number two, they're already dead, and number three, they don't come back normal, and they never come back normal
anymore. They're basically, in Pet
sometimes
Sematary,
dead's
it's like
better.
a demon is in their body. It's not them.
Yeah.
They never
Then
act like themselves.
they
This
just
is
look like
different
them,
because
yeah.
It's like if you had your kid, like, I love my son, but I would definitely give up a pint of blood for him to act like his old happy self. Now, can I give 2 pints of blood? Can I give 3? At a certain point, I don't have enough fucking blood to give, but I don't want my kid to walk around acting like he's, you know, drowsy and not himself anymore and acting like he's in pain. So, yeah, and then when their personalities start to change, that's when a lot of people kind of draw the line. But for some other people, there is no line. And
No,
so
like they look at their kid's face and their eyes, and they're like, "That's still my kid. Look,
Yes.
they still look like my kid."
Yeah, Pet
So
Sematary is a lot more like zombies. But
Yeah.
when they come back, like, that's not Gage, that's not Rachel. They are not even remotely themselves. They are completely different beings. In fact, it's kind of implied in the book that when Gage comes back, that's Zelda in him, her sister that died.
Ugh.
Which
Yeah.
She's so scary.
They kind of show that in the movie too, when she goes into the room and she sees Zelda and then it's Gage. It's not
I don't like
Gage
that.
though. Her little boy does
Scary.
not want to kill her. Rachel does not want to kill her husband. That is not them.
Yeah.
So maybe it's spirits from the Indian graveyard. Maybe it's other spirits that want to haunt or hurt them. But it is certainly not her little boy. But it looks like him.
Yeah, and that's the thing that was so scary about Pet Sematary. You know, you have someone you're like, I look at you and I should know you. Like, I should know everything about you, but for some reason, no, you're wearing a mask. That's not.
And even the way they talk and stuff, I mean, they're allowing themselves to hear and see what they want to see, but Gage is not talking like a 5-year-old. Gage is talking like an adult. Especially in the book, Gage is talking about when he goes to see the man across the street. God, I can't remember his name, but the character, the guy's best friend.
The old man.
Yeah. That man had an affair on his wife when he was in his young 20s. His wife did die when they got older, but he had a lovely marriage for the most part, but he never quite forgave himself for that affair. Gage taunts him with that affair, knowing that is his weak spot. One, Gage, the human being, did not know anything about that. Gage probably didn't even know what an affair was. This is a demon that wants to torture this old man, that wants him to suffer.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like I have to go back and read the book now in English because I read it in Danish.
Oh,
so
really?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. Judd, that's it. Thank you so much, Andrea.
Yeah, so also I know that a lot of people, like especially in the slot pit, they're like, oh, the Dark Tower series is like the best thing Stephen King, has written or whatever. And I read the first one, I was like, no,
I'm not
thought it was boring. But
I think
then
what I love about horror is most horror could really happen. It's like a what if. But it's set in reality, and a lot of fantasy things where they take it to other worlds and stuff, it's a little too hard for me to wrap my head around, I guess. And the Dark Tower
Yeah, I like
series,
realistic stuff.
I'm not giving Dark Tower a chance because of that, but I will see the movie.
Yeah, like I'm thinking about going back to the books and then try and, read them in English instead of Danish, because maybe there's something in the translation that I'm missing.
I worry
So-
about that because I haven't read any Danish books, unfortunately. But I have read a lot of Japanese books. I've read Ringu, the whole Ringu series. I've read Dark Water. I've read a few other Japanese books. I've read Battle Royale. And I wonder, like, because, you know, I'm a writer, and so I pay very close attention to, like, not just what is being told, but the way it's being told. And so, like, I wonder, like, is this the translator's writing that I'm enjoying, or is this how it's, you know, because there's so much that could be lost in translation.
Yeah,
know?
like I really wish I had seen the When Animals Dream movie right now, because then, you know, it would be interesting to hear if
My teeth do look blue. It's freaky.
if, you know, there were in like nuances, you know, in the dialogue and stuff that wasn't translated well into English. Like I would have loved to.
I would love to hear your thoughts on that. You definitely should check it out. When Animals Dream is very good in being, it's sort of a more foreign or more realistic version of Ginger Snaps, because it's a girl and her family, she discovers, are werewolves. They've always been werewolves.
Yeah.
She did not know about that until recently, and she's coming into her sexuality, and she's also coming into the realization that she is a werewolf, because those changes are starting to happen to her. And
that's what I got from the trailer, that, you know, she's, you know, it's a coming of age stories with werewolves.
It's very dark though, and it's quite good. Really good.
I mean, that's typical Danish. Like, we have a lot of like dark comedies and stuff like that. There's so many good ones. There's one called Adam's Apple, or Adam's Apples, and it's basically about this neo-Nazi guy who has been in jail and he has to go to this church and work for the pastor to sort of rehabilitate himself. And this pastor is also taking in some other like quirky, you know, people. One is like a kleptomaniac and is constantly stealing and stuff like that. And so he arrives at this church and he's like, and he doesn't know what he's supposed to do. And then the pastor says, "Oh, we have an apple tree, and you know, you have to take care of the tree, and afterwards when the apples are ready, you have to make, you know, an apple pie, and then you're rehabilitated."
Wow.
And all the dark shit that goes on, like the tree gets sickness and the ravens come and, you know, ravage the tree, and there's the kleptomaniac, and there's like this very wrong sexual relationship between two of the characters, and the priest, you know, his son died and he's completely delusional, and they're talking about the book of Job, and there's like the beatings and bleeding out of ears and stuff like that.
Wow.
It's like really, really dark, but in the end it's sort of feel good ending, and you're just like, aww.
Yeah, it's rare that you see a horror movie with a happy ending. I think one of the last ones I remember was Boy Eats Girl. But in the chat, a lot of people are talking about Stephen King, and I kind of wanted to touch on that for just a little bit. Stephen King wrote Salem's Lot, which I think is, again, one of the scarier vampire novels I've ever read. And what I loved about Salem's Lot is it focused on how this small town is completely consumed by this virus. It starts with, you know, a man who's returning to his hometown because as a child he saw something that scared him, and now he's an author and he's looking for that inspiration. But that man is still there. He's still terrifying. And then it starts to spread throughout the town. I'm like, oh my God, one of the most terrifying parts are like this couple with a baby. And I'm not going to tell you what happens, but I think they showed it in the Rob Lowe remake of the movie, but it's pretty terrifying. And I definitely think the scariest adaptation, well, the scariest version is the original book. But I mean, in the original movie, the way that the master vampire looks is terrifying. And I love the scene where the little boy outside the window is just tapping on the glass. It's so creepy. But I do have to say I have kind of a Rob Lowe crush, so I love the remake as well. And Donald Sutherland is creepy as all fucking hell in that movie. They're both fantastic, so definitely check them both out if you haven't seen them both.
Yeah, I have the book in my bookcase. It's on my to-read list. I have like
You
probably
know,
20 books.
I don't have enough friends that fucking read, so we should we should have become book club buddies. Like, you know, we could pick out a book and read it at the same time, and then we could discuss it.
Yes.
Emma, do you want to join us?
I'm already in a book club. It's too fucking hard.
Is it a fancy Australian book club?
It's one through work, and they're with I'm with women who probably don't have the same taste in books as me. But this is my issue: is I only read non-fiction pretty much, or Stephen King. So like, I just watch. Yeah, I know it sounds really bad, but I'd rather spend my time learning about like factual information in a book because I don't read that much. And I read more about kind of stuff about survivors in cults. Scientology is a big one.
Yeah, I love
And
reading about like serial
sex
killers
trafficking.
and stuff too.
Like that's the kind of stuff I like. True crime stuff. So that's the kind of stuff I read.
Yeah, I have a system where I read about I can only handle one fiction book at a time, but I'll also read like a nonfiction book about something I'm interested in, like serial killers or I don't know. I'm interested.
Yeah,
in
I do a lot of serial killers.
But
I don't know how you guys have so much time to read.
And then I also usually read a book to help me with something in my life. Like I read lots of books about writing. I read lots of books about parenting and the condition my son has and stuff. So I'm usually, and I also read tons of comics. Like Gwenpool right now is my jam, dude.
Oh my god, I do not have time to read, but I really want to read that Let Me In, Let the Right One In book.
Everybody in the chat, if I started a monthly like book club where I kind of reviewed a book and then told you the next one I'm going to read and you guys could read it too, and then I'll post a review on it, would you guys be into that? If you guys are into that, I will totally do that. I don't do enough book reviews, but I want to start doing more, and I think that could be kind of a fun idea.
Yeah, and also on my blog, I do like book reviews every once in a while, and I've done on fiction and non-fiction as well.
That's what's hard is on our channel we do all things horror, so it's hard to keep it balanced because I get into a kick where I'll do lots of movie reviews and like I just read a really good book called My Best Friend's Exorcism that I fucking adored and I want to do a review for that soon, but it's just kind of prioritizing what I'm going to review next. I should do what Emma does though and get a schedule and just do like this day I do a book review, this day I do a film review, I've been good with my schedule for Ghouls Night Out though, I think. I mean, it's been pretty consistent.
Yeah, you have.
Yeah.
I guess it's good because it doesn't need any post work. You can it just goes straight up, and that's kind of it.
When they get flagged, if you notice, we're missing like 3 episodes online, and the reason it's hard is, as you know, anyone who edits and stuff, unless you have a supercomputer, when you have like 8 hours of footage or 5 hours, and I load that into my Premiere Pro, it takes for fucking ever to just kind of get through it. So even to just scrub like the audio, so that sucks.
Yeah. By the way, I'm just posting the author's name of Let the Right One In the book. So. Oh,
thank you. I'm gonna see if they have it in, just down the street because I live in the city.
Andrea in the chat, what did you read? Which book?
Whoa, that's a name.
Yeah.
Yeah,
John Ajvide Linguist.
Check out his other books too. He did one called I think The Harbor. That was a good zombie one. He did a little short story called I think The Girl in the Polka Dot Bikini or Yellow Polka Dot Bikini. So good.
Interesting.
Everything he's done has been fantastic. Like I'm really into that author right now. And Christina, you I'm gonna just look it up for you right now because I'm that kind of friend.
Okay. And by the way, like guys in the chat and stuff, like I know when sometimes it comes to books and people are like, oh my god, I have to read an entire novel and it takes time and energy and I don't have that. Like, there are so many great horror short stories out there. Like, there's a book series. I'm just gonna find.
Oh yeah, I love My Best Friend's Exorcism. It's so good. And how the book looks like a yearbook too.
Yeah, there's this series, Best British Horror 2014.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, we actually have some really good yearly anthologies here too.
These are amazing. They have all sorts of horror in it. Like there's like a lot of gore and there's vampires and stuff like that. I think there's one in here called Guinea Pig Girl. Yeah.
That sounds creepy.
Yeah, and it's basically
a lot of the
like
authors I follow are in this. Where is it?
So yeah, it's basically this short story about a guy who watches this like Japanese like torture porn movies with his friend, and all of a sudden he gets this crush on one of the girls in there, and he's like, he doesn't want to have sex with her. Like he tells her, I just want to save her and have sex with her, but in reality he just wants to torture her, and he's like battling with that. And then there's like,
oh my god,
as well, it's so cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, like. Oh
yeah, Andrea mentioned audiobooks. Audiobooks are fantastic. I listen to I need to have an audiobook going on at the same time. When I'm cleaning the house, I'll either be watching a movie or I'll be listening to an audiobook. When I drive, I have to do a lot of drives to Seattle for my son and stuff. So yeah, audiobooks are fantastic.
I just listen to podcasts 24/7.
Yeah, I've gotten into that recently.
Sword and Scale change your life. You need to listen to that.
What is that?
I'm hooked. Sword and the Scale. It's
What
the
is this
most
about?
amazing podcast. Every episode's about something different. But if you guys have heard of Lore, is kind of like told in the same spooky way. Lore's and also a really good one, more like about tales and like the lore of different countries. But Sword and Scale is about true crime that happens, just crazy weird cases, and he interviews all the people that are involved, and it's a lot of tape recordings of just like a full, like some of the episodes, like an hour long, are just like court cases and just the recordings, the audio of it. It's amazing though. Everyone I've recommended it to, it just gets hooked, and they spend hours and hours listening to it.
Oh, I'll have to check that out. So I posted a link in the chat of a yearly anthology series I read, which is the year's best dark fantasy and horror. And a lot of the short story authors in that, they end up producing books later on that are kind of a big deal. So it's really cool because like it's just like with like YouTube, you get into somebody when they're like not that big, and then they blow up and you're like, I knew them when. So like I love that because you find lots of great authors. And
there's also like people, if you don't want to use a lot of money on books and stuff like that, there's a lot of like websites where you can read short stories for free. Like I like Tor.com. I'm just gonna
and Kindle Unlimited, you pay like a flat fee a month and you get tons of books. And also your local library, I mean guys, that's what they're there for.
And also any
link
magazine
I just posted in the chat for you has a kind of sequel to Let the Right One In that I think you're gonna like. Christina, so definitely check that out. And it's a collection of short stories, and one of them is a sequel to Let the Right One In.
Crazy.
Just link, yay! But yeah, Tor.com is very like they have like everything from fantasy to sci-fi, and they have like dark fantasy and also a bit of horror. But Uncanny Magazine is much more horror-like, and there's a lot of funny stuff and a lot of sexual content. And they have this. The last time I went on there, I read a story called "Monster Girls Don't Cry," and it's such a great little short story about these girls who are monsters, and they live with their mom, who's also a monster. And one of the girls, she's like, oh, she doesn't mind being a monster and living in the old castle and just being herself, while the other one wants to be a normal human, and she's doing these horrific things to file down her horns and, like file down her wings on her back to look human and stuff like that. And it's basically about her coming to terms with who she is and learning to love who she is as a monster.
Wow.
And it's so cute. And the funniest story I ever read on there was called Rooms Built by Neurons and Sex, which is basically about a brain who's still alive and he has phone sex with a girl.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
You guys don't want to hear about this, but I just saw a movie called Bad Johnson. It's about a guy's dog who gets fed up with him and detaches himself and becomes his own person, and like meets girls and stuff. So
Cute.
that's the dog version of like kind of what you just described.
That's crazy.
Another thing is if you're on Amazon's website and you have any way of reading, most Android apps, Android devices will allow you to download the Kindle app, but any classic literature that's basically public domain is available on there. So if you haven't read Dracula, you can read it for free on there. It's they offer tons of free books. So anything by Edgar Allan Poe, if you want to catch up on that, Frankenstein. Any of those classic books are available on there for free. And also you can find tons for like $1. Like I just recently read The Metamorphosis by Kafka. It cost me 99 cents. Other classics like Shirley Jackson, who I think is like the grandmother of horror. I mean, she's one of the best female horror authors of all time. And we're also going to be getting a film adaptation of, God damn it. We Still Live in the Castle. There we go. That we're going to get a film adaptation of that supposedly later this year. So Shirley Jackson wrote The Lottery. She wrote The Haunting of Hill House. She wrote some amazing, very creepy books. And I definitely recommend, that's another one to check out. And you can get those books for 99 cents or for free on Kindle. And they have tons of great deals and stuff all the time too.
Yeah, like I know it looks like I have a lot of books, and I have a big box full of books at my mom's house, and I have some more on my shelves.
Yeah, if you can see behind me, I have like a lot of books there, and then I have some books behind me, and I have some books in the hallway, and I've got all I'm pagan, so all my witch books are in my bedroom, and then whatever I'm currently reading.
Yeah.
And I keep all the kids' books. I'm like, there's a lot of books in this house.
Yeah, and basically, like, it's so easy to find good deals because there's these, like, the Penguins classics and Wordsworth classics, I think they're called. Oftentimes you can buy 3 and, you pay you only pay for 2 of them or something like that. You can basically always get a deal.
If you go on to Overdrive, too, that's basically like kind of a global library. You can pretty much borrow any book you want for like 2 weeks, like a digital version, or they will send you the physical book if you don't have a digital thing. And you can borrow it for like a couple weeks, and then you guys send it back.
Wow, that's insane.
So that's cool.
Probably not in our countries, though, but...
well, you guys have Amazon, though, right?
Yeah.
I do know any book I've got from Amazon, I can, like, lend you. They have a lending system like that.
Oh, wow. Weird.
It basically makes it to where I can't access that book on my Kindle, but you can have it for like a couple weeks. So that's pretty cool. They add that on there. Somebody mentioned Doctor Sleep, which actually is a vampire novel by Stephen King. It is the sequel to The Shining. And personally, I wasn't a huge fan of it.
I thought it was really good.
Good night, Andrea.
I haven't read it yet.
There were parts of it I liked. A big part of the first third of the novel is Danny, the little boy from The Shining. He is struggling with alcoholism just like his father did. But he doesn't want to be like an angry drunk like his dad. And so he's trying to learn how to deal with this disease and overcome it and not be like his dad. But God, there's a really, really sad scene where he like has sex with this woman and they do coke and they drink, and then the next morning her kid in a dirty diaper comes out and like picks up the bag of coke, and he's just like, where the fuck am I doing with my life? Like, that's his rock bottom. And like, that's pretty scary. Like, that's scarier than a lot of monsters.
Crazy.
But what happens is Danny is able to, he starts to get these kind of impressions from another child. Well, he's an adult now, but from a child who has the Shining, this little girl, and she's got the Shining more powerfully than even he did as a child. And he was pretty powerfully in touch with the Shining. And she knows that there's people who are on their way to come and take her. And what there is there's this RV full of vampires. And they're not traditional vampires. They basically suck your life force out. And so they take children and they kind of bottle their life force up into these like canisters. And then they live off of that. But somebody with the Shining, that'll feed you a lot longer than your typical child. And this girl in particular, that's kind of a banquet for them. So, it's not the best, but if you liked The Shining, there's some cool little mentions. The book, The Shining, is a lot different than the movie. Doc survives at the end, so Doc is in there again, and they talk about his mom and stuff a bit in the beginning, and, like, what happened after that. So, yeah, these are basically life force vampires, chaotic doctors, so it's okay. It's really fucking long. I do get a little frustrated when I feel an author has made it big. They seem to think that they can just ramble, and editing is no longer necessary. And so, like, some of Stephen King's books are like 800 pages long when they probably could have been like 300.
Yeah,
I think it's a little self-indulgent. As opposed to his earlier books, like some of his great books, like Cujo, I think is like less than 300 pages, and it's a fantastic story, one of my favorites. A lot of his early stuff was pretty reasonably, edited and kept fairly short, but his stuff nowadays is so long, and it's just like, I understand Stephen King could probably get his grocery list published, but
I'd read it.
I still think some of his newer books would be more enjoyable if he cut it back a bit and focused on what the story is that he wants to tell.
The problem I have with Stephen King is that he's pretty much a discovery writer, which, is great in some parts because you always have these great characters and scenarios, but then the endings are, like, oftentimes they can be very weak. Like, some of the books I've read, they are good all the way through, and the endings are good as well, but there's been a couple I get to the end and I was like, oh, I was so close to getting off, and now you're just...
Yeah, I have to say that's the other thing with Stephen King, and in the writing world, we have the term pantsers and planners. I'm a planner. Like, I outline my shit. I have to have a system. That's how I've just always been with it. So I have an outline and I have a plan for each individual chapter. And yeah, I kind of go off of that a bit, but I like to have that blueprint. And Stephen King is pantser, which means he sits down and he just writes. And that's wonderful. But the problem with that is I feel like he writes himself into a corner because a lot of the endings of his books are complete and utter shit. I'm sorry. I know he's the master, and I'm probably going to get some hate for this, but the end of The Stand, which is probably one of my favorite books of all time, the hand of fucking God came down. No, honey, you wrote yourself into a corner and you didn't know what to fucking do.
Yeah, like I'm a bit of a mix on the two, so I often have like a bit of a concept and an ending, and then I tend to discovery write basically my characters and my way there.
Yeah.
But I always know where I want it to end up. So I'm a bit of a
you
mix.
gotta have some. You gotta have some leeway in there. I mean, I think if you're doggedly stuck to a plan, you're not exploring enough to really create something great. But I think a plan is necessary. I think you should at least know kind of where you want to end up with this, so you don't write yourself into a corner. Like another one, the biggest example I can think of is It. It is a fantastic story. I love the beginning with the children. I love most of it as adults, but then it ends up being he's a fucking alien spider. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I'm afraid of spiders, and that's still the weakest fucking ending I've ever read.
Yeah.
What?
I would have loved it to be something more abstract, like almost like in the Never-Ending Story, you know, when you have the nothing, like some sort of abstract like that.
Like
and
a
it's
demon
just like,
or something, or something that preys upon children. It didn't have to be a clown, but a fucking alien spider? You're fucking shitting me. I mean, some of his books, like, I mean, a lot of them I think are kind of, it depends on who you are. Like, one of them, Revival, like, my mom and I both read that, and she fucking hated it. She thought it was another one of his shit endings, and I thought it was really fucking creepy. So, I mean, for some of them, I think it's just to each their own. But a lot of them, I do feel like he kind of lets us down on the ending.
But that's the thing with discovery writers. They often tend to have these very weak endings. They have the strongest characters, but the endings are often quite weak. So that's just the thing with discovery writers.
And I'm not saying I don't like Stephen King either. I love Stephen King. I just think some of his endings are kind of phoned in.
Okay, and Emma was trying to say...
Sorry, Emma.
Well, my favorite Stephen King book is Gerald's Game.
Oh, I love that one.
That book so much.
Did you know it's going to be a film this year?
That changed my life. Yes, I do, and I'm kind of sad about it because it is like the perfect book. If you don't know about it, it's literally all done in one setting. Yeah. So something happens in a house between a couple, and one person is kind of resorted to laying on a bed and actually like losing their mind because they're like trapped there. It's the most amazing thing, and it's just the whole thing is their perspective laying on this bed. It is amazing.
I got detention for that book because I read it in the 5th grade, and it's just like the handcuffs on the banister. On the cover.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is quite like sexual at the start, but it's so good. It is
so
the best.
Much in there. I mean, mentally and like what's actually happening around her. Like, you know, she's going into her own head because she had some traumatic things happen as a child, and she's kind of forced to confront them. But like, you know, the scene where the dog comes in and starts munching on her husband and stuff, like, oh, who wouldn't lose their shit, dude? I'm really
so
worried
good.
about that. I mean,
and it's terrifying too.
Some of his
it's written so well.
Some of his books have been made into really shitty adaptations. Like Bag of Bones is one of the ones that's complete crap. And so I really hope.
But Misery is another one of my favorites. Misery.
I love Misery.
Misery. Oh my god. And the movie is amazing too. Kathy Bates.
Great all around. Dolores Claiborne. Both of them are great. The Stand. I love the movie. I love the book. I love it. I just hate the ending. I just think they could have done better with the ending.
Really? I liked it.
I think making it something physical and Langoliers is good too. I love his short story collections too, like Night Shift and Skeleton Crew. And I love a lot of his
What do you think about...
sorry, what was it?
What do you think about The Shining and then the two different, like his TV version that's like Stephen King approved compared to Kubrick's one, which that TV version goes for fucking years.
I haven't seen Kubrick's ones, but like the clips I've seen and the sort of sense I get is that he creates this very surreal kind of atmosphere in this remote hotel. And that's also the sense I got when reading the book. That's a very surreal kind of place. So, like, it sounds like he got it right from what I've heard and the clips I've seen.
See, the thing is with The Shining, the TV movie sucked. I'm sorry. I know it was true to the book, but that was complete shit. They're fucking hedge monsters. They're hedge lions and shit.
But it's so Stephen King. It is so Stephen King.
The kid who played Danny has got to be the worst fucking actor I've ever seen, ever. Like, that kid should just not not movie. Don't movie anymore, kid. I don't want to be a dick, but it's not your thing. He's probably an adult now. I'm sorry. Anyway, but the Kubrick one, there's a lot of things I love about it. Like, Kubrick does imagery like nobody else. Like, that scene with the blood coming out of the elevator, fantastic. The scenes, so much of it is great. The only problem I have, and I'm gonna get shit for this, but Stephen King himself has said the same thing, and I have to fucking agree with him. Jack Nicholson and what's-her-face, who played his wife, overacted the fuck out of that movie. To the point where it was ridiculous.
Jack Nicholson was awesome. What are you talking about? It's like a masterpiece.
Awful in that. Oh
she was awful, but her character was awful. The way they, like, I guess they scripted her was just...
Yeah.
She is awful. Like, in the book, she's so much stronger, and she is just a weak...
That's one thing I did like about the TV movie.
Waif of a woman
Very
in that. And, okay, I do like Jack Nicholson as a separate entity away from the book, but he is not Jack Torrance from the book. Not remotely.
He was terrifying, though. No? You don't think he was terrifying?
But he had no depth. No depth.
Like,
in the book, he
Jack Nicholson
struggles
just is
so
fine.
much. He loves his son so much. His son is like the thing, because he's an alcoholic. And his son is his touchstone that keeps him kind of sane and makes him want to be a better person. And that's the last thing he loses. It's kind of like Cujo. Cujo has a scene where he sees his boy, and he can't hurt his boy. And he knows that that's the last bit of what we would call humanity left in him. Well,
Guys!
What?
Oh no.
Oh. Huh?
What? Did you lose us? We can still hear you.
Guys?
Yeah, hi.
I can hear you just fine, honey. Anyway, but Jack Nicholson, like, that, oh my god, my ferret.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine, hon.
Okay, like, you just all froze up, and I was like, no.
Oh, maybe it was just frozen. You're all right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Just as long as you don't start singing Let It Go. That's the worst kind of frozen there is. But
I can only in Danish. I don't
Doesn't translate.
My ferret is so bad. I've got empty beer bottles in the wastebasket. He just knocked it over, and he's like trying to get like drops of beer. You lush.
Someone mentioned Needful Things, which, oh my god, that movie was awful.
I want to finish talking to you guys about Jack Nicholson quick, and then we can talk about Needful Things. But yeah, in the book, his relationship with Danny is the one thing that keeps him human, and that's the last straw. When he loses that, when he is so far gone and turned by these spirits that he turns in his own son, like, that is a big fucking part of the book, and it's heartbreaking. And I didn't feel that heartbreak in the movie.
Yeah.
And I wanted to, because the relationship between him and his son is a really beautiful thing. And we didn't get that. We didn't get that struggle. He is terrifying, and that is what I enjoy about it, but I wanted more depth.
Like I was saying, again, I haven't seen the movie, but in the book, like, you sort of get this with the relationship. It's a troubled relationship, and it doesn't seem like the healthiest relationship for his son, at least, but it is very earnest, and it's so important to Jack Torrance, and it's just, and when the spirits, like, it's almost as if they're saying, you know, you have to do what's best for your boy, and the best for your boy is for you to, you know, to give him his medicine, as they're saying. So it's almost like
they don't even explore that Jack Torrance had a very abusive father, and that's where the give him his medicine thing comes from. His father would say his father was a prick, and his father didn't care about his children. And then Jack, when Danny was younger, accidentally broke Danny's arm, and so he's kind of permanently paying penance for that. And we don't see any of that in the Kubrick version.
No. Because you do feel that he has a lot of things bottled up about him, like a lot of emotions, and it's sort of all released in the most negative way possible when the spirits, you know, take him over and, you know, coerce him into doing these things and all that. So it's, you know, it's he's a very interesting character in that sense, but you also get the sense that, you know, that even though he loves his son, you get the sense that he's feeling, you know, if I didn't have kids, you know, would my life have been different?
Well, yeah, because he also wants to be an author. He wants to be this novelist, and he has these stories in him, but he is stuck in these jobs that he doesn't want, like as a teacher and such. And so he feels so stifled by the wife and the kid, but he also loves his kid, and I think he knows that his kid is like his humanity. Like, if he loses that, then, you know, there's also a thing in the book that's really cool. before he moves out to Colorado, he had a friend that actually helped get him the job at the Overlook. And that friend and him went out and had a massive drunken bender, and they hit something, and all they saw was a tricycle, and they refused to get out of the car, but they don't know if they hit a little boy or little girl that night. They just kept driving. And that's haunted him too. I mean, he's a very complicated character that struggles with all these demons, and I just wanted to see a little bit more of that in the Kubrick version. It seemed like
because
he's kind of a dick from the beginning. I mean, shouting at people. There's a scene where he has Danny on his lap, and he's not even looking at Danny. He's like, "I'm evil, evil Jack Nicholson." So, I mean, he is scary, but he's not a human being.
Jack Nicholson, to be fair. He looks menacing just being Jack Nicholson. Like, he doesn't have that.
He's just basically being Jack Nicholson, but unfortunately we kind of lose Jack Torrance in that performance.
Yeah. So I just have to
artistically that movie's awesome. Like the last shot with the picture and the blood, there's tons of great things about it. Just not personally.
Take a quick bathroom break and I'll be right back with you guys.
Look, she's got a little bat.
Yeah.
That's
cute.
Do you
ever get freaked out when you're on these live streams and somebody pops away for a bathroom break or something, that we're going to see something creepy happen in our house and we're not going to be able to do anything?
Well, it's in their house, not our house, so that's fine.
Yeah, I can't get to Denmark and like help her out. Like if we saw like a ghost or a spirit or a home invader, there's like these videos you can watch, like the weirdest things that have happened during live streams. This one gal was apparently like playing a game, and these people broke into her house and like robbed her and stuff during the stream.
What?
Like,
and you can see that?
Yeah, you can look it up online.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah, dude. Do you ever need a sympathy pee? Like when somebody else pees, you're like, holy shit, I need to pee.
I think that's just like you need to pee, maybe.
I kind of need to pee.
Okay.
I'm not gonna.
She shouldn't be long.
How long can I pee in Denmark?
Needful Things.
Oh yeah.
That movie sucked so fucking bad.
The book was good though.
The book was amazing, and that's like this obviously the saddest part because it did not translate at all, I thought.
Yeah. The book is definitely better. I didn't think the movie was that bad, but it wasn't what the book was.
No, and especially like the entity, it was just like
and
he was just nothing like I thought he was going to be.
I saw the movie first before I read the book, so I'm a little more forgiving of it, but the book is 1,000 times better.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Pet Sematary is one where I think the book and the movie are both solid.
Yeah, totally.
And Cujo, even though they have very different endings, I think Cujo's phenomenal, both book and movie.
I haven't seen Cujo in such a long time.
Dee Wallace's performance in that movie, like I've said this before, like I want more interesting characters. I want depth in my characters. Like I said with The Shining, I would have enjoyed that movie more if we had more depth with Jack Torrance. I'm really sick to death of mother characters in movies that are just fucking perfect. Just because you get fed up and you're tired of your kids screaming at you or whatever, and you just want a break, does not make you a bad mother. It makes you a human fucking being. Like the Babadook, they did a brilliant job of portraying honest motherhood. Sometimes they drive you crazy, but you would still die for them. Yeah, absolutely. And in Cujo, I love it because you can tell she's going to die for her kid. She would die for her kid. She loves her son, but there's a part where he's screaming that he wants his daddy, and she's like, just shut up. And I'm like, that's fucking brilliant. Her performance was brilliant. Yeah. The writing was brilliant. It was great. It was so how somebody would be in that situation. They didn't have to make it sweetened up where it's okay, baby, mommy's here for you. Fuck that shit. They did an honest portrayal of what that was like. And Dead Zone is fantastic too. Do you guys like Dead Zone?
No, but I heard. Look, I haven't seen Dead Zone, but I heard Babadook, and I was like, "Yay, I love that movie."
I love Babadook. Thank you, Australia, for Babadook.
You're welcome.
And I had to change locations.
Ooh.
So I'm sitting on my bed right now.
It's getting hot in here.
No, it was like running out of power. It's like 5% left, and I was like, "Oh shit, gotta plug it in." So had to move. But yeah, the Babadook, like the mother character in that, and I remember talking with my sister about it, and she was like, "Oh, me and my friend, we thought the kid in the beginning, he was like the worst kid in the world, screaming, in the car and stuff." And I was wondering,
The
when I
kid
watched
seems
it.
like he has like Asperger's or something, but there's also a
definitely.
supernatural presence in the house, and I got the
but-
kid.
Yeah, but then again, like, I thought, the mother was so tired that, she couldn't see straight. So I was thinking that maybe that was what it felt like in her mind. Like, maybe he was just being a normal kid, being a little bit noisy, but because she's so tired and so emotionally
interesting.
strained, that's what it feels like to her. That's how extreme it felt to
Yeah,
her.
that's interesting. I think, honestly, like, my son, I mean, from my experience, my
Hold
son,
on.
yes, will fucking, like, scream at me sometimes, and kids are not always perfect little angels. But it tends to be when I'm tired, I'm sick, and I don't have time to listen to him, then kids don't do what adults do. They don't go, okay, let me try this a different way. I'm going to explain this to you so you get it. They will just scream at you. They're like, if I get louder, mom's going to finally listen to me. They want their needs met. And so I thought that was very honest, because she is so stuck in her grief that she doesn't want to deal with him, and he's a constant reminder of what she's lost. And I feel like he's basically screaming at her, like, wake the fuck up and be my mom, because you're not with me in this right now. But he doesn't know how to articulate it the way an adult would. So he's screaming, he's making these contraptions to try to protect her and try to make her feel safe, to hopefully get her to come back to him and be his mom again. But she's just so wrapped up in grief.
Yeah, and I was also very surprised when I watched the movie, because I absolutely love this actress. I've seen her in Miss Fisher's Murder Mysteries. I love campy crime series, like British and Australian and stuff like that. Don't get me. But in that, in reality, she is so beautiful. She looks like Helena Christensen, like the Danish supermodel. Like, she looks like her, but in the movie, because they made her look so tired and so strained, like, they took all the beauty away from her, and I thought that was an amazing transition, because at the end, when she's no longer tired, she looks so beautiful.
Yeah. Just said, she says she gets what you're all saying, but I think the way they portrayed the situation, the reactions, was insensitive, especially with the ending taken into account. What do you guys think of that?
I think it's like a truthful.
Yeah.
It was like a truthful movie.
Yeah, Lindsay, can you explain a bit, how it's insensitive?
Yeah,
I'm curious to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah, and by the way, guys, I can't see the chat right now where I'm sitting, because my computer, the cord doesn't really reach. Sorry. So I'm off the chat at the moment.
I mean, I like it. Unfortunately, I wish it was maybe a little more gradual and stuff, but I think she needed to. The Babadook was all a metaphor for the grief she was suffering, and I think once she accepted that her husband was gone, and she was a mom, and she had this little boy, she was able to move on.
I felt like, it didn't have to be a gradual thing, because she seemed like someone who just needed that push.
Well, and you said, it's a very dramatic experience. This creature is going to make her kill her kid and kill her. It made her kill her dog. Made her, so that's. I mean, if you were going to have a really dramatic, scary experience, that's definitely it. So yeah, it worked for me. But I'm always curious to hear other people's points of views and stuff.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that there was so few characters.
It's insensitive too. Somebody explain to me why it's insensitive, because I think I missed that.
Yeah, I didn't see it as insensitive.
Me either.
But like I said, I like the fact that there was such a minimal amount of characters, so they could really focus on the mother. I love that, because that's where the focus needed to be in that movie, and it was perfect. And yeah, I think the kid did a good job at acting, and I think she did a brilliant job too.
Brooke says it's because the boy lost his dad as well, though I have to say, because the boy never knew his dad, because he died before he was born.
Yeah.
I think his experience is a little different, because his mom's all he has.
But also, when kids experience death, they don't understand it. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's a lot different, because, I mean, when you're a kid and someone dies, you're sad because they're gone. But I would have to say, when you're an adult and someone dies, you're sad because they're gone, but you're also sad because you understand how finite life is. And it's a reminder that you're going to die one day too. That everybody's here only temporary.
Their own mortality in the same way as
grown-ups
do.
when my grandmother died, my grandmother was very important to me and very important to my mom. But one of the things that was kind of scary for me is my mom said, now both her parents were dead and she's the grandma. Yeah. And I just like that circle of life, that whole mother, maiden, crone. Like, I'm the mom, that's my generation, and my mom's the grandmother. And, it's all, it's just reminds you how temporary everything is, which is really scary. My mom also was talking about how she doesn't have parents anymore and stuff. And so, yes, she missed her mom, and that's sad, but she also was dealing with all these other fears about just how short life is and where she is at in her life.
Yeah. Like, there's this Swedish book called The 100-Year-Old that jumped out the window and disappeared or left or something like that, which has this really great idea regarding old age. It's a comedy. Watch the movie if you can. It's hilarious. It's basically about this old guy who's at the nursing home. He turns 100 years old, and he's like, you know what? It's kind of boring here. Nobody really came to visit me. I'm 100 years old. I've had the kids. I've had the job. I had sex. I lived my life. Like, I've done what I was supposed to do. So he's like, fuck it. I'm going to pack my suitcase, jump out the window, see what happens. Maybe I die in a couple of minutes. Doesn't matter because I lived my life. Now I'm just going to say fuck it and do whatever I can. And I like that sort of feeling.
Commenting on something in the chat, they're talking about why they thought the Babadook was insensitive, and Brooke says it's because that the mom didn't really seem to understand her kid, and Horror was talking about how it deals with a lot of mental illness, and
I think it's just the mental. I think I see what she's saying. She's saying that mental illness, the way they're portraying someone who has a mental illness, but like defeating their own demons, nearly killing their own son. So I get what you mean.
I think if you look at it like mental illness, I totally agree with you guys that it's insensitive. I looked at it more as grief and just grief, and that the abusive things she did were not her fault. They were the fault of the Babadook, and she had to learn to basically feed that. Like, she was trying to push that grief aside, trying to like not acknowledge her husband.
Like you have to learn how to live with it. Yeah.
She wouldn't let anyone talk about him. She wouldn't even celebrate her own kid's birthday. She was like shutting it out, and it made it have this powerful like demonic presence in her life. The Babadook is a symbol for her grief.
Yeah, it was her own demon. She has to overcome her own demons.
She has to learn to accept that grief. That it's okay that you're sad that you miss your husband. It's okay that you're sad every single fucking day that you miss your husband. But she needs to let her son in on that. She can't shut people out. And she can't. And so it's like in the end, she's physically feeding the Babadook. And I think that's a symbol for she's allowing herself to feel that grief. She's feeding that grief.
Yeah.
And it's
she's
okay.
Accepting.
It's okay that you are grieving, and it's okay that you grieve for the rest of your life. But I think if you look at it as a metaphor for mental illness, I definitely see the insensitivity. But I think if you look at it as a metaphor for grief, it works.
Yeah, like the way I saw it with the Babadook was like, as a metaphor for grief was that like when she was feeding it at the end, she was taking care of her grief. Before that, the grief was running her life. It was telling her what you can talk about, what you can think about, what you can dream about, what you can feel. So it was really running her life in that sense, like kind of like anxiety can do in your life as well. There's like you have rituals, and there's certain things you cannot talk about because you get panic attacks and stuff like that. So it's a little bit similar in that way that it can run your life. And the Babadook before was running her life, telling her what she could do. Yeah. But in the end, she was like, no, I'm feeding you. I'm taking care of you. So now I'm the mother. And so now the boss here. And I thought, so that for me was a good.
But Horror was talking about how like she won't try to kill her kid and stuff anymore. For me, I took that stuff very like metaphorically.
Yeah, but it had to be. It's a horror movie. It had to be dramatic for it to make sense anyway. It couldn't have just been. I understand what you're saying about it not being sensitive and it's an extreme, but it's horror. That's what horror is. If it was a drama, it'd be different.
And I didn't see her as having a mental illness. I saw her as being somebody who's not dealing with her grief.
Yeah.
And
I
think she's still going to have her bad days though too. I mean, that's grief. I mean, there are days, like I said, my grandmother is my favorite person ever. And there are days where it hits me super hard and like I can't get out of bed. But most days I go about my life. And so I think she's going to have days like that. She's going to have days where she thinks about her husband and she's going to be like immobilized and just be like, fuck it, I cannot people today. But I think she's on the path to getting better. I don't think it's going to be all perfect, but that's my interpretation.
No, I also got the feeling that she had, there's an English word for like, you know, when some women, you know, they give birth and then they get like a depression.
Postnatal. Postnatal.
Yeah. And you sort of get a sense that she might have had some of that, and maybe she didn't like get all the treatment that she needed and stuff like that. So maybe that was also
more
like,
as because her kid was born when her husband died. That he was a constant reminder that her husband was dead. And I saw as towards the end, instead of seeing him as a reminder of something she lost, she saw him as something of her husband that she still had.
Yeah.
Like she talks about at the end.
Yeah, that's a good way to think.
Her husband or her kid does something and she goes, oh, his dad was like that. And before she wouldn't acknowledge that. But in the end, she seems almost kind of grateful that she still has a piece of him. You know, if she's willing to let her kid in and be, you know, share their lives together, she still has something of him.
Yeah.
Like,
no, I love the movie. It was so good.
I love it. I think it's great.
And the Babadook was so fucking scary, the way they did the voice and stuff. I was just like, oh no.
Yeah, it was really
I'm gonna
good.
hear that creaking thing every time the floor creaks in the apartment. Yeah, I thought it was very good.
Yeah, I guess it's a film that, depending on how you personally experience grief or have experienced mental illness, or anyone else has mental illness, that's how you take it. Like, it's really a movie that a lot of people have taken different things from, and that's why a lot of people really don't like it, I think, as well.
I think it's definitely going to hit
up for
personally.
interpretation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's not a straightforward film.
Yeah, sorry about the
for me, like I said, you know, for me as a mom, I get really fucking sick and tired of movies that tell me that as a mother, I need to be infinitely loving. I need to always have a smile on my face. I need to be fucking perfect all the fucking time. And guess what? I'm not fucking perfect. And that pisses me off. And The Babadook was a movie that said, you know what? That's fucking okay. It's okay that you're not fucking perfect all the time. It's okay that you have days where you want to get in your car and just fucking drive. And that doesn't make you a bad person, and that doesn't make you a bad mother. And I want more movies like that. So for me, that movie resonated, but I do see how it won't resonate for everybody.
Yeah.
You know, same thing
Sorry
with
about
Cujo, but...
wobbling, by the way. You're standing on my knees at the moment.
Huh? Oh.
That's alright, you can't tell.
But yeah, I just want more dimension with mothers in movies, because I'm really sick to death of the fucking selfless woman who is infinitely sweet and infinitely loving. It's just not reality.
Either that or they're like, they don't really have much
Guess what
of a
came out on Shudder today? I can't remember what country it's from, but it's
I'm pretty sure we both don't have Shudder, so you're just hurting our feelings.
Wow.
It's just like a streaming service,
But
like a Netflix.
You guys probably got it at theaters or something, because it's a foreign film. I actually can't remember what country it's from, but Prevenge just launched on Shudder today. Oh,
Never heard of it.
Super fucking excited to see this. I need to find out. I need to look up what country it's from. But Prevenge, I want to see this so bad. Like sometimes I get so excited about a new movie.
Actually, I think that one of my people on my Patreon wants to do this.
Who's killing people guided by her unborn baby. She's pregnant. And she feels her baby is telling her to kill these people.
Pregnant ladies in horror movies. This is so stupid. They always make them the victim. They're always just caring about being alive because they have a baby in their stomach.
She's a killer.
So many pregnant women in horror movies.
Killer.
So I guess at least it has a little bit of difference.
This is way different. She's got her face all painted up like a skull. And she's like a killer. Like, I think it's cool that a pregnant woman, a person who we typically see as somebody who's fragile, like, I hated it when I was fucking pregnant. Everyone's like, can I get you a chair? I know what a fucking chair is, and I know where they are. I can get it my own goddamn self. I'm not a fucking, fragile piece of paper. I'm fine. I'm still a human being. In fact, I have a human in me that I'm feeding, so I'm tougher than you. My vagina's going to do this crazy stretching shit, and a human being is going to come out. So fuck off.
I mean, that's basically... That's why we have like a higher pain tolerance than men does, like women, because if we didn't have a higher pain tolerance after giving birth, it could either be such a traumatic experience that we would never ever give birth again, and that of course would decrease the population, which we are not supposed to do.
Anyway,
either that or we could die from the trauma as well, like the shock of birth. So we have a higher pain tolerance, and that makes us cool.
Yeah, we totally do. Totally agree.
This woman is 7 months pregnant, right? So she's definitely those people. And I can see how she can use that to get the advantage on her victims. Because who expects a pregnant woman? It's like Claudia in Interview with the Vampire. And she thinks her unborn baby is guiding her on this homicidal rampage, and she like fucking kills people. She has her face all painted up like a skull. This movie looks awesome. I'm so excited.
Speaking of women with faces painted like skulls.
English. It's from Wales.
Ah, okay. Speaking of women with like skull painted faces, I told my mom a while ago that there was a knitted shirt that I really wanted. I was wondering if she could make it for me. You know, the striped shirt from the Lords of Salem.
Lords of Salem. I knew you were going to say that. I was waiting. As soon as you said painted shirt, painted face, I was like, Lords of Salem, Lords of Salem.
Yeah,
I love that movie.
I was home last weekend and I showed her some pictures and she was like, oh, I think I could do that. She doesn't know if she can do like the tattered look on it, but she's going to try. And we figured out what kind of yarn it's going to be. So hopefully this summer I will have like a knitted sweater like that. So I'm so looking forward to it. That's going to be so cool.
All right, so I'm going to show you guys a picture. I'll add it into the stream first. But
okay, then I have to go back to my computer.
Yeah, I don't
Maybe
think you
I
can see
get
it.
it over here. Like, just give me a second.
What time is
Look
it?
at what time it is?
Holy shit, it's after midnight.
Oh, it's like 9:30 here.
Dude, this is gonna be such a cool movie. Alright, I'm gonna post a picture. But yeah, this woman is definitely not some perfect little infinitely loving, you know, mindless waif.
Okay, I think I got the computer. So I can look at the chat again. Woo.
I'm waiting for it to come through.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
same
send it
here.
to Skype too.
Oh, you're looking at the ceiling, sorry. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
my-
Oh, whoa.
Oh,
That's
okay.
insane.
Isn't that cool?
And you said it's a
Yeah.
Welsh? It's a Welsh film?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I love Wales so much.
But yeah, she's got her face all painted up like that, and the poster of it, she's like, oh, 7 months pregnant. She's got a knife in her hand. I think this is gonna be awesome.
It's an indie film, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
Right? It's not like a big production. Yep, cool.
We haven't even had it out over here yet, so it's cool that it finally premiered on Shudder over here. But I mean, I know a lot of other countries got it before we did.
It doesn't look like it's one that's going to have like a big premiere in Denmark, but maybe I can find it on
You can find
streaming.
like the
as-
trailer
Online.
and stuff online and stuff too.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think
Oh my
it's
God,
gonna be
that-
awesome. I
I
love
have to
it
say
when
that
a
face
character
looks
that's underestimated
scary.
like is all badass.
That face looks so scary. Like that's the stuff nightmares are made of.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I get like kind of overexcited sometimes that movie is, and so I'm like, okay, I gotta watch it, but I have to be like really awake and make sure I'm able to take notes and stuff so I can do a review on it.
Yeah.
Like, do you ever feel like that? Like, you feel like you can't watch that movie's called Prevenge, Mike. I'm gonna put that in it. But do you ever feel like Emma, that you can't watch a movie because you know you're gonna want to review it, or that you're gonna have something to say about it? So like you have to make sure you're like not sleepy, and then you have time to really pay attention.
Oh yeah, I don't watch movies that I'm like that I want to pay attention to when I'm like tired. But also, it also happens opposite to me, where I go to watch a movie and I watch it and it's all right, or it's not good, or I just don't have much to say about it, and I have my like notes ready because I just write down dot points, and I have it ready to go. And by the end of the movie, I haven't written anything down because I'm like, I don't really have anything interesting to say about this film. If like it's a great film or it's not, I don't. You know what I mean? Like I always want to have something to actually
before.
say.
I remember with like Lights Out, I had tons of notes, and I just feel like I didn't have anything really different or new to say about it. The stuff I had to say was pretty much everyone else said, so I ended up just not.
Same with I had that with Green Room, and then I watched Nerve the other day, and I was like, oh my god, this movie is so poor. But as well, it's like there's no depth in Nerve, so I couldn't. What the fuck was I going to say?
I try not to review anything unless I feel like I have at least a different perspective on it, or at least something passionate.
Or I don't
to
think
say
people
about it.
will know it. That helps as well. Like if I'm
absolutely,
trying to tell people. But,
Okay, this is probably going to be a bit like Asperger's kind of thing with me, but I sometimes have problems like watching movies and reading books because how do I explain this? Okay, when you have Asperger's syndrome, sometimes you get so invested in a topic or a theme that you can watch the same documentaries 6 or 7 times in a row. And like there's been a few topics when I first got into them. Like I spent a week in bed, pretty much not eating anything or getting a shower, just watch the same documentaries over and over and over again because I got high. Like I was so high in my brain because of it. I get such a kick out of it. And sometimes when like the Byzantium movie, I had a bit of trouble sitting down and actually watching it because there wasn't like this kick in my brain saying, oh, I want to watch this is going to make me happy. So I sat down and watched it because it was very good, but I didn't get the kick out of it. And when I don't get the kick out of it, sometimes I don't get shit done because I'm craving that chemical reaction in my brain. So I get that.
Explain the kick thing, because I don't think I understand.
Well, I've never been on drugs, but I imagine it's kind of like being on drugs. Like you get when you hear heroin addicts, they say like the first fix they get, it's amazing. They've never felt so good. They've never been so high, and they can't function because it takes over their brain so much. That's pretty much how it feels for me when I get into a topic. And then after a while, it sort of dies down to a level where I can function again. I still get a little bit
Weird.
like an endorphin kick out of it, but I can function. So, for example, when I read about neo-Nazis in the US or watch documentaries, I get a little bit of a kick in my brain that makes me feel good because it's interesting.
I kind of understand. Like, I don't fully understand because I don't have Asperger's, and I don't want to pretend to, like, oh, I totally understand where you're coming from, because I don't. But I think anxiety is kind of that way. I have pretty bad anxiety.
Yeah.
And sometimes I get, like, I'll sit down to write, and I'm so overwhelmed with the idea of writing that sometimes I just kind of sit there, and I can't do anything. Like, I freeze up. Or, like, with movies, I'll know I want to review it or something, and I'll just put it off. And sometimes I'll end up, like, not watching something for a really long time because the anxiety of, I know I'm going to do a review for it or something, will make it to where I can't move forward. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I also, like, anxiety is a byproduct of Asperger's, especially when it's untreated, like mine was. So I've had that, but at the same time, when you have this Asperger's thing, it's, getting from thought to action is very difficult. So I already have a bit of a handicap in that way. So with the anxiety on top of it, it can make it even more difficult. But yeah, now my Asperger's getting treated.
Do you ever feel like you have so much shit running in your brain that, like, you can't, like, make sense of it, and then you just kind of end up just sitting there, like not doing anything?
Yeah, because my brain never shuts up. I can sit and...
I gotta show you guys something really quick. Do you guys want to see a drunk ferret? He's not really drunk. He just passed out by the
Wait,
door.
he's not on your roof, is he?
Can you see him? He's passed out. He knocked over my wastebasket and, like, got a couple...
I can't see him.
I can't see him. It's a little too dark. Oh,
it's way too dark. You can just kind of make him out.
Yeah. Oh, poor little ferret.
He's sleeping.
But yeah, I lost train of thought. But yeah, I can sit and look out into my room. Oh, he's so cute.
He's so cute.
Oh, I want a ferret, but I'm not allowed to have pets here. It sucks.
Same. It does suck.
Yeah. But yeah, I can look out into nothingness for hours. I can do a whole day of that, and because my brain is just busy. And that's the thing about, again, when you're on the autism scale, because a normal brain functions at 100%, but mine functions above 100% every minute, every hour, every day.
So do you feel like things are too much for you, and then it gets consumed?
Yeah. Everything is very intense when you have Asperger's syndrome, because you experience everything a lot more intensely than other people. Like, your brain has a lot of filters to filter out stuff.
Oh, okay. I froze. Sorry, can you say that again? The whole thing froze.
Oh, okay. Like, a normal brain has a lot of filters that will filter out all of the impressions you get, like everything from sunlight to the wind to smells to sounds to how your clothes feels. Every single thing that can make an impression on your brain, you can think of. Like, you have filters that filter that out, so you only have to focus and consciously react to some of it.
Okay.
And when you have a brain on the autism scale, you lack some of those filters, so I have to make conscious decisions about a lot more than other people do. And it also means that I feel and sense a lot more than other people do. Like, sunlight is extremely intense for me, and feeling of my clothes is also very important.
I completely understand. But my son went to occupational therapy for his condition, and it was really weird because they explained that stuff to me, and I always thought I was just kind of a bitch. Because I, like, in school, I couldn't do my, they tell you to do your work during class, and I could never do my work during class because the sound of people's pencil scratching is so distracting, I can't think. If someone's chewing gum, I can't think. I can't really stand being around people when they're eating. I hate it in movies when people are eating. Like, the sound of it is really, really distracting. Sometimes even my own stuff, like, if I bite my own spoon, I'm just like, ugh. But also just, like, textures, like, like you said, certain textures are really uncomfortable, and like a lot of people don't get it, but if I'm stressed out about something, if anyone touches me, like my shoulder or anything, it, like, even if they're trying to be nice, it hurts because it's so distracting.
I can't have people, like, touching me on a daily basis, like someone just me and putting like that.
But I understand, like, not being able to filter it out, because they explained that, like, what did they call it in my son's therapy? Because they tested me and my son for it, and he and I both have this, like, the same kind of thing where it says, you basically, like you said, you can't filter out stuff, but like they said that there's some people who can do it with, like, textures or, like, noise and stuff. Like, you're just audio sensitive is what they call it. So I totally understand that.
Yeah, when you're on the autism scale, like, the higher up you're on the scale, the more difficulty you have filtering stuff out, because you lack more and more of those, like, filters. So, and with some people it's very select filters, with some it's everything. Like, I'm not quite sure where I am. I haven't got that many tests. Like, I got, diagnosed very, very late. I was 25 before I got my diagnosis. So.
Oh, wow. So it's quite new.
I wonder about that stuff, because my son is on the autism scale, or not, like Asperger's autism scale, and he has that, and they said that he's, like, audio sensitive and stuff too. So, but yeah, like, a lot of that stuff they tell me that he does is, like, I do that too, and it kind of makes me, like, worried. But
yeah, like, I see the same with my dad. He's a bit like me as well in that regard. But
yeah, because, like, with the older generations, like, they didn't really have that, like, with, like, our parents and stuff too. So, like, I wonder, like, if I'm like that.
Yeah, it's a very new diagnosis. It came in the 90s or something like that. It's very new. So, but yeah, and with girls, you pretty much never, detect it. It's very common for girls to just have it all their life, and then they just deal with anxiety and depression and get medication for that.
I have been diagnosed with anxiety and PTSD, and that's how they've explained why I guess I'm all fucked up.
But it's having the autism scale. Sorry, Dean's just walked in and totally distracted me. Being on the autism scale is actually it's like 4 times more common for males as well, which is crazy.
Yeah,
and that's funny, because all the people I know who have, like, my cousins have severe autism, they're both female. But I did know one of my good friends who lived with me, her little boy had autism. So maybe
more common than you think.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people have to suffer something.
Yeah, there was a lot, like, when I got the diagnosis, I always thought there was, like, that your IQ and your memory and such was a big part of it, but apparently that can vary a lot with people with Asperger's and autism.
Yeah,
so you
Joseph
with normal IQs very high or very low, and
Joseph mentioned
that's why it's a scale, I guess.
Being able to regulate his volume. And my son is a lot like that. Ever since he was able to walk, he would do this thing every day called his exercises, where he would run back and forth for, like, an hour. And I've just kind of always just let it go. But he says he just needs to do that. And he's always, like, talking or singing, and sometimes he's very loud, and sometimes you have to be like, dude, take it down a notch. But, like, I kind of understand, because I am constantly, like, my husband told me that today, like, Haley, chill. Like I just like I walk around and I make up songs and like I don't know, I make a lot of noise.
Yeah. I know with my voice, I can't regulate, so I either speak like I'm very loud or I'm very quiet. I have trouble regulating it. I'm trying to, but most of the time it's like either or. And apparently that's also a trait, like either or is just something that happens when you are on the scale. So you are extremely good at one thing and extremely bad at something else, and you're extremely loud or extremely quiet. Like that's not really much of in between.
Yeah. Interesting.
What about
Interesting.
you, Emma?
Oh, well, I definitely have anxiety, but it's interesting what you said about women not getting like any medication or like therapy or whatever they need for their lives. I feel like that's very true. Women just put up with a lot of things for a long
I agree
time.
with that. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Also with the Asperger's syndrome, because of the way it works, you often you tend to act like an awkward, shy, quiet but very sweet girl, and because that's the standard in society, like you're supposed to be a quiet and sweet girl, social.
Yeah.
So people don't notice it, but if a boy is like shy and quiet and a bit awkward and very, very sweet, people are like, there's something wrong with him. Like he's not like other boys.
Like you said, learning how to deal with it. Like I went to school and one of my minors was in communications, and I am a very introverted person. I tell people a lot, like, I can't people today, just because sometimes the idea of leaving my house and being around people and their expectations and stuff is a bit much. Or I won't go on the internet because I know people might want something of me and I won't be able to, like, fulfill their needs or whatever. Like, the idea of that is so much that, like, I won't check my mail because I have, like, bills and stuff. But I've learned, like, how to people, because I took communications courses. I was in roller derby where I had to deal with people and stuff, and so for a lot of people, if I tell them that I'm very introverted and I'm very shy and I have a lot of anxiety and stuff, they don't understand because I'm able to talk to people. But just because you know how to do that skill doesn't mean it changes how you feel inside. Like I love doing these live streams and they're a lot of fun, but after this I'm probably gonna pass out and I probably won't talk to people at all tomorrow. Because I'll have to recharge.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm like that too.
Afterwards, I know that. But again, it's nice now because after I got the diagnosis and I finally figured out how to get some help,
Yeah.
Like the university and the state and everything. So right now, I get a governmental visit every Wednesday to check up on me and make sure that my
That's good.
is in order. Yeah, and I have my mentor at university and I get free psychology sort of
healthcare. Yay.
That's good.
Yeah.
My doctor, and they're just like, this is probably what's wrong with you. Here's some drugs. I'm like,
Yeah, I read that. But that's it's good now that you have like the tools to be able to learn how to live with it. It's probably good to, and that's why people always say, we shouldn't have labels and stuff, but labels are helpful for a lot of people because it puts you in a box where you know that you can get help.
It was such a relief to get the
like,
label of Asperger's syndrome, I would have to say, because I've always said I'm different from other people. I couldn't explain why, I just knew I was different.
So it's probably like a relief.
Yeah, it was such a relief, and I've always suffered from depression because it got untreated, and I've never taken any medication for it. But after I got the diagnosis, at first I hit rock bottom, you get the diagnosis and, what do you do now? But the depression is gone now after I started getting all the help. I didn't even get treatment for it directly, but it went away, and it's such a relief to get the diagnosis and tell people that I was right. I'm different from you guys. I was right all along.
Yeah, I had a problem like when because I had kind of a rough childhood, and so when I started getting like panic attacks. Like, I'd be in the shower, and then all of a sudden I couldn't move, and I'd fall over, which would suck, because once I got taken in an ambulance to the hospital, I'm, like, naked. And with a panic attack, you're usually fine after about 20 minutes, so that was humiliating. But, yeah, they would just tell me that I either had social anxiety or, like, chronic depression and stuff, and, yeah, it didn't really the medication I take now is a lot more helpful, but I'm like 35, dude. I mean, it's taken like a really long time for doctor, but a big part of that is too, I wouldn't talk about a lot of the things I had experienced. I wouldn't talk about a lot of the things, like, I used to be so bad that if a car drove by, I would duck just in case they might shoot through my window. Like, I got pretty bad to the point where I wasn't really living my life. So, like, when I was finally able to talk to somebody and tell them, because, like, it's my kind of inclination to be like, oh, yeah, everything's fine, and I'm going to make some jokes about some stuff and act like it's not that big of a deal. But I finally went to my doctor, and I just was, like, had a real conversation with him, and then I think he was finally able to help me. So I guess that's kind of at least in my experience, like, what you got to do. You just got to, even though it's a person that you don't really know that well and stuff, you know, they're just trying to do their job, but they can't really do their job if you don't tell them everything.
Yeah, like my first drink session, I was like so scared, but you know, just finally talking to someone, oh my god, it was such a relief.
Yeah, the relief.
You're tired, but it was a relief.
And I mean, on their end of it too, they're trying to figure out what's wrong with you, and if they don't have all the pieces to the puzzle, how can they really do their job? So they're not going to judge you. They're just going to be grateful that they can actually help you.
Yeah. It just does feel weird having someone in your brain, though. Like, that's...
I
don't like it.
For me, like, I don't like talking because I don't like to be defined by my childhood, because I am who I am, and I don't like it when people, like, hear details about how I grew up. I get people who feel sorry for me and stuff, or who will think that I'm fucked up because of things I've experienced. Obviously, I've got to be some really damaged person, and I guess I am in some ways, but I'm still me. I'm still a girl who likes to talk about dongs and horror movies and shit. I'm a normal fucking person, and I don't like it changing the way people look at me. And so for the longest time with doctors, I wouldn't tell them, like, the things that were really bothering me, because I didn't want them to see me as, like, a weak person.
Yeah.
I think there's also the fear that, you know, even though labels can be kind of good and a relief in some cases, you're also afraid of being put into a box, and people will not ever see you moving outside the box or being part of like 100 different boxes.
Yeah.
But also,
you need to remember, like, so many people are complicated, and so many people do have these issues. We just don't talk about it.
Yeah, like you're not just one thing. Like,
yeah,
you know,
totally.
And like horror mentioned postpartum depression. That one's really hard too. I mean, I thankfully didn't have that problem, but I know my mom did. And like,
it's more common as well than a lot of people say.
Yeah, and it sucks because if you have that, then you're instantly a bad person because you're depressed and you just had a baby. And
when you should be happy. Yeah.
You can't help it. It's chemical.
Yeah.
Exactly. But that's such a stigma around.
And then there's asshats like Tom Cruise who think that it's like a figment of their imagination.
Hold on. I'm about to drop you guys. Okay, there you go.
No!
Yeah. Oh, I have a little like mark on my knee now where the. But yeah.
Look at the cute doggy.
He's so cute.
His breath on his butt.
Now I miss my mom's dog. Aww. That's the best thing about going home and visiting my mom. You know, besides seeing her, it's like her dog is always so happy to see me.
I think Daddy's home. Is Daddy home?
Yeah, and he comes out and he sits on my feet so I can't move away before I pet him and stuff like that. He's so
my
cute.
dog. So I feel like one of those fucking Disney princesses. Because if I leave this room, my dog will follow me. My ferret will try to follow me, but I'll probably close the door on him. And I don't let my cat in here right now because the ferret's so cute. He's sleeping on the floor. But yeah, typically if I'm in the living room and I go upstairs, my dog and my cat will follow me up there. If I go to the bathroom, they both sit there and stare at me like I'm doing the most fascinating thing ever. When it's not fascinating. I don't let my cat sleep in my room because of my allergies. When I wake up, he's like right by my door. Like, oh my god, they follow me everywhere.
When I had rats, one of them figured out in the first cage they had how to open up the hatch and get out. So one morning she had crawled up into bed with me, so I woke up with her little snout, you know, tickling my ear. And I was just like, aww, so cute.
Yeah, I think it's like what Horror was saying, how a lot of doctors say postpartum depression doesn't work, because when you're pregnant, you have a lot of fucking hormones and stuff going on. And then when you have that baby, your body goes through a very dramatic change, and that's definitely going to affect the way you feel. So I think it's just kind of stupid for any doctor to say it doesn't exist, because it's entirely, you know, a biological thing.
Yeah, I saw this
everybody,
but I saw this couple down the grocery store like a couple of weeks ago, and she was clearly like probably like 7 or 8 months pregnant, and her boyfriend was there, and they were like picking up some vegetables, you know, out of the freezer thingy, and she was like starting to cry because apparently she couldn't get the exact right ones. And she was like, I'm so sad and I feel so bad because we can't get the right ones. And I know you like the other ones. And he was just standing there with a bit of smile on his face like, it's okay, honey, it's okay.
Aw.
I get all its hormones, just hormones.
Yeah.
No,
So-
hormones like will fuck you up. Like I hadn't had that with my pregnancy, but I do remember like when I was like 21, I got the Depo-Vera shot for birth control, and that's really strong hormonal therapy. And I had a good life. I had a new boyfriend. I was very happy I was in college. There was nothing wrong with my fucking life. And one day I started planning how I was going to kill myself. And the only reason I didn't do it is because I was kind of tired and I didn't want to clean my room. And I thought it'd be really selfish to make other people clean up my room after I killed myself. So I was like, fuck it. I'll kill myself in the morning. And the next day I'm like, what the flying fuck? I don't want to kill myself. Like my hormones are out of whack. It's because of the fucking Depo-Vera shot, which I'll never get again. But I mean, that's like your hormones can really fuck you up.
Oh yeah, medication and everything.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, and getting the wrong medication too can.
Yeah, and that's what's scary, I guess.
Yeah.
My medication is really strong, and if I don't take it at the same time every day, it affects like my sleep paralysis, and then I can't even like sleep, which sucks.
Yeah. No, that's
I just need to pee again. I'm sorry, guys.
I have to
I drank
pee
too much
too.
water.
Damn it! I was gonna go. Oh.
Are you gonna leave me alone with the chat? Oh no.
Yes, horror. The Depo shot is evil. It sucks.
Oh, I remember asking my mom, like, you know, when she was pregnant with me, she said she didn't have, like, any hormonal stuff when she was pregnant with my sister. But I was like, when you were pregnant with me, did anything, you know, strange happen to you? And apparently oranges at one point. She had to eat so many oranges. And my dad, because he was so sweet, he would take his bike down to the grocery store and he would buy probably, like, 5 or 6 pounds of oranges, like, every 2 or 3 days. And, you know, take them with her home. And she wouldn't even, like, you know, peel the oranges herself. So he was peeling the oranges for her in the evening.
That's
I was just like,
sweet.
oh, that's so sweet. And I asked my dad about it. He was like, yeah, I still can't believe you didn't come out orange when you were born because of all the oranges you ate.
I pretty much
like,
lived on Mexican food and Reese's Pieces when I was pregnant.
Oh, yeah.
I tried to eat healthy. I had like the only time I ever threw up when I was pregnant was once I had orange juice. Another time I had strawberry. So I was like, "Fuck it, kid. We're eating Mexican food and Reese's Pieces."
So if he had come out of you speaking Spanish, you wouldn't have like better than I. That would have been Mexican food.
My dog is so cute right now. It's so distracting.
Oh,
He's so cute.
I so miss having pets. It's
I
like,
have a menagerie here. I've got a dog, a ferret, a cat, and I have 2 fish, and I like my fish Al, who's like an algae eater, but my other fish, John Cena, is fucking evil. Like, I'm not talking like cute evil. Like, they could be the bitchy character on a sitcom. No, my fish is fucking evil. He was like this light purple color, right? And now he's fully black. And that's not a mistake. You know when he turned black? And I'm not saying... I swear to God, if somebody calls me racist for saying that my fish is evil because he's black, I'm going to cry. But no, my fish is like a dark blue. But John Cena, which I named him because I couldn't see him in the tank because he needs to be a light color, right? You know, John Cena, you can't see me. John Cena ate the eyes out of Al. He ate Al's eyes. Are you, I mean,
that's
like,
gross.
fucking come on. That's fucking evil. And then the next day, he went from being a light purple to like a dark blue, like midnight blue. He looks evil. He's all dark blue except for his lips. Like, oh my God, he sucks. He sucks. He's so evil, but like I can't have to still feed him, you know? I have to feed him, but like I kind of like, if he happened to pass away, I'd be like, it's okay, Al. We're going to be okay now. Like, Al has no eyes and he still seems to get around a bit and he eats his algae stuff, but I feel bad that he has to live with a fucking eye eater, but I can't get another tank for him. It just sucks.
That's that's a big horror story right there. You should sell that off to someone and have them make it into a movie.
He ate Al's eyes, so now Al really can't see him. Dun 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 dun.
Oh shit! No, animals are crazy. Like, I'm thinking about you in the US and Australia right now. You have all sorts of cool animals, and Denmark we have none. We have killer snails in the summer. Like, that's how exciting it gets.
How?
Wait. Snails kill you? How do snails kill you?
No, they kill other snails. They come from
do
either
they kill
South
humans?
America. No,
Damn it, I really have a peeve. This is really interesting. Okay, tell me about snails.
They're not poisonous or anything like that. I think they came from South America, and they're these brown snails that look like dog poop, and they eat all our native snails, and they go in all of our plants and stuff like that. So that's why they're killer snails, because they eat our gardens and our Danish snails.
What kind of wildlife is native around you guys?
Boring ones.
Do you have drop bears near you, Emma?
Have what? Drop bears? Yeah, everywhere. We have black swans just down there,
like Natalie
which are
Portman?
pretty cool. Yeah. Do you know what a rainbow lorikeet is? We have them. They're pretty cool. Like a really colorful parrot.
Oh, cool.
We have lots of really cool birds around where I live because I'm near water. But I mean, we have all the cool animals. We have platypus, echidnas, kangaroos, koalas. Platypus is the
They're
craziest
awesome.
animal. We
Are
only
they nice?
Yes, they're lovely. But
Would
there's
you take a
only
picture of
there's
one
only
and put it on
two.
Instagram?
Yeah, I need to. There's only two mammals, I believe, that lay their own eggs, and they're both Australian. So that's the platypus and the echidna.
That's so cool. Yeah, where I grew up, it's so totally different than here. Because where I grew up, there's hedgehogs everywhere, and pheasants and such, and foxes, and badgers. So you had to be worried about badgers. Now, where I live in Washington State, it's really wild here. But I think the most dangerous animal here is a deer, which sounds fucking stupid. It's a deer. They're beautiful, right? We have a mountain passes, and there's so many deer of them, and if you hit a deer, they go nuts. They start kicking and stuff, and so more people die from deer in the United States than any other animal. Deer are scary, but yeah, they're beautiful. I mean, a lot of times, because I live right by the mountains, I'll find the deer in my yard in the morning. In fact, we had a deer that got stuck in one of the fences over here. Poor little thing. But we have deer. Sometimes we get moose and bears, mountain lions, all the creatures. Snakes. We got tons of snakes, like rattlesnakes and stuff. Tons of poisonous snakes.
Yeah, and so boring. Here we have different kind of very boring birds and mice, and I think we have 2 or 3 kinds of snakes. Only one is poisonous. We have deer, we have badgers, and foxes. But yeah, and then we have the killer snails.
And I don't want to jinx myself, but my old house was my house is so creepy, which was kind of cool, but it's, like I said, the house was haunted and evil. But my house was built in 1921. It was kind of falling apart. It was kind of creepy looking. It had spiders all over the outside of it. No matter how many times I'd spray them down with a hose. The next day I'd have Count Dracula's castle-sized spiders all over my fucking house. We had spiders.
See, you have more spiders than we do.
But here's the best part, because I used to get hobo spiders. We'd get black widows outside in the wood piles. I got so many fucking spiders at the old house, and they were fucking huge. Fucking huge. And my new place, I've seen one spider. One. When we first moved in, I saw one in the garage. It wasn't that big. Totally killed his ass. Everything's good.
There's a spider that lives out there, but I won't let Dean kill it because I don't like killing spiders.
But here's the thing. Okay, so one time there was a spider named Harry. I named him Harry. And he seemed all right because he was a tiny little guy, right? And I was trying to get over my arachnophobia. And he was all small and furry. And I feel like we had a bit of a relationship. And apparently Harry's like a chick because he ended up going behind my Addams Family poster, right? And he had all these fucking babies. And then I had a room full of fucking spider babies from Harry for forever. And I didn't get rewarded for being nice. I had fucking babies everywhere. They were on my pillow. It was awful. So the moral of the story is just fucking kill them. Because they would kill you. If you were in their house, if you were in a spider's house, he wouldn't let you have babies behind his Addams Family poster. He would kill you.
Maybe I live in a spider's house. Instead of...
You just
they live in my house. I like spiders.
Oh my gosh, my friend has a tarantula that was given to him by somebody else because the spider bites all the fucking time. It's so mean. Why would you have a pet tarantula? Why?
Everyone in the chat needs to go and look up because someone was just talking about how we have funnel webs, and I was like, yeah, we have them, but they're not that big. And then I was like, I wonder how big they actually look in photos because they're just tiny. They just have a funnel web, but they're like probably this big. So it's just a web, but it's like a funnel. Yeah, it's just like a really complex web. But if you look up funnel web spider bite, look that up. I need everyone in the chat to go do this. Look it up in images on Google, and I can't wait to see all of your reactions.
Okay,
it's fucking terrifying.
Oh god,
it's fucking.
The one I was heard about because I watch a lot of spider things, like
this.
I'm kind of fascinated by spiders because I'm afraid of them. But I see this one guy. He's Australian, and he posts all these videos about huntsman spiders, and they're awful.
Huntsmans. They're not scared. Like they're not gonna come up and bite you though.
Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Okay, this is not easy because I'm doing this one-handed, trying to balance the iPad.
Oh, no.
Snaggletooth. It's just called a funnel web spider.
Yeah,
It's
why
got
the
Sydney.
one guy has something coming out of his belly button. Oh my god! I don't even like looking at spiders. Oh my god! Oh my god! There's like a close-up of his stupid little feelers. Oh, there's a black widow and just other random zombies.
The one with the toe. Oh my god. Amputate.
Oh god! Do you see the belly button one?
No, I didn't get that far
I saw
down.
the one with in the neck. There's like a big hole.
Yes. Ugh.
See? Bullshit artist. Like, I get my videos in trouble because I talk about fucking what would you do for a movie that isn't even that violent with Bela and Beyond, and people can put videos of fucking spiders up? That's horrifying. Bullshit artist.
I know what Mike, I know what a coconut crab is. It's like a spider crab, isn't it?
Oh god.
A spider crab. Spider crab. Crab spider.
Oh god.
I'll
I
look it
actually
up,
had
though.
an uncle who got hospitalized because of black widow spider bite. He nearly died. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Why
okay,
am
no,
I
a coconut
scrolling?
crab
Why
is just
am
a
I fucking
crab
scrolling?
the size of a coconut.
Oh my god.
I like Chaotic Doctor. He just went, fucking hell, Emma. And that's it. No other
Brooke's like, just no.
Sorry, no, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit, and it's fuckhole. Fucking fuck no. Fuck Australia, dude.
They're only like this big.
We
They're
need
tiny.
to get you out of there. Okay, everybody in the chat, let's start a Kickstarter. Let's get Emma out of Australia, okay? She can come over
Like,
here.
nothing wrong
She
with
can
me.
eat candy corn. She'll get movies out when they come out. She's going to have a better life. So if you want Emma to have a better life, we need
I like my
you.
healthcare, thank you.
We need
Gun
you.
control.
Then go to England. They don't have spiders. Well, they have big spiders. We
Come
have
to
healthcare
Denmark.
now. They have the new thing now where if you know, you can get healthcare if you like.
Trump won't let me in.
God, I fucking hate that Trump is our president. It's so bullshit.
Trump's gonna be like, oh no, it's a daywalker. We can't let her in.
Yeah.
That's what I call my son because my son's half ginger, so I always call my son a daywalker. And so his sunscreen, I always write daywalker protection spray on it.
Oh my god.
Oh,
have
that's
a laugh.
so sweet. No, like the apartment I mentioned, like at the beginning of the stream, you know, that was haunted, where there was this lady. One night I had this strange dream where my mom was talking to me, and in the dream I was lying in my bed, and she was like, "You had to pinch your eyes really close together and your mouth as well." So I was doing that in my dream, and I woke up because I was actually doing it in my sleep. And I realized there was a big spider sitting right here on my face.
No.
And I could feel like the legs poking into my cheek, so it was a big, heavy spider. So I was just like completely still, waiting for it to crawl down my face and over the pillow and up the wall, and then I just flew out of bed and I went to hit the lights, and the spider was gone, and I never caught it. I don't know where it ended up. I just knew it was
That
sitting
is
in my
so
bed.
awful. I
So
have like sleep paralysis. And I don't have things as bad as a lot of people have where they think they're being abducted and stuff. But basically, you wake up or you're trying to go to sleep and you get stuck and you're awake. I mean, like, I can recount conversations that are happening in the room. I know what's happening in the room. I am awake. But, like, your brain gets kind of fucked up and you do
paralyzed.
see some stuff that's not there. And you can't tell what's real and what's not because a lot, like 80% of what you see is real. And I constantly have this thing where, like, a giant spider is crawling at my arm or on my face, and I don't know if it's fucking real. Like, so far it hasn't been, but the one time I'm like, you know what? It's sleep paralysis. Just ignore it. Wake up. It's going to be a fucking real spider, and it's going to eat me. I'm gonna get eaten by a spider. That's probably my fucking lot in life. Fuck spiders.
They're tiny. You can squish them.
Not all of them are tiny, Emma. We have crab
But you
spiders
can squish
here.
them all.
We have crab spiders here. My dad had to drop a box on it.
Okay, if you have crab spiders there, why are you scared of here?
Because you have huntsman spiders. I don't know. Maybe it's better over there. I don't know. Is it really scary over there, though? You have drop bears. You have drop bears.
Like, seriously, come to Denmark. Like, all we have is killer snails. That's all we got.
But they sound really evil.
They look
I
like
guess
dogs
it's like the killer you know, the evil you know.
Yeah.
Places where they have like tornadoes and stuff, and that scares the shit out of me. But I mean, I call it fire season over here in the summers. Here we get fires so bad that it's so dry here, it lights up the mountains, and people have to get evacuated and stuff. And I'm just used to it. You know, I'm used to the spiders we have here. I'm used to the wildlife here. We've had mountain lions and stuff, cougars and stuff, which are really scary. But it's like, that, like, it's dangerous driving conditions here and such, especially during the winter. But I don't know. I guess it's the fear of the unknown. Like, a drop bear is going to kill me in Australia.
Drop down.
Gory McGill, I have seen the Nightmare documentary. It is really good, though I do feel like they are sensationalizing it a lot. And they're really, I feel like a good documentary leaves it up to you to make a decision. I feel like in the Nightmare, they were really kind of pushing it towards something more demonic. And being somebody who's had sleep paralysis my whole life, I don't believe that I am being plagued by demons. I just have something fucked up in my brain.
Like, when I usually have had sleep paralysis, like, it's not something I have often, but I have had it happen to me, like, over the course of my life. It's always the same thing. It's this tall, dark, like, trench coat clad man. And
Creepy.
It's basically just like a black shadow, and I can always smell, like, stale, sour kind of beer. And he's always coming to my bed.
Weird.
That is
He's
scary.
like trying to touch me.
Yeah, we'll
and
have
it's
to do like
so
a whole
creepy.
stream on sleep paralysis one of these days, because I mean that's a real thing that is terrifying. And I'm so stoked because I believe next month my most anticipated movie of the year is coming out. I can't remember what day, but it is sometime in April. It's called Dead Awake.
What?
And like
Oh,
the poster
yeah.
alone, it's got
Remember
like
that
a
one.
spider dropping down. Like that's the worst part when they drop down. But it's dropping down over a girl's face, and it's like a supernatural entity, but it's attacking its victims through sleep paralysis. So it's freezing them in their sleep and when they're most vulnerable and attacking them. And it sounds terrifying, and I can't wait to see it because I'm afraid of spiders. I'm afraid of sleep paralysis. I think this movie's going to be really good. I'm always excited about a movie that might actually scare me. So.
Yeah, I'm saving my money for Get Out.
Well, it's going to come out on VOD.
But still.
So it'll just be
Oh,
like
cool.
a rental. It's not coming out at theaters. I need to see Get Out while it's still in theaters. I was going to go see Split because I also missed that one, but it's coming out in DVD soon, so I'll probably just wait for that one. But I do want to see Get Out, and I do want to see Belko Experiment.
Yeah, I don't even know
And
if it's
I
coming out
really
here.
want to see Raw, which came out on the 10th, but I don't know any place that's playing
Do you know
it.
when Raw is coming out here? November.
But it only came out here in film festivals. It didn't come out here at the theater.
It's coming out at a film festival here in November.
I don't have
You can
any
only
film
see it
festivals.
one place, which is on the other side of the country.
I mean, I've been looking. There's one in Oregon that comes out in fall. Maybe they'll have it. And Crypticon is in May, but I still don't know what movies they're going to have. But I don't know if they'll get Raw. Hey, you saw Personal Shopper, though. That didn't come out here either.
Yeah, I saw that at a film festival.
Yeah, that was the one with Kristen Stewart, right?
Yeah, it was so interesting. It had so many different layers.
I saw the trailer, but I was like, nah, I'm not sure. And I don't think
It's
it's
so
coming out.
crazy.
I've been
It's not what you
avoiding,
think
like,
at
I
all.
saw that you posted a review, but I try not to, like, watch a lot of reviews about things I haven't seen yet. Because I don't want spoilers.
Bizarre.
But I've
It's-
heard it's really good. Is it Ghost?
It's like a proper French film though, like because it's based in like Paris, but the way it's put together is like a French film. It's most of it's English. It's all in English, but it's so
But it's like a
French.
Ghost, right?
Yeah, but it's not what you think. Like it's fucking bizarre. And it's really what you read out of it. And none of it really makes sense. You've just got to like figure it out yourself. It's a weird film. It's all these different things put together.
I mean, the trailer seemed very interesting, but it's just, I don't know, Kristen Stewart, sometimes I'm like, I'm not so
I love
sure.
her. It's worth a watch. It definitely
I
is.
want to see it when I can't. I just don't know when it's going to come out here. And so I always get nervous because with those like independent ones, they don't come out theaters here, and so it's just a matter of when it's like going to come out on VOD. So that could take forever.
I'm gonna put it on my list and see if I can find it somewhere.
Yeah, I think you'll like it. It's very odd, but it's good because it's like thought provoking.
I love movies like that make you kind of scratch your head a bit and unpack it. I did see your review on Greasy Strangler. You didn't like it, dude. That movie was amazing. That was like one of my favorites of the year. It made my top 20.
Have you seen it, Christina?
No, I've seen the reviews, like with Dracula and the Guru, and I can see where they're coming from, but I can also sense, and I watched the trailer, that it's not a movie for me. I can see why
it's not meant to be taken seriously.
I feel like it's one of those movies like Baz Luhrmann, who is a filmmaker. If you watch like
Australian.
If you watch like Moulin Rouge, a lot of his movies, a lot of like the first 15 minutes are nearly unwatchable, and he says he does that intentionally because he's challenging you. You know, if you can get through the craziest part of the movie, then you.
But the craziest part of the movie is the end. Sorry, that's
I mean, like in the beginning with like the green fairy and stuff, where it's fucking weird. Like he's trying to challenge you to stick with it, and if you do, then you kind of get like that's his philosophy.
But the end is like bizarre. It goes.
Bizarre.
Sorry, there's like a fucking.
You're fine.
they're coming to get her.
But yeah, I feel like the Greasy Strangler is challenging you, but it's also funny, so it's not bad. But there is a story there, like. There is something like it's interesting.
But
like,
the characters
flip.
flip.
The father and the son, and especially the ending. Like I have my own interpretation of the ending, but I thought the ending was really cool.
But they flip anyway. Like they'll think one thing and then they'll completely go do another thing.
Well, I think it's cool because the way I saw it is like this kid. I mean, he's not a kid; he's an adult. He acts like a kid. He really just wants his dad to fucking like him.
40 years old.
His dad's a fucking asshole, and his dad's into this Greasy Strangler thing, and. You know, then they kind of let the girl distract them and stuff, but really it was always about wanting dad to accept them. So they had to go through this weird fucked up journey where this girl gets involved for them to kind of find their common ground. Like they were always kind of both the, dark, twisted people, but it took this like, hooty-tooty disco.
I mean, yeah. I never thought of it like that. That's quite a stretch. But I do like if that's the message you got out of it. But they're like he's with this girl, she's like then they like pass it back and forth, and they're like I care. I don't care. I hate you, Dad. I don't hate you, Dad.
When she dies, he doesn't care. He's just like, well, fuck it, I can do it too. I'm gonna go be the Greasy Strangler too. And at the end of it, like they have this really fucked up conversation where they're kind of both on the same level. I feel like his dad just never really respected him before. Maybe it's because I think he was a virgin. And he also never killed anybody. And like when he's kind of like willing to like go to that level and kind of be, be on the same level as him, then they can kind of have a relationship as fucked up as it is.
I don't know. I like fucked up movies. I like Tusk and stuff, but Tusk has such a good story. I just didn't think there was any story that like was succinct. I like there was that potato scene. I think is the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, that's funny.
But you've got to have something more gripping to keep me the whole time. Otherwise, it should have been a short film.
Unpack. But I want to see the director's commentary and stuff when I finally get like the Blu-ray because I feel like there's a lot of stuff in there. I don't know.
Yeah. It would be interesting to see what they actually trying to say.
But my interpretation of the movie is like the guy in the beginning, he's very sweet and like, I like smiles. The guy is so fucking funny. His dad is very outwardly like, his dad doesn't hide it. He's like, I'm the Greasy Strangler. You think I'm the Greasy Strangler? He says it like the first 5 minutes of the movie. I'm not even spoiling anything for you. He comes right out with, I am this kind of ugly person. I'm going to show my big creepy dong. I kill people. I'm the Greasy Strangler. This is what it is. And his son's like, yeah, he likes fighting. I like smiles. And he kind of denies that he has that kind of a side to him. Like he's the sweet one and his dad's an evil monster. But all he really wants, is to have this relationship. He doesn't even care about the girl, But in having a relationship with her and in going through all this stuff, he's finally kind of able to grip the fact that we're all kind of fucked up inside. Like when their heads explode and all the confetti comes out. I feel like that's kind of just like, once you can admit that, like there's a certain freedom to that. And they're all happy at the end.
I mean, that's a good message that you got out of it, but I did not get that at all.
I don't know, dude. I don't know.
I mean, I watched the trailer and stuff, but I can tell it's just a movie that's too much for me. Again, like with the filters and everything already being very intense, sometimes I can come across movies and even books that are so intense that I can't really handle it. And sometimes it's the weirdest things, like Beavis and Butthead. I cannot watch it because of the voices. The way that the voices are, it makes me want to throw up. I don't know what it is. It just, I can't handle it. But so that's also why some movies that are extremely scary, I find it difficult to handle, because the scares are so intense and they stay with me for very, very long, because my sense of time is also very different from other people's. So, and again, I have a very vivid imagination, so I can have nightmares for like 3 months, 4 months. Oh my God, still remember watching the Blair Witch Project. 3 months later, I still had trouble sleeping.
It's a scary movie.
I think for me, like, the movies that are the most disappointing are where I feel like, the ones where I feel like they don't have a story, are the kind of very glossy, big picture movies that are just made to make money. Like, I hate it when I feel like I'm watching a movie and I'm like, this was made just to make money. This wasn't made because anybody... Greasy Strangler is, even if you hate it, you can't deny that there's a lot of creativity and passion that went into that.
Oh yeah. No, I gave it originality score like really high.
Absolutely.
And I think it's beautiful. I get it, and I get if people like that niche market, that's fine. It's just
for me, like, when I watch movies, like, a lot of people kind of criticize that we didn't add like Lights Out or The Boy to our list, and I watch movies like that, and to me they are soulless. They might have a few good parts in it, a couple good scares, but those are movies that are made, in my opinion, just to make money. The Conjuring movies, like, movies like that just don't really interest me. I want something that is a little bit different. And even if it doesn't work for everybody, because Greasy Strangler does not work for everybody. Don't anybody in the chat think that you should run out and see this movie, because maybe 25% of you will like it. But I would rather see somebody take a chance and do something that might, not work for everybody.
Oh, no, you totally respect it.
To play it safe and make something just to make money. Like, I mean, that's the whole studio game right now. Like, why Friday the 13th didn't come out, because Rings didn't do well. And it shouldn't be about that. If you have a story to tell, make it happen. If there was a good story to tell for Friday the 13th, they would have done it. But they were just trying to make money. And that sucks.
See, well, that's where I differ from you anyway, because I don't even like I don't love slashers. And that's something that I see as just like a moneymaker as well.
Well,
because the franchise, they get so much money from all of that.
I got, again, crap, because I posted things about how I wasn't upset that Friday the 13th got canceled, because they were taking something that they know people love, Jason, putting it into a movie. They didn't have a story or anything. They had a few ideas running around. They had a few scripts, nothing they were settled on. And they just want your money. They don't care about telling you a good story. They just want your fucking money. And they think that you're just going to come running to the theater. And it works for movies like Saw and stuff, because a lot of those people who go see those movies aren't even diehard horror fans. They're just people who go see movies, like your mainstream audience. But I find it kind of offensive when I feel like studios take an icon that they know is beloved in the horror community, and they say they're going to make this big movie, and they think that we're going to come flocking to the cinema just because they have that name in it. I mean, without a story or anything, it's going to take a lot more than that to get me excited. I am excited about the new Halloween, because, I mean, they did leak the script, and it is pretty good, and I know the people working on it are passionate about it. I do like the Leatherface movie, and I want that to come out, and I'm excited about Cult of Chucky, but there has to be some passion involved in that project for me to give a shit. And when I see movies like The Boy or like Lights Out, to me, it just looks like glossy money-making,
But I disagree with Lights Out, because Lights Out was made from a short film that it was about this creative idea, and it's made from that. It's made from the idea that if you turn a light off, like, that the thing can appear. And I thought that was cool. It was a cool and original concept.
I thought the short was cool, but in the movie, they just did the same thing over and over again. It's basically the short over and over again. They turn off the lights, and Diana appears.
Well, maybe they did that wrong, though, but I don't think that was
origin story for her was just bizarre, and the thing with the mom at the end, like, it just didn't work for me.
I liked it.
I feel like there's passion behind the short, but that didn't carry over to the film, because it was just the short over and over and over again. By the end of it got kind of ridiculous, because they just kept doing it over and over again. And I know some people love that movie, and that's awesome, and I'm super... Cool. I don't think it's a bad movie. Because I'm scared of the dark,
so I love that.
I don't think it's a bad movie, but I loved that short, and that's one I was really excited for, and it just felt... I kind of wanted more of an indie type of film to come out of that short, and I feel like we got a Hollywood film. And a lot of Hollywood films kind of turn me off.
If I can comment a bit on, like, the glossy sort of movie sort of thing, I sort of see it like, there was this movie, I forget what it was called. It came out a couple of years ago. It had Christian Bale in one of the lead roles. It was about these con artists who had to get a lot of money. It was set in the 70s or something like that, and it was nominated for a ton of Oscars, and everyone's like, oh my god, it's the best movie ever. And you watched it, and afterwards you're like, I'm supposed to like this, but I don't. And I sort of felt like, you get a bag of candy, and the bag is all pretty colors, and the candy is all pretty colors, and you eat it, and it's like, it's all right, but it's empty calories. You don't get anything from
That's
it.
exactly how I feel about it. I call all of those movies popcorn movies where, I mean, it's fine. I don't mind sitting there and watching it. It's still better than sitting and watching any other genre, but it doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't make me think. It doesn't make me feel. And in my opinion, that's where a movie fails. Even if you repulse me, like a Serbian film, at least it repulsed me. It made me feel something. But a movie like The Boy, where I feel absolutely nothing and I stare blank-faced into the screen, that movie to me is a failure, even though it's not a bad film, because it didn't make me feel anything. It didn't make me think about anything. And so...
No, you leave the theater and you never think about the movie again. If you leave the theater and you're still like thinking about some of the stuff, like even if it's the effects, the characters, the
something
settings,
should stick with
the
you and
score.
make an impression.
Yeah.
And Greasy Strangler, it's not for everybody, but I guarantee that is a movie you will think about afterwards. It's going to stick with you.
Yeah, and also, like, when it comes to the problem with the mainstream Hollywood production of horror films, like, taking the horror icons like Jason and Freddy Krueger and all that, putting them into more glossy kind of movies, it's because you have the big mainstream audience, and, you don't have to try hard to scare them because they don't watch scary movies that often, so it's not going to take a lot. And they're going to be very happy just going to see a scary movie and be scared or repulsed. Whereas the horror fans, like whether it's, you like the books, the movies, or all of it. And if you're in that genre, you need more than just the scares. You need the characters, you need the background stories, and you need the atmosphere and the setting and the amazing dialogue and the awesome scores. Like, you need all of that because for you, it's the story as a whole. You're not going in there to get a few cheap scares and look at some pretty girls.
I don't scare easy anyway, so I go in there because I like how horror tells stories about things that are horrifying to us in our reality through metaphor.
Yeah.
And if a movie is just trying to give me a few jump scares, to me that's kind of a waste of my time because I don't jump scare either. So I'm just going to sit there like an idiot. But like movies like Paranormal Activity where people went in there and they wanted the jump scare. Like I was so into that. I went to that on a date. And everybody in the theater was like laughing and stuff as people do when they get uncomfortable. And I'm just like, this is good. Shut the fuck up so I can watch the movie. Like I thought there was a lot there. And people dismissed it as some bullshit crap found footage movie. And I really thought it was a well-made film. And I really wanted to pay attention to it.
But I love that movie.
The audience was one of the ones. It was one of those audiences that made it hard to enjoy.
Yeah. And, when you're in, you don't just want some sort of killer or a ghost or something. You want reasons for the scares and the suffering, and also a lot of the commentary that horror can make on society, because it's a very extreme genre in itself. It can also, make commentary on very taboo and extreme themes and topics in society that other genres have problems doing because they have to do it in a either very subtle way, or they have to do it in a very pristine, sort of clean and proper way, whereas horror can usually tackle those topics head on.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And you can talk about those things that people are afraid to talk about. Like we were talking about Motherhood with Babadook. And I love that we can have a conversation and everyone can have different opinions and stuff about a movie. Like that's not just entertainment. That movie leaves an impression on you. And I think that is just a good movie. Like movies like It Follows and stuff are good movies. I just, like I said, those... Your Conjurings and Insidiouses and stuff for me just don't do it for me. They just, if you're scared, then it'll work for you. But if that shit doesn't scare you, there's no depth there. There's nothing underneath the surface. You pull back a layer of skin on that and it's just money. They're just trying to make money and they're going to keep making money. And I feel like that way with the franchises too. Like it needs to be a good story. Like, I think the worst of the well, no, that's wrong. The worst of the Hellraiser movies is Revelations. That sucks some serious. But one of the ones I hate the most is Hellraiser Part 3, Hell on Earth, because that was a big theatrical release, but you see Pinhead, and he's not acting like Pinhead anymore, which is, he's always so cool because he's so understated. And here he is cracking jokes and shit like he's fucking Freddy Krueger, because it's the first one filmed in the United States. And it works for a lot of people. It's entertaining, but it's not a good movie. It's not Hellraiser, that's for sure. You know? I mean, I think it's a fun popcorn movie, but I don't think it's a good movie. I think Hellraiser 2 is a good movie. But
but even popcorn movies, like, they can be good movies still. Like, if they can make you feel very entertained.
Well, yeah, like Scout's Guide to the Zombie Apocalypse. That's one of the funniest fucking movies that's come out in like the last few years. I wouldn't say there's any depth to it, but it made me feel something. It made me laugh. So
it's those, like, again, like the empty calories, like in
empty calories. That's a good way of putting it.
It's like a bag of candy, and it looks pretty, and it smells good, and the bag is all colorful and pretty looking, and you eat it, and you've just had this empty feeling afterwards, and you need some real nourishment. You know, doesn't do anything for you. Like that a good movie and a good book, you know, and it all comes down to story. You can have any kind of story you want. It can be as basic as you want it to be. If it's told the right way, it can be amazing.
Yeah.
So it's all about the storytelling. Again, with Coraline, you know, it's a bit of a basic story, but if it had been told, it could have been so childish and immature if it not had been told in that.
Absolutely, like that's another one where it's got a lot of depth to it. It's really good.
Yeah. Still those button eyes, and when the mother
that's a terrifying movie.
It's so funny you mentioned that too, because I told you the little girls, that's what they were watching tonight, and I went down there and the button eyes like freak me out, and the hand, and it's creepy.
Like when I watched the movie the first time, and she comes in, she has a present for her, and it's like 2 buttons and like a needle and some thread. I'm just like, holy shit, no. You know,
so scary.
That's the stuff nightmares come from.
Yeah, totally. And even like watching it as an adult freaked the fuck out of me.
Yeah, I think Coraline is scarier than most adult movies, and it's a kids movie, so that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
I want them to make more Neil Gaiman books into films. I mean, they've done like Stardust, but Coraline's one of the only kind of scary ones they've done. I know they are doing
American Gods,
the Deep End of the Ocean, or whatever it's called, the Ocean at the End of the Lane. I can't remember what it's called. I haven't read that book yet. That one's kind of supernatural, but I really want them to do the Graveyard book. Oh,
I haven't read that one yet. Like, I really need to get to my local bookstore. They have an English section, and apparently they do have a lot of the Neil Gaiman books, especially now with his new one coming out. So I'm like, maybe I can get a still deal.
Neil Gaiman, like, he just thinks way outside the box, so he's really cool.
I know that Tor.com, like the short story website I mentioned earlier, they have some of his short stories listed there that you can read for free. And
he's great. He reminds me a lot of like Clive Barker, because like Clive Barker is one of those authors where it's like there are no boundaries, like nothing. He can just, the way his mind goes, he just comes up with these things that I just would have never thought of, and he still makes them like relatable and real. So, all right, guys, it's getting really late, so I think we should probably call it a night.
That was a long chat, though, guys. That was five, nearly 6 hours.
Oh shit! Like, what time?
That's pretty good.
I'm sorry, Emma.
No, that's good. I'm glad it flew by.
Yeah,
well,
6 hours.
I had fun. I had fun talking to you guys, and I love when we get to like have these cool discussions and debates about horror.
I think
it was so good to meet you, Christina.
Yeah. Also, so good to meet you guys, and I think we covered everything from horror, mental illness,
we did vampires, and all sorts of stuff.
And we even talked about boobs, like.
And we talked about boobs more than we talked about dongs. So see, I can grow as a person. All right.
Well, we did have boobs in the chat, so.
Thank you, everybody in the Gory Hole, for joining us tonight and chatting with us and giving us your input, and awesome chatting with you. And of course, my guests tonight, Emma and Christina, and you can check them out. Emma is on YouTube. And Christina has a blog. I'm going to. You guys can post links in the chat if you want.
Yeah, I can try. It didn't work the first time.
Emma is also in my featured channels for Horror Addicts. If you want to go find her over there, because she's awesome, and we're a little partial to her here in the Horror Addicts family.
She has an adorable Australian accent. That's what we need.
She has a fierce warrior princess Australian accent. Like, I feel like when I talk to her, I'm talking to somebody who's killed a lot of spiders, and I respect that in a person.
I love spiders. I would never kill them.
Don't ruin the illusion, Emma. Would you kick a drop bear? Would you kick a drop bear?
Yeah, of course.
See, you're a badass.
You gotta defend yourself.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Right, thank you guys. You guys want to sign off and say goodbye to everybody?
Bye. Thank you everyone for coming.
So much
See you next
fun.
time.
All right, guys. Thanks for joining us. Bye, Brooke. Bye, Trev. Bye, Doc.
Are you gonna hang?
Bye, everyone. My computer is completely frozen. Yes. Call it. Okay, like it's not even new. It's like call it a night. No, I have to get started on the day. And computer unfroze.